Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're up to week 10, and it is day number 1, of course, the final week here of LPL action for the regular season. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined today by Matthew Fish Stewart and Zach Rusty Pie. And guys, we are well and truly at the meaty end of the season now.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Last week that we're going to see of the LPL regular split before playoffs, and essentially everything on the line right now for all of these teams. Number 1 in particular.
And it's taken to get to week number 10 for us to be able to get down to who is going to make it into the playoffs. It still hasn't been decided, and this week will finally decide who is moving into playoffs.
That's exactly right. And what I want to do now is bring up the standings for you just so that we can have a look exactly where everyone is. Of course, still a few more contentious spots. Group A, completely done. QGWE, Snake, and LGD are into the playoffs. Group B, a very different story as OMG, IG, and Vici all battling it out for that final spot. EDG, of course, well and truly in there, but they could actually switch positions with RNG towards the top of the table, whereas we do have LGD and QG locked in exactly where they're going to be, and Snake and WE yet to figure out who's going to be second and third. But man, things getting very, very tight. And we've got a few interesting games today that may tell us a little bit more about this story as well, as OMG are going to face off against Vici very, very soon.
Yeah, the groups, and you said it yourself, Group A is set in stone as to who the top 4 are, but the seeding is yet to actually be determined.
Yep.
And it's actually very important because coming into the playoffs, the higher you are, the less games you basically have to play. And it's very important that you can get up there. So Snake's match, it was the featured match of the week as well, very important.
And you mentioned as well, Group B, they still haven't decided those seeds at all for first to fourth. It could be anybody taking any of those positions, and they still haven't decided who that final team is going to be into the last place for playoffs to try and move into that playoff run.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, it's actually very, very interesting as far as how this playoff bracket is going to turn out as well, because third and fourth actually play each other before everybody else does. So normally you'll see like second and third, they'll face off against each other, but those two positions don't necessarily matter as much. In this tournament format, it definitely does, because third and fourth play a whole extra series, actually a weighted best of 5 to start off the playoffs. So very, very important that Snake and WE work themselves out. But we are going to preview exactly what matches are going to be coming up today. Of course, RNG are going to take on HYG first up. And gentlemen, I think if there's ever a David and Goliath moment, this is probably a time for us to bust out that one.
Yeah, HYG, they're going to be essentially the blue shells in this match. RNG, they're fighting for their first place and to stay there, because the higher up you are in the standings, the more buys that you actually get when it comes to the playoffs, so you have to play less games to get in. HYG, no chance to actually make the playoff run themselves, having only won a single series so far, but they can be upset.
And you also have to look at who RNG are trying to fight for that first spot in Group B as well. It's actually EDG. And RNG dropped their recent game in the best of 3 series against EDG. And as is that, EDG now have a chance to take and clinch that first place. So it still is RNG being the favorites coming into this game, but HYG, they do have the potential to play Blue Shell once again to help EDG out, so to speak.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly whether they are going to be able to nail this one down. Of course, second up this evening, 2 best of 3s are going to be coming in. It's OMG are going to take on Vici, and there are so many standings implications for this match. Of course, Group B all over the place, and this is exactly where the trouble starts. And we'll see whether OMG are going to continue playing well or whether it's going to be Vici fighting back, because, man, it all comes down to this.
Yeah, heavy-hitting match between these two teams, and honestly, it determines a whole lot between the two. Being in the same group with very little standing separating them, one win actually creates a disparity of 2 between them, so very, very crucial.
Vici do have the current... what's it called? They have the current wins against OMG, so they were able to pick up the last series. If they can pick up this series as well, it means that as they move closer towards playoffs, if they have the points from this series and have the points from their next few games as well, they will be able to beat OMG in terms of matches played against one another. And the other team they're looking out for is against IG, who has an upper hand against Vici, but not against OMG. So it's a really rock, paper, scissors group between those last 3.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's actually going to be very important as to how they win that match as well, if they do end up taking it, because, of course, the 2-1 victory will mean that they'll have that slight edge in the old head-to-head. So very, very exciting matches, and we'll see exactly what does happen. But we have to go back to our first series, as RNG are going to be taking on HYG. And one thing I do want to talk about as far as this one is concerned is the fact that HYG, they've been beaten a lot very recently, but it's how the teams have been beating them that's been allowing us to sort of gauge how this works. It's like the a punching bag, unfortunately to say. But it has been very, very interesting because, of course, Invictus Gaming, the last team that actually took the victory over HYG, did so in such a beautiful way. And as a team that we are talking about in this sort of trifecta of teams that are trying to get into the playoff run, they looked very, very good. And we'll see whether RNG can show us that they are the owners of this top spot in this group, because will determine a lot, and we'll see exactly how they're going to go about winning.
It's a sad reality to say it, but it is essentially true that they're not a punching bag per se, but everyone's racing against who can beat them the quickest, right? It's almost like sending a statement. HYG, though, they're showing resilience. They're trying to play it out, and they are playing as hard as they possibly can. Obviously, they are still looking for the wins. So whilst they're playing for match times against HYG, they still have a say in the matter, and they are biting back.
Yeah. And HRD, they did seem a lot better when they brought Chimin into the jungle, especially mid-season. But they look really good going into certain games, but they're just never quite able to show that they are the team. Coming from the LSPL, joining into the LPL, they are a team that is a force to be reckoned with. They've never been able to show that. They've been able to show they can put up a fight, but the question has always been, how long are they going to put up a fight for? Never can they finish that fight.
Yeah, it seems to me like they're the sprinters of the LPL, because their early games often look quite good. Unfortunately, they get tuckered out during about, past 20 minutes, and then things all fall apart from there. So it's a little bit unfortunate. We are going to have a look over the other side of the rift, though, because RNG have been mixing it up a little bit of late, especially in that AD carry position. We mentioned RNG and R&B, but Name has sort of come over from one of the sides. And as you can see, him up against Whoosh, it's a very interesting situation, because Name sort of gets thrown under a bus at the early stages of the game. Often doesn't really do so well in the old laning phase, but does some damage.
So that's the thing, right? 13 less CS at 10 minutes to his lane opponent compared to the person who he has replaced, who is up 2.5 CS. It says a lot about Name as a player, and the reason they're using him. He still does 2% more damage with less resources given to him. So they're essentially RNG saying, sack the bottom lane, and we'll get it late game.
Yeah, exactly right. But we are going to go through the HYG roster here as 17 going to be there towards the top side of the rift. Chimin, the man, the myth, the maverick, the one that's actually able to create some positivity here for HYG there in the jungle, but unfortunately just not able to do it for a full game.
Yeah, he's struggling. And I mean, HYG as a whole are definitely struggling right now. So it's interesting to see how a team grows throughout the split. HYG have shown, I guess, glimmers of hope here and there, but overall, they just cannot find these victories.
No, it's a little bit unfortunate. XQ there on the bottom side of the map, of course. Been spoken up a little bit by the old Frosker, but hasn't really found too much. And Shu, a man with a lot of experience here in the LPL. The bottom lane and the jungle seem to be where HYG do find some promise, but unfortunately, it's just not enough to take them through. We'll see whether it's going to be tonight. Of course, they have had a week's rest after the IG series. May have been able to find some sort of fire to ignite in their bellies. As we do hop over to the other side. RNG. See Xiaohu looking very, very seriously at his computer, but the Looper and Marta show, there's so much to talk about this team. And that is going to be Name sitting there in the AD carry position.
Yeah, standout performers RNG this split. And once again, a resilient roster. Roster not exactly, organization definitely. Still hanging around, and they've finally found their place atop the throne in this split.
So it is going to be the standard roster, but with Name included instead of Whoosh in the AD carry position. And the man with a heck of a lot of MVPs, I think he's about third on the overall MVP lineup, as there's a lot of people with 8 MVPs so far, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to pick up another one, challenge Condi for that top MVP position. And MLXG, the all-Chinese jungler, the man really trying to dethrone Clearlove if he can.
MLXG's been putting up a fantastic performance, most notably when he went over to IEM to play. He had a solid performance there as well. Since he's come back, he just looked better and better.
Most certainly has.
The big question mark to me was Xiaohu, though, when we looked at that IEM. So he performed soundly, but didn't actually get anything done. Whoosh was the big performer who stepped up when we were looking at international events, and Name's replaced him.
Yeah. Name replacing Whoosh, like we mentioned, he's not doing too as well in lane. He's down CS at most of the times, but when it comes to those team fights, it seems like he always knows how to position himself and how to clean up fights nicely for RNG.
Yeah, and that's because of this guy in the support role. The idea is if Marta doesn't have to stay with Name and they know how to lose a lane effectively to benefit the team, then RNG as a whole looks a lot better for it.
Yeah, and this is the beauty about Name and sort of what he's brought to the team. And I really like that the graphics sort of identified exactly what that was, because he doesn't necessarily do so well in the lane, but that is because Mata is free to move around the rift, change things up, and see whether he can attack people from other flanks, because that has been what Mata's brought to the majority of the teams that he's on. Vici last year, for instance, he was able to move around the map, get together with Dandy, and get things going on, and we'll see whether that's going to be the same this game.
Yeah, and the interesting contrast in that respect is when he was with Dandy, Dandy and Mata were both free thinkers, so they would actively work together, and they looked like a ridiculously scary 2v2, right? The decisions they'd make, the wards they would place, it was all very calculated and very smart. Now he's with MLXG. Not as free-thinking and independent is the best way to describe him. He's essentially the weapon that Mata wields, because he's the one that gets resources and does damage, and Mata just swings him around into the enemy jungle and tries to find somebody.
Yeah, smacks him with his MLXG bat, as it were. One thing that it really has done, though, because we're talking about sort of Mata and his former teammates, Looper there towards the top side of the map has definitely been unlocked, and we'll see exactly whether he's going to be able to be coordinated by Mata in this game to a point where we'll be able to see the power of RNG unleashed against HYG and how quickly and effectively they're going to be able to dispatch this match.
I think you summed it up very nicely with the fact that he has one of the most MVP performances in the LPL so far. He's been a pillar, so to speak, for RNG. He's always someone that you can really rely on. He's someone that's always solid up in that top lane. And it unlocks a lot of potential on the rest of the map for RNG. Like bringing in Name, a weaker bottom lane during the laning phase that excels later, that unlocks Mata as well to help MLXG out. Being that pillar up in the top lane for RNG is crucial for them.
Yeah, most certainly is. And as well, you've got Xiaohu there in the mid lane, a man that has turned himself into a rock. And you mentioned IEM before as well, and his performance there was fantastic. I feel like he was the real one that stood out, because he was sort of the rookie player, the really, really young guy on GAMT last year, now coming over, international events, still looking like he's poised and collected in that mid lane.
He performed as expected, I think is the best way to describe him, and that's that he didn't choke at an international event as a rookie player. So he definitely did well. The thing with, I guess, that what you look at with Xiaohu is how he plays around vision that Mata sets up for him, knows when the enemy doesn't have it there and exploits it. So jungle fighting, which is, you know, a holistic thing for RNG, is where they do excel.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we're under champion select, ladies and gentlemen. HYG going to be on our blue side first up. And they have banned away Poppy already, as RNG going to remove Rise. Braum to follow here as well. So a bit of a target there on Mata. We'll see what HYG are gunning for as far as that first pick.
Yeah, there's so many options available, of course. We didn't get to it, but we are on patch 6.6 this week.
Yeah, Aurelian Sol going to be the contested pick. You reckon, Rusty?
Well, it's a pick. We'll leave that one out to the judges, Atlas. But definitely that does indicate we are on 6.6. So small changes need to be considered. Champion priorities, perhaps Cogmore's less of one.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we do have Lucian being banned away here by RNG. So Name has actually been against Lucian quite a few times, because he's likely to pick the Sivir. And Lucian's just like to beat the heck out of Sivers in the early stages of the game. So Name just going to avoid that completely.
Not quite sure about Aurelian Sol being contested, but Lucian is definitely a contested pick between these two teams.
I was being a little bit facetious.
Yeah, we know. But he's been played 9 times each by each of these AD carries. Not specifically Name, but also with Whoosh thrown in there as well.
Yeah.
RNG have played Lucian 9 times, and so have HYG. So they both really like the Lucian pickup as an AD carry.
There's the stats guy.
He's back.
Where he went.
Well, actually, excitingly enough as well, 6.6 means a slight change to Kalista. A little bit stronger when she has her friend around. A little bit weaker without, getting that extra attack speed from the W. Not going to be seen this game, though, as she's going to be banned away. Third time up here from HYG, and the Nidalee ban comes through from RNG, prompting what looks like a pretty swift Kindred pickup.
Yeah, Kindred, always worth considering. Seems to be the #1 champion in the jungle at the moment, up there with Nidalee and Gragas as the other standout performers.
Yeah.
There are many champions that can effectively jungle, none as efficient as a Kindred or Nidalee does. And with one banned, the natural response is usually the other, but you're going to a farm-heavy jungle in your first rotation.
Kindred synergizes so well with so many team comps that they pull out. But look at this, they're just going to lock in Echo immediately.
Yeah, switch it around. Should be a top lane Echo pick. Echo also receiving a few buffs in this 6.6 patch, so understandable that we are going to see him here. Phase dive, slightly less of a cooldown, and that's a very, very quick pickup. The nerfed Alistair, not quite healing as many people, but Azir for Xiaohu, the Shurima specialist in the mid lane, back onto his comfort pick, and RNG know exactly what they want.
Yeah, that Azir was very quickly locked in and a strong champion all around. You can afford to early pick it, but we have seen the counters to that being the Zed and the Varus as the two options of choice.
And Alistar, he was a powerhouse in the LPL. He was 100% picked and banned for such a long time during this split. But he's still a very strong support. Despite the nerfs, he still has all that resistance to allow him to dive turrets really easy, soak up a lot of damage, and just provides a massive amount of crowd control protection for his AD carry and pretty much the rest of the team when it starts team fights out.
Yeah, well, there's always the famous Marta quote there as well. You give me Alistar, I'll win you the game. And it has been happening.
So
very
RNG
recently.
win?
Theoretically, according to Marta, that is very, very true.
I also like the Echo pickup from HYG because a lot of top lanes have just been building pure tank items. It's been working out really well for them. They're still able to dish out a lot of damage. And that just synergizes so well with Echo because his kit does so much damage based on how long he can stick to a target for. His 3 procs of the auto attacks on his passive, his W give him extra damage on hit as well, and his Q being able to slow people down just makes him a very sticky tank, and when he builds those items, can still do a lot of damage.
Most certainly can, but it was the Morgana Graves locked in. I'm going to say questionably, but I don't quite know why. I just feel like it is, just because Sivir then gets instantly locked in here by Name, looking like he was well and truly happy, just waiting for his turn, grabbing his favorite champion at the moment. And he's going to lock it in alongside Xiaohu on the Azir. They also get the Kindred, so the Respite and Swipes there. Marta's got his Cow, Name's on his Sivir. Did HYG even ban anything?
Yeah, RNG have picked up the Azir Kindred, which is a combo that is quite potent because Kindred uses the Lamb's Respite to keep everyone in the area alive. Azir sweeps them all out, and it's honestly the dream for Hutong. Like, where is he right now? The janitor patch. In saying that, this is a very strong 2v2 combo. It's a very strong 5v5 combo just because of the effectiveness of the Azir Ultimate. You've also got the Beyblade Arena.
Yeah, exactly
with
right.
the Sivir W.
And that's going to be a Kog'Maw locked in here for HYG. Lulu is, of course, left available. Hasn't been locked in yet. We'll see whether HYG go for some sort of
you would think so.
Sit and spit combination.
There's few situations where I would look at this draft and say LeBlanc's better than Lulu. There's only one real reason in my mind that Kog is worth picking at all now.
Yeah.
That's with Lulu there.
That's
it is going to be locked in. Yeah, exactly right. So that is going to be the comp there from HYG. We'll see whether they're going to be able to keep the Kog'Maw alive as there's the Maokai Looper back onto an old favorite.
Oh my god.
And this team comp is revolting. That is repugnant. I'm really upset that HYG let that happen because I just feel like that should never happen.
RNG have the dream team composition right now. They've got the Beyblade Arena. It's fantastic support. Kindred in the jungle with Azir. And then you lock it all up with a Maokai who can engage these fights and stick to targets nicely and reduce so much damage for your team. This is pretty much the dream team comp of this current patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the Maokai, the Nautilus were the interchangeable factors in that one. The Sivir's close range, and as far as I'm concerned, RNG against HYG is just conflicting styles in draft. And like, yeah, it's a dream draft for 6.5 or 6.6, but a Lulu Kog'Maw is always a dream comp past 30 minutes, right?
Good point.
And Kog'Maw was changed slightly, so no more.
But he scales better.
No, he still scales fantastically if you can get him to level 18 late into the game with a lot of items. Just no more extra attack speed when he ranks up that W. Instead, it gives him extra base damage now whenever he hits somebody with it on.
Yeah, it's a very good point. But HYG, a team that hasn't necessarily struggled too much with the early stages of the game. The laning phase has been where they've excelled. And we'll see whether they can use that to nurture themselves towards this late game where it seems like they're going to be a whole lot more powerful.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens as we hop onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of Week 10. It is going to be HYG taking on RNG. And we'll see whether the scaling Kog'Maw is going to be able to take down the literal smorgasbord of patch-appropriate champions.
Nothing too much happened between these teams just yet. Looks like RNG just want to fan out nicely as Jimin's going to be able to pick up that ward. So, early win for HYG.
Damn right. First CS goes down, MLXG. I need to get more of them attack speed runes, my friend.
Yeah, but both these teams just fanning out, trying to spot out any cheeky invades early from either team. As we are going to take a look at the Keystone Masteries
Team
as well.
Ice, nice.
Team Ice?
Yeah, the Ward skin. That was the All-Star team that LPL represented, if you weren't aware.
No,
And that's
I
also
am
not
aware.
that's not so much for you. Okay, I'm telling everyone. I didn't just randomly say Team Ice. Like,
You looked at me and said if you were aware. I was
I
like,
heard
what
Team
the-
Ice and
what?
I didn't see the ward, and I was like, context?
well, you've all got context now. It's okay. One thing,
Oh.
whilst we're looking at
Sapling
Keystone
patch?
Masteries,
No.
it is the sapling patch, but it's the further battle on Kindred. Is the aggressive Keystone Mastery opposed to Grasp of the Undying. Both champions do a lot of damage. They have pretty fast clear times, but one of them will do more damage if they meet each other. One will be beefier.
Yeah, the strength of the ages being opted for there by Chimin, of course.
Marta did go with the Wind Speaker's Blessing. Frostgun's very, as we see some fight taking place between these two top laners.
Yeah, exactly. Mata just taking a fair bit while he's trying to stop them from doing the Gromp. As we can see, it is going to be upside down laning, but standard lanes nonetheless. HYG generally like that, but maybe with this comp, not so much.
You're right, though. They are top laners.
Goodness.
Just depends what consonant you're on. We're upside down, so you're right.
Yeah. Flip it around, boys.
Flip around, we will do it standard lanes as
This
both the two
is-
teams start to swap it out.
Also, RNG trying to match the lane swap, which is expected, or they were even potentially trying to enforce it, which is why they walked over to the Gromp, but HYG were ready for it, and surprisingly ready for standard lanes.
Yeah. You can see now, mate. Throwing out boomerangs here, just trying to shove this lane up. Make sure it's as difficult as possible. Low base damage on the old Cogmore, so a little bit more tough for him to farm underneath the turret. Do like the idea.
Echo also a pick into Maokai while we're going on champions. It's
Yeah.
been known as the, I'm not going to say counter, but pick to go into Maokai with. So Looper actually not respecting that matchup.
If anyone was watching the GPL today, though, saw a Maokai do disgusting things to an Echo on the top side of the map.
Have you seen the Tiamat Maokai yet in the GPL?
No. No, look, we didn't go that deep.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. But Name just continues to shove relentlessly. MLXG actually paying a visit here towards the top side. Marta has been unlocked and can move down as well. There's the flash pulverized. There's MLXG jumping forward. The flash out from Chimin is going to be blue buff being taken. Didn't quite see who it was, but
Yeah.
MLXG's got one.
MLXG actually smote it away whilst hitting Chimin
Oh
at the
my
exact
God.
same time. So the badassery that occurred out of Kindred is to be noted. And a smart invade gives them the blue.
Damn right. Well, Lupart going to smash back 17. In fact, decent trade from the Maokai towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, an auto attack cancel out of 17 actually cost him a lot there.
Wasn't quite able to proc his passive as Kindred. I'm actually still being really aggressive here, trying to take the Gromp. We'll just reset.
He smote. Chimin, the angry smite.
Oh.
He's having a giggle there as well. So, you know, still in high spirits, this old Chimin.
Was it Chimin laughing?
Well, it was the Graves laughing, I think.
Don't think that was
That wasn't a
Kindred.
manly laugh, though. That was
Well,
not a manly laugh.
Yeah, but it also wasn't a Kindred laugh.
Yeah.
So I just assume, unless
Well, I don't know what
does
Kindred
Wolf
sounds like
does
on
Wolf
this.
laugh
I
as
don't
well when you
know.
laugh as Kindred? I'm not entirely sure.
I'm just saying
This is-
it sounded a lot like Graves.
Yeah, this is also the Chinese client as well. So we actually have, you know, not a lot of experience listening to the laughs of each individual champion.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It's a bit confusing, honestly.
Well, wonder who it was.
I think the point remains that one of them was laughing whilst MLXG invaded Chimin's jungle and took the Gromp after taking the blue buff after invading literally everything so far.
Yeah.
And that's because this lane is losing, which is expected.
Yeah, and it's even not even necessarily losing as far as CS or anything like that is concerned. The added pressure just being so important.
It's just going to be so difficult for Execute to up in the top lane. With the heal coming from Alistar, instead of being able to constantly push the turret, there's not many ways that Kog'Maw and Morgana can stay rather healthy up in the lane. They don't necessarily have kill pressure, but they did pack Ignite, so one misstep from Name or Mata could spell trouble.
See whether they'll be able to use that power. Haven't actually stepped in here to the mid lane and had a bit of a discussion, but Lulu tends to neutralize most of them. How do you expect this one to go, Rusty?
Yeah, neutralized, honestly. I think sums it up the best. Azir's always going to have kill pressure or out-trade the Lulu at most situations in this game, but there should be no moment at all where a Lulu will die.
Just touching on that mid lane quickly as well, they both packed teleport. We don't normally see Azir's pick up teleport in the mid lane. They like to be able to set up first before a big team fight, but it seems like Xiaohu's trying to match the teleport pressure coming from Gosu.
Yeah. And look, I ain't ever going to question the Master of Shurima.
Well, he doesn't have Cleanse, but it's a Graves jungle this time around, which is the most common summoner spell that most Azirs take. There's nothing to cleanse.
Yeah. Unless he wants to stop himself from being turned into a little munchkin thing.
I'm going to take a look back at the top lane now as XQ and Seo are going to head back to base. It was Name and Mata that recalled earlier, went back and picked up a BF sword for the Sivir. So going to continue shoving out that lane quite nicely.
Well, Name more than happy here towards the top side as we can talk about the bottom lane and the changes to Maokai. 60-second saplings makes him a bit more of a ward. Very exciting. Means you can stack a heck of a lot more of them in a brush if you've gone full AP Maokai, but I highly doubt Loop is going to do that.
Might go Rod of Ages.
Could be exciting.
I don't know how far past it he'll go, but we have seen Rod of Ages on more than one occasion now. They like it. They really like it.
Yeah, a lot of people always did. And then sort of Righteous Glory became the thing.
Well, it just became so much better.
Yeah.
Like everything that Righteous Glory gave you was just superior. But the Catalyst is massive for a Maokai in laning phase. The sustain that you have, throwing spells, getting mana back when you level up, and having your passive. Like, no one could push you out.
Yeah. Well, we'll see exactly what Lupa is going to do. That could, of course, now be a Balmy Cinder or that Catalyst. And with a little bit of respite in this lane at the moment, he's going to just continue farming. 17 going to make his way back with that Spectre's Cowl and the beautiful Corrupting Potion Dark Seal combination. It just makes me very happy.
Getting that little bit of extra heal from
Oh,
all of his
yeah.
Corrupting Potion. It's beautiful. Echo already a very oppressive laner against most lanes. Maokai should be able to deal with it nicely, though, with his fantastic passive, able to heal him up. It's going to be
trouble.
Nana may get caught.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, the ultimate does go down the flash forward, but a really nice exhaust. Doesn't matter as XQ is able to pick up first blood in the 2v1. Almost 2v2 as Mata was a bit late to that party.
He's a greedy, greedy Sivir right now, Name. Used the spell shield on a Kog'Maw ultimate to get some mana back, but gets hit by the binding and goes down. Very aggressive, and he pays.
Hatred are not done, though.
Yeah, exactly right. Chimin actually going to come around and try and get some revenge here. Flashes forward. MLXG in a bunch of trouble. Does have Lamb's Respite if he needs it, as there it is. And he will get over the wall. Stands in the base gate. Oh, no! Jukes him out. The ultimate a little bit early as Name trying to get some damage down here as well. Chimin, he ain't going anywhere. Zhao who's going to get delivered the kill to Name. Very nicely done, and that was very cute from MLXG.
That was completely baited and outsmarted by MLXG on the Kindred. Draws him into the base by standing just on the other side of the base gate and casually walks back to the other side, flashes to safety. And Graves, this is not the base you're looking for.
Oh, no. H4D are still able to get the top lane turret out of that, so a big advantage for them, trading 1-for-1 on kills, but still picking up a structure in their favor. And it's in a bottom lane, which doesn't really have a great matchup going into Civ Alistar. Doing pretty well now that they've got that pick. Nami did pick up red buff for himself as he continues this push up in the top lane. Might be able to actually equal that tower pressure.
Yeah, and this is actually a point in the map where the Kog'Maw is not strong at all. And so they've actually sent the lanes into their opposite sides. Whilst the turret is going to go down, 17 will hopefully get some farm for free. We'll see if that actually happens as Martyrs. Never mind.
Poising aggressively.
Yeah, we got Sivir ulted as well. I was very confused.
Oh, Zhao looking to steal away a blue buff here at the same time. Lupa has to run away from the bottom lane. Nice juke out of the way, the Dark Binding. The tree will survive for now.
Yeah, and the reason that Kog'Maw's not strong is because he's in between his items. He has the components for the Guinzoo's Rageblade, but he doesn't actually have it ready to go. And he can't fight 1v1 with a Sivir or 2v2 with a Sivir and Alistar.
He starts to pick up a little bit more speed once that's complete. So
Oh,
they can move
wow,
on
they're
towards the
definitely
other
not a
items.
ward. This is a great patch. Look at it.
Adorable. Well, Gosu made his way back to the lane here. We'll see what build he decides to go for. Normally when Gosu plays the old Lulu, things are a little bit different, as Frost Queen's Claim was the first option for the man. And a teleport coming in here towards the bottom side. Yeah, exactly. Xiao going to turn up with Lupa. XQ could be in so much trouble. No Dark Binding to be here as the Emperor's Divide's going to send him to the bouncy castle. He picks up one kill, then Shu is able to make his way underneath the turret. Nice play from RNG.
XQ kind of just sacrifices himself, but not really knowing that the Azir had made his way there, as MLXG is going to pick up the scraps in this middle lane, and that's very effective map movement from RNG as a whole.
Just really nicely done there as Name just going to continue reaping the rewards of these shoved lanes. Actually switching up the Sivir skin he uses as well. Normally it's the actual boomerang Sivir, and I love Name for it.
Yeah, I know, it's the best.
But he's not using it this time, and it's making me really upset.
I'm getting a bit miffed at that fact, I'm not
Oh,
gonna lie.
well and truly miffed, my friend. Xiaohu, well and truly ahead now in this lane. Nash's Tooth completed. Feeling very, very strong. Only 4 CS up, but that 1-0-1 going to mean that the guy is quite strong.
RNG were able to take down this bottom lane turret as well, so they're now 2 turrets to 1. They've opened up the map slightly for themselves to try and take down this dragon, which MLXG is working on nicely. That should go on over to RNG, unless there's a unforeseen steal coming up from H1G.
Yeah, this is actually a very strong mentality from RNG as a whole, as Xiaohu's taking a bit of deeps.
Yeah, the ultimate actually popped here from Name. Xiaohu's just going to say, no, I'm feeling a little bit sick. I'm going to go back home. Not a lot of health bar left.
Yeah, and they're just looking for turret pressure to let Gosu recall right now. So HYG aren't actually making anything happen. They're just trying to get themselves a free back for nothing lost. Whereas MLXG, to quickly touch back on what I meant, is he didn't have his Devourer finished at that point, but he still did the Dragon. Which means he knew it was a free objective, and he selflessly takes that free objective without getting the 5 stacks a minute later.
Beautiful.
This tower down the bottom lane will go down in favor for HYG, as that Kog'Maw was able to pick up the Grinzu's Rage Blade. So finally completing that item.
Yeah, MLXG actually going to find Shimon here in his jungle. Not sure who was able to eventually take that Gromp, but it wasn't to protect his AD carry, it was to take the Gromp. Can definitely guarantee that. And Xiaohu going to continue shoving there in the mid lane. Golden Chicken at the ready.
He's got his Nash's Tooth now, so upgraded that from the Stinger like you mentioned earlier, Atlas. He's up against Gosu, who's completed his Frost Queen's claim. We've seen a lot of Lulus go for a few different builds in the LPL and across competitive League of Legends so far. So I'm going Rod of Ages, going Death Cap next, Lich Bane at times as well. To see what his next item pickup's going to be against Azir in the mid lane.
Well, having Frost Queen's claim and only getting 10% cooldown reduction, you would imagine with his Boots of Swiftness that it's a Morello Nomicon next, so that he has 10% CDR from his blue runes.
Look, I don't want to be that
Maxes it
guy,
out.
but this is Gosu. I'm pretty sure it's Lich Bane second.
Again, it's usually Morello's before a Lich Bane, so if he does that, it's a questionable build, and I will re-question it if he doesn't go Morello's.
Yeah. Oh, no, I agree with you. Definitely the right one is
Gosu.
Xiaohu able
What?
to pick it up. The next Q comes through. And Xiaohu with a solo kill in the mid lane. We're just having a conversation thinking that surely he's not just going to get the 1v1, but then nails it.
He's actually going to get a second,
Oh
isn't he?
my god, sends himself over there as the Q comes down. Flash has to be used. And MLXG waiting in the wings as well to protect him. This is why this man is known as the master of Shurima.
HYG just really decided they don't like living. I'm not going to lie to you. And they just throw themselves. Like, Ghosty had his ultimate, and to be fair, I did not expect Azir to have a cooldown on a Q that low.
Yeah.
And to be able to dive with it twice.
Gosu even have his flash available. Not using his ultimate or flash, that was a huge mistake from him. And
You
Xiaohu's
think that's funny, though?
styling of people.
Just wasn't expecting it. I don't think anyone was.
We were talking about something completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
Again, the cooldown on that Q was lower than anticipated, and I can guarantee that Gosu felt the same way.
Yeah. Well, he's going to make it back to his turret at least, so down to about half health now, but he will be able to protect it.
And he's fooled both of us. He's got a Negatron cloak. Might be an Abyssal
Yeah, well, he's
second.
losing lane
Yeah.
now.
After
That's
that.
a reactive item buy.
That's a, okay.
No, he's going full support, Lulu. That's going to be a Z0 portal. Definitely.
You're solo casting if it is. I will not stay here.
I probably would be anyway, just because I get so excited about Zrot portals that you guys may as well just go home.
And RNG are going to be able to take down the Herald. Get Herald on over towards MLXG, I believe, or Looper might want to take that one for himself, but is going to be able to stack up the Devourer slightly. After,
Yeah,
like
not
Rusty
5,
mentioned.
just 2.
Yeah,
Oh,
only
sad.
2. Like Rusty mentioned, was very gracious with taking the Dragon before that stacked up. Snarmay is going to find XQ down in this
An
bottom lane.
aggressive
The Kog'Maw
XQ.
just running at the Sivir.
Wow, he was fully stacked off the Krug, so naturally thinks he can 1v1, and he's right, he can 1v1 with it fully stacked. Name still waiting to get the Essence Reaver before they look to do anything as a team, which is why he's randomly by himself in the bottom lane to get some farm.
Yeah. No, mate. On Sivir duty, known to just be shoving out these waves over and over again.
Oh, I bet you like the efficiency of 17's build though, Atlas.
Oh my
So,
god, that
corrupting
is so much
potion.
synergy. Take us through it, Rusty, please.
Corrupting Potion, He's got the Dark Seal to increase the potion's healing amount. He's got a Spirit Visage to increase healing from all sources. And he's probably got the middle Mastery tree to get an extra 10% potion duration.
That is the most synergistical, magical build I have ever seen. Oh, we can pack it up, guys.
We can go home now?
Yeah, we've achieved it. Promised land achieved. Everything's good.
And he's on his way to the max cooldown reduction standard Echo build with the Frozen Fist.
Well, we'll see whether he can get things done here for his team, as that is the Glacial Shroud completed already. So 20% CDR from his items already. Still relatively sticky. Quite tanky at the same time, 153 to 147. So Lupa unable to keep the Echo down. But, of course, not necessarily a Maokai's job, as he's just waiting to start up these fights here for his team.
Well, they also reduced the cooldown of his E by 2 seconds on this patch, and considering that he's not going to max that first, that's actually a sizable cooldown reduction difference.
Yep. Helped out with his passive nicely too, giving him the extra auto attacks for health, as he can proc those 5 stacks a little bit quicker, especially in team fights.
Good point. Xiao actually moving very aggressively into 4 people. Marta waiting for him there as well, as MLXG just going to hop over the wall. His little purple wolf running as quickly as he possibly could to get around there.
I was going to say, it's a very revealing feature of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he's gone over the wall because you see this wolf scuttling.
Oh, dead. Well, Lupa not going to get stunned here, but 17. A lot of pressure towards the top side of the map. Lupa going to head back.
As expected.
Echo, a naturally aggressive laner. Able to soak up a lot of damage and dish it out in return. Like we've been mentioning this entire cast, incredibly sticky on top of that.
Well, MLXG back on Gromp duty. We'll see what the next point of contention is going to be, as Mata takes half of his health as he's trying to clear out this Dragon Pit. And HYG looking to position themselves around it for their next objective.
They're not grouping up in the bottom lane here. RNG are 2,000 gold ahead of HYG just 18 minutes into this game. They're looking to try and group up and take this dragon. Now that Kindred does have the Devourer, it matters a lot more to them. And it looks like they just want to continue controlling this objective, and they're going to be able to take it down.
Yeah.
Oh!
We got it.
Yeah, it was a close living artillery, though. I liked it. HYG just going to be bystanders in this one and let it go.
Yeah, Looper actually had already walked his way down also, so wasn't even looking to teleport. He just had a raw flank available to him. HYG almost caught with their pants down there at the red buff.
Crucial for RNG to continue controlling these objectives this early in the game, because the more you can control now, the less HYG can take back if their team composition with the Kog'Maw Lulu Graves is able to come online later in the game. They're getting a look to try and continue doing just that by pushing for this mid lane.
Well, you can see RNG, a lot of members with a lot of tower damage here. Nice smoke screen goes down, denies a lot of Name's damage, but still taking chip over and over again.
Patiently waiting. Very patiently waiting.
Yeah, I'm going to send 17 back up to the top lane, but
Still patiently
still patiently waiting. Seal just acting as a human ward.
He's baiting. Like, they think it's warded because of how close he's standing, but it's out of attack range of anything, even out of flash range from Marta or Lupa.
This might be go time, though.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Massive damage comes in here as Marta is going to get it all started. Shu underneath the turret is able to run away. Red buff is enough to take him down as everyone's falling. This is ludicrous. Lamb's Respite to save the members of RNG. Lupa does fall in the end, but the turret goes. And RNG, they're not stopping. Xiaohu is so aggressive on this Azir.
They're going to continue looking for it. What? Echo, a little bit too tanky for the rest of RNG to take down. They still get 3 kills for that, only trading 1 in return. A fantastic engage from them.
3 kills and a turret, most importantly, as they were pressuring that one down. Don't be fooled by the minimap. It's Azir's turret that you see standing. So Marta, once again, the pulverize, the engage was ridiculous. And MLXG even being able to effectively put down all of his damage and not waste his ultimate until absolutely necessary. It wasn't even necessary at that point. Thought he was going to take more damage. Just a cohesive unit, RNG right now.
And was so close to not losing anyone either. Lupa died just on the cusp of that Lamb's Respite.
Here's the movement, though.
HOG trying to respond by taking down this top lane inner turret. The rest of RNG are trying to group up to defend that one for themselves. Mata is here close by, looking to try and start a fight. HYG still continuing with this push. Going to be taking up a little bit of damage. They are able to take it down. RNG not quite able to defend that one for themselves. They even up the turrets 3 for 3.
Nice rotational play there as 17. Looking to go back. He's going to cancel that one out here as RNG are making their way around. Looper starts the engage, but I don't know whether he'll be able to necessarily catch up to the old Echo.
It's pretty fast.
Yeah.
Old Echo, but they do get themselves the turret for it. Is hang on.
Oh, here's the flanking play as Shu looking for something right now. Marta's in there with a headbutt pulverize.
They're trying to continue to spine as Name picks up the first kill for himself, trying to chase on down towards 17, who has to flash away. That is a very tanky Echo. They get a lot of damage down onto him, but look at this. XQ picks up a kill on MLXG before he can put down the lambs for a spy. They are only able to trade 1 for 1.
Wow. RNG, they actually chased way too far. XQ set up his artillery turret, you know, put out all the things, laid them down and said, all right, I'm ready to go. And watched as RNG ran towards him and obliterated them with Chimen's ultimate to boot. That's a sign of what can happen when you're playing against a Kog'Maw Lulu composition.
Yeah, it's good to see here from HYG as we are past that 20-minute mark. Still within touching distance of that gold. Only about 2,000 right now as HYG have started off the Baron. It's already going down very, very low. Lots of percent damage here from this Kog'Maw as yet. Teleport coming down from Looper as he's looking for the flank. Xiaohu's already here as well. Massive damage. The Baron's going to go down.
It's going to go down for Graze here. Jumps in the pick. HYG are still able to pick that one up for themselves, but a massive team fight taking place. XQ gets knocked backwards. They are able to take him down. Mata and Name are all that is left, and the Lonely Silver is trying to clear out the members of HYG, but just can't quite do just that. It's going to be MLXG looking to try and pick up the cleanup kills for his team, hopping left, right, and center, but will settle just for a little gromp.
Yeah, HYG, they get themselves the Baron buff, and they take down 3 members of RNG in the process. Chimen coming up huge with the smite, and the ultimate, I believe, to lock that one down, as Gosu spends this entire time zoned. And XQ, by the time that Xiaohu goes in, had already used everything. He didn't actually have his W available to him once more. And Name has to flash to avoid the explosion, still gets hit, and has to disengage.
Yeah. Well, nicely played there from HYG. Still behind in the gold, but closing that gap a little as MLXG does counter jungle just a bit. Gosu says, oh, that'll be my popcorn chicken. Thank you very much. Seda Devera now done for MLXG, though, as he's been farming up a complete storm, 107 to 91. Both of these farming junglers exceptional at the task, but he has been able to stay ahead.
XQ even has his Runan's Hurricane picked up, along with another recurve bow. So that Kog'Maw slowly starting to look incredibly scary for the side of HYG, especially with the protection of Lulu.
Absolutely, and the later the game goes, the scarier the Kog'Maw becomes. It's just as is custom at the moment, as he's almost got that Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah. Is that still sort of the 3-item spike that we look for here for the Kog'Maw, or is it, because we talk about 2 items, right? The Hurricane and the Rage Blade being very, very strong. Is it the 3 items that is extra specially excellent just because he has the extra levels now as well?
Again, it's a Kog'Maw comp, so every respective item that he gets is a spike. That's the thing. So like the whole team spikes when he spikes.
You see sometimes people prefer to go more defensive rather than offensive, but it seems like he wants to get that 3rd item offensive. And so much he will be able to pick up the Dragon for the side of RNG. 17 still split pushing in the top lane, but they might want to go for a fight.
Yeah, possible
damage,
hurting here
wow.
from Mata. Shu in a whole host of trouble. Name picks up that kill as
XQ.
XQ in the back line. Empress
Wow,
Divide
he's putting
doesn't
in
find the
work.
Kog'Maw as the Lamb's Respite goes down. We'll see how it works as this dust settles, though, as 17 picks up a kill in the back line. Xiaohu out of this fight now as HYG going gigantic. 17 underneath the turret, and Mata has to watch as they all bear down on him. Welcome to the Kog'Maw comp, RNG.
He just stood inside the Lamb's Respite and just auto-attacked on the spot for about 10 seconds. This Kog'Maw.
XQ is like, thank you, MLXG. I like eating away at the rest of your team's health bars. And just like that, they trade 4 members for just 1. Mata still going on a lone wolf chase, trying to run away from Gosu, who goes the wrong direction.
Oh, that was cute.
HYG, however, and like, say what you will about it being a Kog'Maw composition, all eyes are on Echo to me. As the teleport, it's a bit late, but look at XQ. Dodges the Azir ultimate, stands still, and he's just on the edge of the range of the Lens of Spite. He would have died, like 100% would have been dead if he didn't have that there to keep him alive, and the amount of damage he did was obnoxious.
In fact, 100% dead if Azir's ultimate was a little bit further as well.
Well, he
just
flashed
to knock
that
him
one,
out.
to be fair.
But a little bit would have been enough, but good flash come out from him.
Well, RNG back to the drawing board now as HYG have taken the lead here at 25 minutes.
That's a scary prospect, once again, and it's something we'll always come back to. They've got a Kog'Maw. They've got the late game. Not to say that RNG aren't scaling themselves.
Yeah.
With a Sivir late game, the damage is obnoxious. You can hit the front line and kill the back line. Kog'Maw naturally stays in the prone position. He just stands perfectly still and just shoots out goo. Pretty easy to connect with as well. And Azir, the later the game goes, the more damage he'll be doing, especially with a Void Staff.
Yep, speaking of his items, Rylai's picked up as well. Going to be able to slow people down with every auto attack from his Sand Soldiers. On the flip side, Gosu going for a Luda's Echo.
The Gosu build, boys and girls.
Compensating for his lack of damage by getting a Luden's Echo.
Give me another ratio, please.
Take
Just
a look.
weird.
Into Baron Power play.
Morello's, man, you got a Kog'Maw doing damage. I'm just
Yeah.
speed him up more often. But who am I to
Empower the Kog'Maw more maybe is possibly a good idea. Is Name going to split push? Baron Power play for about 5.3k gold. Not too bad from HYG.
HYG are about 1,000 gold ahead of RNG now, so they didn't get a massive gold lead from that Baron Power play. Yes, they got plus 5,000 from it, but still RNG able to fight back and pull some back for their team, which is crucial when they go up against such a large scaling comp from HYG, because they need to be able to stay as even as possible before that team composition takes over. You don't want to fall behind at any stage against the lineup HYG have thrown at them.
They've still got a team fighting comp. RNG is kind of like a put your face in it, but they really need someone to die.
Yeah,
You can't
pretty
put your
quick.
face in and then use Lamb's Respite and be like, so we're all alive now. What happens next? And the thing is, Kog'Maw will outrange you at that point.
It almost feels like why HYG didn't want to pick up Kindred in that first rotation. You know, they hovered it for so long. They're like, oh, wait, if MLG picks it up, we're okay with that. We'll just hop inside of his Lamb's Respite
If that
instead.
were their logic, they are geniuses.
We just would like any Lamb's Respite, any Kindred on the map.
You
if
can
that's
have it.
okay.
We'll have it.
Consider this an outrageous statement, but for a team that's coming last, if that's how they draft, they should not be last. Because that is just pure genius.
Well, we'll see how it works as we move forward. HYG, of course, destined to try and fight for that relegation spot. We'll see whether they make their way back in to the LPL. Right now, playing for Pride. And almost playing for EDG, honestly, because if RNG drop this match, then it's highly likely that we will be able to see EDG take that top spot and get out of yet another playoff match towards the top of the LPL.
Important thing that it's still in RNG's hands, I believe, because they do have a game in hand. So any games taken off them is crucial for EDG. Allows them to put up that fighting chance for first place.
EDG only have to play OMG, which will be on Saturday. RNG yet to face Invictus Gaming after this as well. See exactly how it does work out there as Gosu clearing up this top wave. Pings out onto the Baron, which is literally just spawned. We'll see where we'll be able to find anything. Lupa been a little bit quiet this game, just dealing with this Echo over and over again.
That's his job. He's done well to even be close in farm, honestly. It's not a lane that you expect a Maokai to ever come out ahead in. And being 136, respective of the team fights, the fact that he has only 20 to 30 CS less, though, is still, honestly, it's a successful Maokai lane against an Echo.
He's going to be able to stop him during that split push, not necessarily shove him back out, but make sure that he can't teleport sneakily by sticking as close to him as possible, reducing as much damage as possible during that time too. Just try and be that pillar we'll talk about for RNG once again. Not necessarily, you know, coming out ahead and styling on 17 in any way, but just making sure he's always there when RNG need him.
Well, able to take a Gromp there as well, which has been a focus of RNG's. HYG now looking to try and clear out as much vision as they can. Leave a ward there towards the mid lane, but otherwise the Baron Pit is belong to them for now.
You can do it. Nice. Just got two. Jimmy just got 2 wards.
A lot of value here is MLXG looking for XQ. Flashes out of the way right now as it's an early flash.
Kog'Maw.
The ult comes down here from MLXG. He just wanders onto it. Massive damage coming out from RNG.
He's dead.
XQ's going to fall down. And now RNG try to follow up. It's a double kill already for Name as the fight's not over.
It's not over yet. 17 is going to go down eventually. Pops the ultimate to try and stay alive for a little bit longer. But HYG, they're going to lose 4 members in that team fight.
XQ caught out of position. The Baron available for RNG. They can move straight towards it, and only the Lulu stands. So the threat of stealing this one is basically non-existent. And RNG, they pull it back in this first game.
Teamfight was just orchestrated so beautifully. My ability to say the word, not so much, as MLXG is going to be able to secure that Baron for the team. But having him waiting on the side there with the Kindred, locking down the Cogmore, forcing the flash very early. HYG couldn't quite make it work. Late game falling apart now. We'll see whether he'll be able to come back.
Like, even though the Cogmore's doing work, look at how far ahead Name is. This is not regular Name
Yeah, true.
stats.
And this is a Cogmore that was forced to hit one person that entire fight, go into the Lambers Respite to try and stay alive while still only hitting that same person, and then the entire team collapses on him once the Lambers Respite ends. So he can't deal damage to the rest of RNG while he's trying to wait for the Lambers Respite to end. So they effectively eliminate that threat of him using that Lambers Respite for his own purpose.
Teleport top lane. Lulu.
Get out there, guys.
Here we go.
Oh, he's going to teleport in. There's the flash. Cancels the teleport.
That's a red buff too. Good luck.
Yeah, Gosu in trouble. I mean, Xiaohu's here as well. Name comes down, and it is going to be the tree picking up the kill. Nice pick out there from RNG, and maybe a little bit of over-aggressive positioning from Gosu.
Yeah, that absolutely was out of position. And the same thing goes for the Cogmore as well. RNG are setting up their vision well. They're playing to their strengths and what side of the map they're actually on. And they catch him out of position with a teleport and then 2 flanks shortly after.
Even got the teleport out of Lulu as an insult to injury almost. Making that trade of summoner spells efficient. That's RNG going to try and continue their push.
Yeah, most certainly are. And one thing I want to talk to you about, Rusty, is we've spoken about Cogmore and his scaling a whole lot, but you mentioned the fact that Sivir well and truly online. That's a mortal reminder as well as those 3 core items here. Yeah. If you were to stack them against each other, I don't even know which one, in like an AoE damage sense, would even do more. The Sivir's ridiculous.
Again, it feels like it's a contextual thing, right? Like the Cogmore, you're always going to look at and say he does more, but Sivir's sleeper damage that you don't actually see the boomerangs in a team fight can destroy everybody as they're going in.
Yeah, speaking of which, diving forward right now as the engage is actually on from HYG. Massive knock-up though, and there's the Emperor's Divide as everything has started. Name takes down XQ and it's all going wrong. Lamb's Respite comes in and it's already 3 kills. Massive from RNG.
Cogmore can't explode people that are stuck in a Lamb's Respite, and RNG in this first game starts shaky. But they pull it back quite easily, I guess, in the end.
They certainly do. What an incredible game at the end from RNG. But HYG, once again, showing signs of life. I felt like, the early stages of the game, despite the scaling comp, still looked good. That Baron play, very aggressive, paid off for them at the same time. So maybe not necessarily the cleanest victory over HYG that we've seen so far out of RNG.
You can't count HYG out. It doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter who they're playing against. It comes down to how HYG are strong in the early game. They're an LSPL team. It makes a lot of sense that they start early, but they pick a scaling team composition and they get outscaled and out macroed.
Yeah.
And they picked a scaling team composition, just to echo what Rusty said again, did well in the early game, which is not something you're meant to be able to do with a scaling team composition. HYG did play it out really well once again. Like I mentioned earlier, they feel like the team they're going to put up a really good fight, but just not finish that fight for themselves.
Yeah, a couple of errors towards the end of the game really spelling disaster, but this was beautiful out of HYG. This was their team fight.
This was beautiful out of XQ, honestly. Dodges everything, and whilst he was about pixels away from being hit by the Emperor's Divide and staying outside of the Kindred ultimate, his standing still mechanics were impeccable. And XQ gives them a semblance of one of the better fights that HYG had in. Even that was later in the game, but this is the one where XQ's caught.
Yep.
Gosu actually gets zoned, and it's so hard for XQ to do anything other than hit MLXG. He's like, oh, you saved me last time, you can save me again. Not to be.
Yeah, multiple flanks there for that fight as Name flashing super aggressively over the back. No Lamb's Respite to worry about, and more importantly, no Cogmore for him to have to worry about. So you're exactly right. Have him fight the jungler, no worries at all.
And that's the one clean team fight that RNG needed, and it's exactly what they used to accelerate themselves into a nice clean victory from that point onwards. Rushed over to Baron, took a nice clean kill onto Lulu as well up in the top lane, just shoved down the rest of the lanes and took the base.
Yeah. And look, I think another question has to be raised on Gosu and this guy's Lulu. Because he builds this Luden's Echo, Frost Queen's Claim thing every single time, and I honestly just don't understand.
I don't know if anyone's meant to understand. He's a free spirit, Atlas. Let him be.
Well, he's just adding to another one of those fantastic Lulu builds that we see everyone trying to throw out here and there.
Well, we'll see whether he's able to do it next game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, HYG try to fight back against RNG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. The MVP for game number 1 will be Xiaohu on the Azir. And Rusty, how do you feel?
Very deserving. I think he was
Wonderful.
the standout performer of the team. I know it's rare to say that.
I know.
I feel like
I'm
I
excited.
agree with it, but absolutely. He did 37.5%. Like, of his team's damage. That is an outlandish number in and of itself. The stats don't lie for him. And the KDA just doesn't reflect how much he actually did.
100% good participation there as well. So wherever the Azir went, he was able to start up the action there for RNG. And look, we've spoken about Xiaohu before, the king of Shurima. I just don't think he should be allowed to get that champion. I think it's a bit ridiculous.
I can't dispute that fact either. Honestly, this was a performance that coming into the second game, coming into the second draft, I would expect Azir to be picked or banned away from him just because of how potent he was. And this is the best example.
Just ridiculous. Massive Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, separates the team. He did it time and again. Like, the Lamb's Respite with the Emperor's Divide combo between Kindred and Azir is labeled as a strong feature between these teams, right? Like, the 2v2 is strong, the 5v5 is strong. Comes down to execution, otherwise it could backfire, and it worked out.
And the only one time we didn't see it really work out was that one team fight HG came out massively ahead, and that not necessarily was his fault. Like Rusty pointed out earlier, Coldmore did get a flash off before that was used as well, so was just able to stay on the tip of that Lamb's Spike, but still, fantastic game from him.
Yeah, and actually utilizing the teleport there as well out of the Azir. So how do you sort of feel about how he managed to make that Summoner spell work? Or whether it would have been better as a different option. Are we sort of sold on the teleport Azir?
It's a retrospective opinion. Like, yeah, he made it work, so teleport, it was great. But, like, he's against the Morgana, who you could cleanse that bind if you really wanted to. Like, I think there's merits to having other summoners.
I feel like the timing was really perfect for his use of teleport. Rusty mentioned during that game how Kog'Maw was in between his items. He had the Abyssal Scepter, not Abyssal Scepter, he had the Blasting Wand.
Yep.
Got it right. And the pickaxe, so not a Rage Blade just yet.
Could have bought an Abyssal Scepter, of course. Just wouldn't have done a whole lot.
He had a yellow wand.
Yeah.
And they sent him down to the bottom lane. They sent Kog'Maw down to the bottom lane for the first time, and that's exactly when they used the teleport to get a gank off to him and got a nice kill there. So he used the teleport at the right time, I would say.
Well, we are into Champion Select already. Bans coming through thick and fast. Same ones here for the first couple as Kalista and Poppy taken away by HYG and Rise Lucian are the first two from RNG, but they do take away the Alistar. Going hard mode right now by the looks of things as Braum is the final ban out of HYG. A lot of champions still going begging here as Nidalee's up, Kindred,
Echo.
Lulu, Echo, my god, lots of things.
Siva.
And one does
Azir.
not simply ban out Martyr either. And the Alistar and the Braum gone.
Oh, this is a Bard game.
Yeah.
Can you feel it?
I can a
feel
bit.
it.
Of course, that'll be probably a later rotation choice. I'll be very surprised if they lock it in now, given all of the aforementioned things and this, the MVP performer.
Yeah, well,
Also there.
definitely is an option, as Echo was first picked by HYG last time around. We'll see whether he is going to be the option for RNG, as they're cycling through a couple of them.
Can't decide.
Don't blame them.
I can't hold all of these power picks.
They do settle for Echo. We saw how useful it was up in the top lane from 17. Looper going to try and do his best to replicate that in this game.
Well, I mean, Echo wins lane, right? Looper,
Yep.
if he ever wins lane, does more than the average top laner that wins lane. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
He's a very impressive man when he gets a lead. That's why you can't give him Poppy.
Well, we see it on the ban list here on the side of HYG at the moment. They are hovering the Azir, would make a heck of a lot of sense. Gosu is going to pick that one away from the Shurima resident himself, Xiaohu. His Xerath, of course, still there if he would like to play it. But no, they
Yes,
are
it
going to be
is
the pickups. And Chimin going to grab the Graves one more time. So happy, despite the fact that there's Kindred available, Nidalee available, still happy to hop on that Graves. And MLXG says, alrighty, I'll pick myself up the kitty cat.
Yeah, Kindred's good. Kindred isn't necessary. Nidalee is good and definitely the #1 power pick in the jungle that is usually banned, not picked.
Yeah, it's 6.6 as well, so a couple of changes here. And as far as like jungle clear speed, Rusty, you were telling me that still does pretty well.
Yep. There's a set pattern for clearing jungle camps now, but it does it quicker because the pounce does 15 extra damage.
I like it slightly over the pick of Kindred against an Azir here, just because you're not as susceptible to getting knocked off of your own ultimate. Neither is the rest of the team from the swoop that Azir does provide. So I do like the Nidalee pickup.
So I would contest it if they didn't pick Graves in the same rotation. And it's just, yeah, it's fine now.
Ooh, could it be 17 playing the Graves on the top side of the map?
Possible.
The curveball coming in. But XQ hovering over a few champions here as the Thresh looking to be the option from Shu. Was definitely a comfort pick for him earlier on. Of course, last year in the LPL. That was a Trundle that was the last pick, so looking like Mata is going to be taking him towards the bottom side of the map. See what it's going to be paired with here is... Does look like the AD carry pick not going to be going, and Maokai being hovered. Looks like the opposite matchup going to be going on here for Lupa.
Yeah. Looking in these two champions means they're hiding their AD carry, forcing RNG to reveal their hand, which, you know, Siva, it's a pretty obvious one.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that was revealed before the draft actually started.
And not picking it there instead of, like, and taking away both of your solo laners, giving away what was your flexible comp.
Oh, baby.
Super
Wow.
strange. As Xiaohu, back to his poke days. It's no Xerath, but that is most definitely able to fill that niche. And Rusty, you were talking about counter picks. Varus into the Azir. See whether it'll make it work.
There are a few things that outrange in Azir, but Varus is one of them. Deathflayer's touch mastery, also very good now on Azir.
Yeah.
Comboed out with Nidalee as well. Has lots of poke on this side of RNG. Going to be able to siege up turrets really nicely too with the wave clear that Siva can provide.
A cleanse battle. I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. Jin is actually going to be the lock-in here for HYG. So XQ and Shu playing that Jin Thresh lane can be very oppressive. See how Name and Mata are going to be able to play this one out. You can see Name getting vocal on your screen right now saying, oh man, this lane going to be tough.
Lane swap, please.
Aha.
Team.
We shall see. A bit of a poke con coming out from RNG though. The Echo for the split push.
Yeah, see, the way that Trundle likes to play lanes is it's pretty much impossible to hit an AD carry.
Yep.
So you want to be able to hit the support, and melee supports is where Trundle really does excel. Start to take away stats that naturally melee champions will have more of. But definitely lane swap to me could be an opportunity. In saying that, they would be sacrificing the Lupa 17 lane where Echo wants to be.
You also get the advantage of sending a Jin into a lane swap if RNG can force it to.
True.
Only 4 bullets, not quite as effective at taking down turrets. Still can, just takes them a little bit longer.
Yeah, the pseudo crit working out there on the 5th one.
Well, it's not a fake crit, it's a crit.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why does Frostgreen always call it a pseudo crit? Like, or a semi crit?
It's a semi-crit.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like a regular crit, like you just said there.
Crit's
Mini crit.
40%.
All right, okay, so it is somewhat of a pseudo crit, but never mind. Let's just get on Summoner's Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for game number 2 between HYG and RNG. HYG desperate for a victory. Will be their second in the LPL if they manage to pick this one up. Of course, still not going to be able to make it towards any playoffs, but momentum moving towards the relegation tournament going to be very, very important. So we have a look at the Keystone Masteries. A little bit more Deathfire touch this time around.
Yeah, and most surprisingly, Grasp of the Undying on Shu. Which I feel like matches Mata by doing it. Really.
Yeah.
Because instead of being out-traded by a support, which, you know, the lane works in a way where Siva wants to 1v1 minions, Jin wants to 1v1 Siva, and the supports just want to hit each other. It makes a lot of sense.
Grasp and Undying giving champions without sustained since 2015.
Or 2016 even.
Since the Mastery was there, I guess. I have no idea.
Yeah, when did it come out? 17, utilizing the extra time that you get with a sapling, now up to 60 seconds. The most important part of the patch notes.
Not at level 1.
Damn it, are you serious?
Yep.
This
Scales up to
sucks.
60.
It's 40, I believe.
So
level 1.
what I thought was the most important part of the patch notes, I didn't even get right. It's pathetic. Go
Thankfully,
to-
they balanced it. 60 seconds would have been ridiculous.
Still
just
enough
be
to
able
do that.
You'd be able to kill a red buff.
Yeah. So the thing
Straight up.
is, he gets experience Gosu, which is cool, because he gets 1 minion closer to the level 2 spike. I believe 1 less in mid is actually important for trade patterns as an Azir.
Ah.
And he didn't get the 3 CS, so it's actually not an obvious feature. And it looks like Maokai got everything. He did not.
Dun, dun, dun.
We are going to take a look at the lane matchups. MLXG is inside the jungle, clear out the blue camp. As we take a look at the bottom lane, immediately Exhaust being put down onto XQ. It's a little bit of a fight going down here.
Yeah, Hook comes out there as Name gets caught up, uses the healers. XQ has to flash out of the way. Marta flashes after him, but can't quite get there. The chomp coming down. HYG have to leave the lane. Decent scuffle early, but RNG come out ahead.
Yeah, Martha's just too tanky. He can 1v1 anybody on the map right now. Doesn't matter. I am Trundle. The 2v2. Whilst you look at a Jin and Thresh and say this should win, they get outmatched.
RNG opting not to go for that lane swap. Instead, just deciding, hey, we'll fight you. So we're going to get standard lanes between these two teams. AD carries and supports down in the bottom lane. Junglers both started on the top side of the map. So Graves did clear away his red buff. We did see Nidalee take the blue buff first. And MLXG now, working on his second buff, is able to clear that one out. A little bit low, but still able to take the jungle camp away.
Yeah, so that's the thing with the new Nidalee. You can't trap the minions, so they're always going to hit you, and you will take a lot more damage, but you do more damage. So at 3 minutes to do a full clear, it's pretty fast. It's really, really fast.
Yeah, there were no minions left in that jungle.
The jungle's
just
empty.
Ridiculous.
It's 3 minutes.
As we take a look at the top lane, Looper already forcing 17 out of this lane. Making sure he has to back off. We might actually see him use his teleport to get back into that lane. Looper's going to mirror him actually and head back to base after the advantageous trade.
Oh, dangerous as well here as no potions for 17 as he makes his way back to the lane.
He
Dark
got one.
Seal now gathered. Oh, there it is. Waiting for one. That was cute. It's Looper not going to quite find the Q. This top lane, we'll see how it develops. Dark Seal picked up as well. Oh, man, feels good.
It's starting to hit a point where the Echo does a bit more as these two. That's an aggressive Xiaohu.
Wow.
Yeah,
my
wow.
God.
Piercing arrow.
Good
Lots
trade.
of damage. As in comes MLXG. They're looking for 17 now as Parallel Convergence comes in. Looper grabs himself the shield. MLXG just going to hunt this one down, and it's the Q that grabs it. Looper picks up first blood. RNG really playing right now as Jimin looking for a potential gank here in the mid lane.
I'm going to be honest with you. The only reason MLXG was there because the only minion on the map that was a jungle creep that he could take was the Scuttle Crab. And it just happened to be near the top lane.
Right place, right time.
Yeah. Very well executed on, though, nonetheless.
Well, 17 is a tree, usually found in the jungle, so nice for MLXG to pay a visit to that one.
Yeah.
You take a look at Xiaohu in the mid lane. He's going to be farming that one out. Was at a risk from a gank from this guy, Chimin, who is spotted out by that sneaky ward that Varus had put over the upper camp.
What are you talking about?
Really?
It's definitely not. It's definitely not.
Could have sworn.
This is a bit of a gank here in the mid lane, though. As Shu coming around, throws out the death sentence. The flash is going to be used there from Xiaohu. Bit of a drive-by from the Thresh.
Yeah, and a question of summon a spell priority.
Yeah.
As he could have cleansed a hook. Opting into using the flash, which is a very long cooldown when you're against a Graves jungle and an Azir mid lane. I perhaps think the cleanse would have been a better option. Attempt the Duke. Not use the summoner spell. If you get hit by it, then cleanse it.
Still able to stay safe, though, which I believe was Xiaohu's main priority. We'll have to see if it affects him later on in this game. Snarma is going to continue to battle out in this bottom lane. Picked up a cull for himself, so has Jin. So both are going to be farming it up as much as possible, mirroring each other's builds with a longsword to boot. As once again in the top lane, Looper being really aggressive against 17.
He's beaten down on this tree. 34 CS to 26.
This is
In fact,
sneaky.
Yeah. Still going aggressive here as 17 needs the help of his jungler sooner rather than later, as Chimin's going to come in just to protect him. Phase dive, of course, going to be available for Looper if he wants to hop over that wall. There it is. He's going to be fine. Loses his pink ward as Chimin just sets up his top laner to try and get him back into this game.
Yeah, that was a just kidding I'm an Echo moment, honestly. As kind of just casually walks away at light speed.
Echo's like, if you want to escape, you can't. But as soon as I want to run away, bye.
Exactly right. MLXG's 3 CS behind the enemy top laner. It's just crazy. And we're not in a lane swap situation as well. Just to try and get some context onto how well this Nidalee is farming out the jungle.
Everything and more.
Yeah.
Is what he has farmed at the moment. Even invisible CS have been magically picked up by him, if that were possible. As like, again, just look at the minimap. Take note of how many things are available for him to take. If he is going to stay around his own jungle, he would be wasting time. So straight into the enemies.
You can see both of these junglers really want to be farming out, but
might be-
MLXG makes such short work of his. And it's not often that we get to talk about the respawn time of neutral camps, but it's starting to become an issue here for MLXG.
Even worse once he gets the Runic Echoes, though. That's the scary
Oh,
thing.
God.
He's close to picking that one
Oh,
up.
Nidalee.
Fast.
Dominion of Champions.
Exactly. Well, Xiaohu playing back a little bit further now that he doesn't have his flash. He's going to be back up relatively soon. Only a couple of minutes on that one here as Chimin taking away his red buff. Let's see what MLXG is going to be able to do here as Marta makes his way back in. Throws down some fancy ground. But so far, not too much going on as MLXG, yeah, of course, in the enemy jungle, trying to find anything he can to farm up.
Yeah, it was actually well timed looking around a blue buff and whatnot from MLXG, but he's going to start clearing out some vision in the neutral areas, which means Dragon always a consideration. But naturally, as the pendulum swings, junglers invade each other.
I was about to say, look at the response coming in from Chimin here, moving straight on towards that blue buff.
Going to be a trade by the looks of things as MLXG going to dive onto his. Hopping around, so no mid lane is going to get this blue.
Varus may. No, he doesn't. He was walking over.
We think that he was probably wanting to take it. MLXG's like, nah, got to get the numbers, mate.
Must beat 17 in farm.
He's already doing that. He's now started here on the Dragon. Marta to move around. RNG starting this neutral objective control game early on here at 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, 1 kill and the farm advantage giving them the gold lead.
HYD did have a very good early game last game, but one thing that RNG did very well early was control the objectives. Looks like they're trying to continue to do this in game number 2. But Chimin looking for a gank up in the top lane against Looper.
Well, lots of movement speed here as the ultimate is going to bring Looper out to relative safety. We'll see what he can actually do here, though, as 17 pops the ultimate. Lots of damage reduction now as Looper uses the phase dive to try and get himself away. The flash to follow up, though, from 17 as there's the collateral damage, and Chimin grabs the follow-up kill.
Yeah, actually using his ultimate Echo to get out of a twisted advance.
Oh, that's cute.
Almost worked, but he put himself into a very awkward position where he was actually trapped against the wall and just didn't find a way out. Honestly, there probably was ways out, but you can't reset time without your ultimate.
HYD do pick up a return kill after the first blood did go over to RNG. It relieves some of that pressure up in the top lane, which is already very oppressive in favor of Looper. And as we take a look at it, RNG still do have about 1,000 gold lead ahead of HYG just 9 minutes into that game. And with the nice objective control that they have right now, looking to try and continue to slowly push this advantage they have. MLXG still inside of Chimin's jungle, clearing out pink wards, looking to try and find any camp possible to farm up.
It's my favorite thing on Nidalee, by the way, that not a lot of people do. Is if you last hit a ward with your Q, you can actually time it with pounce at the same time and get a reset mid-jump.
Very cute. Well, that Rift Scuttler did not last long as the Runic Echoes is now completed for the Nidalee. Xiaohu trying to be a bit sneaky with his piercing arrows, trying to collect Gosu when he can, as he's stacking that tier now with the serrated Dirk in his back pocket as well. We'll see whether it is going to be an early more of Malmortius or whether he's going to go towards the Ghostblade as the first offensive choice. Always interested to know which one the old Varus is going to go for.
Ghostblade for dueling, map movements.
Yeah.
More of Malmortius to not die to ganks, but because that's a Graves, that would be for 4-man skirmishes. So if they were to initiate any lane swaps, perhaps even the more would be better.
It's going to take a look down at the bottom lane here as Chimin's hand snuck over behind this turret. Puts a ward down, and here comes the teleport.
Yeah, Curtain Call comes down there as well as the bolts are flying through. Marta trying to escape, uses the flashes. Name has the ultimate, flashes out of the way of the twisted advance, but 17 is going to follow him. They make it under the inner turret. Collateral damage not going to be enough as the boomerang comes down. Gosu in from the backside as the Emperor's Divide to stop Marta, and that hook was god tier as Marta is going to fall down. No man's land is where the Azir finds himself though, and Looper still up in the top lane. RNG just going to try and collapse and pick themselves up some more.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Chimin taking so much damage. Piercing arrow comes through as the cleanup crew are here. Deadly Flourish is enough to stop the engagement, but HYG may have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew as RNG pick up an extra kill.
Yeah, they definitely got a lot for it here, HYG. The dive was great and very well executed, but The Cavalry had already made their way. If it wasn't for that God tier hook that Shu made as you motioned towards, then perhaps that would not have happened, as Xiaohu picks up one, MLXG flashes to pick up the other, which is why his aggression is somewhat halted. Unlucky that the spear does not pick up this kill. But he's got Xiaohu.
Yeah, that was with a heal as well.
His boy.
Fantastic play coming from HYG, but it feels like RNG come out on top of that. They pick up a turret for their troubles as well, with keeping Looper up in that top lane. And they now have a 3,000 gold lead ahead of HYG. So they picked up 2,000 gold extra just from that.
Yeah, and Xiaohu had the opportunity to pick up 2 Lucidity boots. Decides he'll settle for
Oh,
one.
yeah, right. Okay. Is that what you're
That
laughing
was what I
at?
giggled at, yeah.
Oh, well, fair
Classic.
enough.
Yeah, able to pick it up over the wall. Nicely done. See whether he grabs the Rift Scuttler there as well, as HYG looking to try and even out this global gold. They do their best to take down this bottom outer turret. Looper makes his way in. He is able to clear out the minion wave, but that is a very, very low turret. And MLXG, of course, in the enemy jungle, stealing stuff.
Yep. We're going to start off, I guess, map acceleration from both of these teams. Naturally, they put Name and Mata into the top side of the map, which means they are comfortable with the advantage that they have, and they want to press that further by opening the map up more so.
You can see Name already deciding to push as fast as possible, shoves the wave in towards the turret. That actually means that Mata and Name are going to head back to base now, so we'll have to see if they go back towards that top lane or move into a different lane of choice. We'll have to see what Name decides to pick up for himself. Well, seems like he's just going to pick up a pink ward and then move on down towards the bottom lane where the rest of RNG are looking to try and collapse upon. Looper is still down here.
Yeah,
Does
throws out
have
a
his
cheeky
teleport.
Q.
Pretty hard to kill an Echo. Some would say near impossible.
Yeah,
I guess I would be some.
Huh.
He hit that blind.
he did.
Good job.
Xiaohu showing his Xerath ways. I just really want to see it again. That's why I just keep going on about it.
Here's the rest of RNG, grouping down in the bottom lane, looking for the siege on the bot lane outer turret.
Yeah.
Yeah, decent juke out there from Shu, as they are just trying to take down the turret. It will fall. RNG will see whether they can find a fight afterwards as they dive on top of 17. Oh, takes the lantern out. Will be okay. That is the objective that RNG were looking for.
And there's no way XQ's getting this anytime soon. Here's a Jin, and this is going to be the slowest turret take in history. As never
Oh,
mind, it's
God.
just not going down at all.
Not even getting onto the turret as Looper's just going to show up, eat up this creep wave for himself, say thank you very much.
That was adorable.
All too easy.
But once again, accelerating the map is the best way to describe that. No way a Jin by himself can trade. And even with Thresh on the bottom lane, all he was there to do was save somebody with the Dark Passage. Wasn't actually there to stop the turrets from falling. So 2 free turrets have been taken.
RNG going to continue. RNG going to continue their objective-focused dominance in this game. Looking towards taking out the dragon as well, which will be taken down by Name. That is the second dragon of the game, and all 2 going on over towards RNG. They're 4,000 gold ahead of this HRG lineup.
Also means that Rift Herald will be up soon as well, so you would imagine they work towards top side now.
Yeah. A few camps actually alive in MLXG's jungle, as you can see, so he's probably upset about that. We'll just go clear them out as soon as he possibly can.
And he does actually look quite up. Look how fast he's moving to that next game.
Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, geez, what is this doing up?
He's going to beat 17's creep score.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's what we've been talking about the whole time, is that they've been the ones neck and neck. Like, it's not even about the jungler matchup anymore. That's just irrelevant.
He's got to pull ahead.
You can see Xiaohu more than capable of clearing out these minion waves now. Does look like he is going towards that Ghost Blade as option 1. 20% CDR already picked up in the items.
Oh no. 17 got there in time.
I feel like this should be a every couple of minutes we check in, because watching a Maokai tick off against a Nidalee is very average.
Oh, MLXG looking for XQ, but Chim in there. He's going to be okay.
He is so fast, though.
There's that Rift Herald, Rusty. And he's going to respawn, and RNG once again going to put focus on taking down this objective. Trundle's going to come here and smack the eye a couple of times, but the Vision Ward is going to spot out RNG, or politely ask them to back away.
Yeah. They find some time, I suppose, to save it, but once RNG recognize that HYG is on the bottom side of the map, then they will go back towards taking that one. Of course, taking it alone is no fun, so he was waiting for lanes to reset their minions. Get some help.
Yep, it is going to be Looper helping him out there. So MLXG grabs himself that Rift Herald once more. Gosu now just going to be trying to clear out this inner turret. Yeah. So not even 17 minutes yet, and he's got Swifty Boots, Runic Echoes, and a Rod of Ages. This Nidalee is so big.
Jahu got that.
Yep. Oh, God. Everything going wrong.
It just feels like it's tiny things, isn't it?
Yeah.
But sooner or later, that tiny thing just explodes further. Like, the cracks are showing.
Mm-hmm. Jahu as well just looks so comfortable on this Varus. Ghostblade now completed. Just laying down the poke over and over again. And you're pretty happy at this stage when you're ahead of the minion curve and you can just throw those piercing arrows out, clear out that back line, and never have to wait around. Oh, nice work from Chimin there to secure at least one of these camps.
What Rusty said also makes a lot of sense against how teams beat HRG as well. You really just wait for those cracks to show because they can take a beating and they'll put up a good fight, but once you find out that avenue to try and close out a game against them, it's hard for them to come back into it.
Yeah, well, game number 1 was the mispositioning of the Kog'Maw, who had to be in the front line. And the Juggermaw against the Maokai. Not going to work out too well in the end, unfortunately, for them this time around. They've got an Echo, so they're winning lanes. The weak link is probably going to become that jungle.
Slowly, it feels like RNG are trying to suffocate HRG as much as possible, chip away at them slowly, and try and find...
That's a 50 CS lead, dude. That's insane.
Ridiculous.
That's actually insane.
And they haven't really been fighting each other. You can see Chim's only died once.
What's the Sivir effect? Like, Nidalee is the Sivir of junglers.
Yeah.
And he just takes your jungle, doesn't actually want to kill you. Sivir just wants the wave.
Oh, who got it?
Chimin.
Yeah.
Good smite.
Yeah, nicely done. But probably wanted that on the Azir if they could.
XQ will get dove.
Looper's going to go for it. Pops the parallel convergence, just jumps straight on top of this Jhin. Couple more auto attacks would be enough. Even gets the stun. Ultimate to try and get away here as the teleport from 17 moves up to the top lane. The tree just watches him.
Easy.
Feels like 17's seen that movie before.
And that was actually, unfortunately, poorly played by XQ. Without the awareness of where Looper's parallel convergence was, walked back into it and got himself stunned.
Oh, really?
He figured that the turret was the safe point, but not to be.
Didn't even see the stun there, as it was just Looper styling on him by the looks of things.
Yeah, Looper actually avoided the stun because of the flash out of XQ, and you can't flash an Echo's auto attack on that E. So again, a series of misplays. But once Echo, like, that champ.
Pretty good.
Impressive.
Has himself the Iceborne Gauntlet now, as well as the Distortion enchantment on those boots. Opted for the Mercury Treads there as well, so bit of magic resistance, but more importantly, the extra tenacity. It was buffed a little bit on a recent patch.
Was sitting on bits and pieces for quite some time. Has had the Balmy Cinder and the Spectre's Cull for most of this game. Then decided to pick up his Iceborne Gauntlet. On the flip side, 17 just has that Spirit Resurge and a Chain Vest. Not quite able to finish his second item just yet.
And looking for that Sunfire Cape as best he can by the looks. Might be a little bit late based on the
He's
efficiency
having
of
a
the item.
bad time.
Yeah.
Machine gun arrows.
That being said, he's doing very well to stay up in the farm game. It's just we haven't seen much from this Azir other than that first roam.
So the thing is, like, he could be doing well in farm, but if he's going to recall every 2 waves, he's not doing well in controlling the map, and that's what RNG are entirely doing, as you can see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Azir is gone because Graze is holding mid lane, and XG gets the green line.
Oh, God.
Takes away the jungle.
So fast. This puppies just weren't there for very long, you know? I feel like we're not getting our money's worth out of the, puppy animations and stuff like that.
Dragon's going to come up in the next 15 seconds, and since that time, just as the ultimate does get popped out by Xiaohu, since the last Dragon, RNG are now 5,000, close to 6,000 gold ahead of HYG. That's just from slowly suffocating, but here's this curtain call.
Looper actually going to get slowed down. There's another bolt that's going to land. The final one hits as well as 17's going to turn this one around as best he can. Shield comes in, massive movement speed, deadly flourish does land though. It's just not enough.
No.
Loop, just don't gank the Echo.
But look how much time they actually just spent trying to do that. Dragon's gone, bottom turret's gone. Everything that RNG could want and more. Because you can't kill the Echo.
Ridiculous.
Even had his ult, if it came down to it, would have lived for another 10 seconds. Didn't come down to it.
So maneuverable. Well, Xiaohu He's going to head back to base. Does have that Mana Immune completed. We'll see what he goes for as item number 2. More Malmortius makes a bit of sense in my mind, but have been a few different choices by a lot of these Varai. Is that how you'd say No, I think it's a noun, so it's Varus's. Never mind.
I would just say Varus players.
Yeah, that's probably even better.
There's only ever one Varus, that's the
Yeah.
thing, right? Like the thing that changes is the player.
Man, you are busting chops like a boss today. It's impressive. But it is another serrated Dirk, so it does look like it will be... Oh! Pickaxe. Last Whisper wants to be completed at the same time, so lots of armor penetration.
Just getting as much damage as possible. And armor penetration.
No item builds out of those two, do they? Just wants the serrated
No,
Dirk
I saw like flat attack item and
Yeah.
then armor penetration. Thought it was the...
Oh
Oh
my
my god, XQ, see you later, nerders! MLXG picks up the kill and the fight breaks out. Exhaust in the backline there as these piercing arrows doing so much work. MLXG picks up a double. This may not yet be over as the triple kill comes down. Piercing arrow one more time. It's a quadra kill. And MLXG is just
Guess
a
what?
complete beast.
He's
gonna
on the
chase.
way. He's looking for 17. Right over the wall. He's going to get locked up. Can't get the spear, but can continue with the bounce. Just managed to get over. They're all chasing him. They want this Penta from XG. They continue it. No! They don't give
Oh!
it to him. They denied the Penta kill.
Look at MLXG, the camera.
Oh, there was a grin on his face there. Zhao's just saying, yeah, no, we were trying, mate, but we just can't do that.
That was flat daylight robbery.
Oh, it was.
It was there with the resilient tree. He lived, and HYG, as unfortunate as it is, they were controlled from start to end in that second game.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was just, it wasn't even closed out. It didn't need to be. You could feel it. It was inevitable.
Yeah. And look, HYG were playing like a team that sort of felt like the Vice had well and truly closed on their series. Well-deserved bow here from RNG. So they are going to head into their final matchup on a definite high. Well played there. Invictus Gaming, their last matchup of the regular season, will be coming up later on. Not today, of course, later on in the week, as we do have still 4 days left. But man, RNG looking strong, and MLXG especially. I mean, I think Nidalee probably going to be banned in, you know, every game coming up.
It's something that I would definitely want to see against
Yeah.
everyone that plays against RNG. And to be fair, it's something I want to see that everyone plays. Like, no one should be able to play Nidalee. It should just always be banned at the moment. 6.6, the idea was make her clear less safe. Absolutely a fact.
Yep.
But how quick 3 minutes to clear a full jungle is absurd.
And it feels like even RNG are respecting that in the first game against HYG. They actually banned out Nidalee on that red side, making sure it couldn't be first picked away by HYG. So I agree. It's going to be a very heavily contested pick, and teams need to watch that game and realize that MLXG should not be getting this champion because he's just going to farm everything if he does.
I mean, the thing with that, though, is RNG just had winning lanes. Like,
Yeah.
they just picked the Varus. Varus counters Azir. So there was 0 situations where mid lane was going to go well. And, I mean, Ghosty did well to farm. Makes a lot of sense that he didn't go down in farm, but recalled every 2 waves to keep up there.
Yep.
Top lane was an Echo into Maokai. Echo beats Maokai. We said this in the first game. We saw it in the first game, HYG's top laner winning that respective matchup. And then the Sivir Trundle, something that we looked at and said, perhaps this is the one lane that HYG can do okay in. They still lost their lane in 2v2 at a level 2 fight.
Yep, and
Yeah.
that just shows the exact way that RNG won that game too. All the winning lanes allowed MLXG to farm, slowly suffocated away and just controlled every single objective against HYG. A very contrasting game between game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about sort of the state of the game at the moment and RNG, because Zhaohu here in the mid lane, we saw his Azir was fantastic, got the MVP for that performance, and then the Varus afterwards. Very, very strong. And this guy's always been known to play this control poke style. Could it be that now that we're heading into the playoffs, it's looking like a Zhaohu type patch?
We're heading towards a poke-heavy patch. I think that goes without saying. So we've had the progression of the way that mid laners have gone and how people working around these mid laners have come back. So Azir rises in popularity, takes out everybody that he's playing against. LeBlanc has a bad time as an example, and she never has a bad time. The reason that Azir's now starting to lose games is because Varus is there. Xerath, always a consideration. I'll say he's an outside pick, like an off chance of ever being played. But the Zed as well. So there's a lot of other champions that are coming back into the patch simply because Azir is, which is the only counter to him is to beat him in lane.
And I have to say as well, it's not just the champions that are helping out as a lot as well. So Xiao, who as a player is playing fantastic the later the split goes. I think he's improving a lot game to game.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of only improved by the fact that his champion pool and his champion playstyle is actually heading up more and more. But you can see MVP is going to go to MLXG, a definite no-brainer on that Nidalee as he was destroying the jungle.
Yeah.
And I mean, all these statistics like kill contribution, damage share, it's that CS score at 20 minutes for a jungler that is the most ridiculous.
Yeah, and he was essentially in what was a low kill game, gets a quadra kill and ramps up that 1-0-2 to a 5-0-2.
Yeah.
They surrender before he gets the penta, but we could all see it was coming. It was inevitable that he was going to get that 5th kill. RNG didn't need to kill everybody to win the game.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So, like, whilst those stats don't reflect back and say, oh, MLXG, like, standout performance, they all played well. He was just the one that got the 4 kills. So, we can have conversations about MVPs again, but here we are. I think it's as deserving as the whole team is.
Yeah, I think so too.
They really felt like a unit in that game. The lanes had to try and win all their lanes. They had to try and stay pushed out to help MLXG. He was just the finisher. He was the one that was able to suffocate them even further in the jungle. And like Rusty mentioned, pick up all those final kills that really stood out a little bit. Scumbag HYG just not giving him that last one, delaying it for the surrender a little bit. But yeah,
we all would
RNG
have done
played
the
really
same.
Yeah.
We all would have
exactly.
surrendered if a Malco
We've
was
had
being
that
chased.
moment before, it's like, oh, this game's not going well. Oh, Jerk's going to pentakill us. It's past 20 minutes. We know what to do.
Quick.
Yeah, completely understood. But look, RNG played that game out very well. Another reason sort of why the Nidalee seems like it's so incredibly oppressive is because it looked like that game got to the point where there had been this big team fight that really has turned it all around. There wasn't. None of that happened. It was all just farming and individual lanes winning for RNG. But the fact that MLXG was in the enemy jungle so long due to the fact that he gets so much space by clearing so incredibly quickly felt like they already had that lane suffocation happening already at about 15 minutes into that game.
Yeah, so there was 2 things that actually occurred to allow that to happen at all. Firstly, Graves is farming mid lane. Religiously, he's just back and forth every 2 waves because they're forcing their 1v1 lane to recall, right? So you can see where Graves is. It's pretty obvious no one's going to fight you inside the enemy jungle. Just go and take that before you take your own. This is why he was like 50-odd CS ahead. But the other thing is that, honestly, just the whole team was winning the map. Like, they chose to accelerate the map wherever they wanted. They had vision everywhere that they needed. The decision-making was there. MLXG was the only risk. And it was a necessary risk because it was calculated.
And although RNG played it perfectly, they were able to suffocate everyone nicely. I feel like HYG's decision-making and trying to get back into the game was a little bit wonky as well. They focused a lot on trying to take down Looper. There was a successful gank in the top lane. Didn't get anything out of that. Malco was still being heavily oppressed by the Echo in the lane. And then later on, they sent about 3 people top lane trying to chase this Echo for 10, 20 seconds. And as soon as they did that, RNG just went, yep, your entire bottom side of the map, that's just gone. Don't bother coming back here anymore.
Yeah, and I guess to like extend on that even a little bit further is it hit the point in the game where RNG was like, hey, let's just win. Like, we're winning our lanes. Let's just take money from every single facet possible. They rotated Name to top lane, and even though the turret was already taken, it gave time to force a movement from HYG, and whilst it may not have been the right idea, HYG's natural response is to match it. They just recalled again, went back bottom. They took the turret, they got a kill for it. Everything just came out well for them.
That was really impressive from RNG as well because HYG from the LSPL, very well known for being able to be very dominant in the early game and in the lane phase as well, weren't able to show that at all during Game 2. And it's a stark contrast because Game 1, they had a scaling team composition, able to do so well early. Game 2, not so much of a scaling team comp, were actually pretty decent in the early and mid game, weren't able to do anything at all against RNG.
Yeah, it just seemed like, unfortunately, Looper getting ahead early really spelt problems here for HYG. But I just want to talk about RNG as a whole as far as how this works, stacking up the victories over HYG. Because we've had a look back, of course, EDG played incredibly beautiful League of Legends against the team about a couple of weeks ago. IG very recently as well, really bringing out Rookies Champion Pool, taking it to HYG in a fashion that we hadn't necessarily even seen before. Then, of course, there's the Zatai show with the very interesting Trinity Force pickup on the Poppy.
Yeah, that is what it is.
Yeah, that is just the classic Zatai thing. But how do we stack this up? How do we feel like RNG went as far as taking down HYG in a calm and collected fashion? How are they looking heading into the playoffs?
I don't want to compare RNG to HYG as such or to how the other teams beat HYG, but to the fact that RNG won by playing the map. Like, that to me is everything. They won and they played beautiful League of Legends because they tried to kill the enemy Nexus by bleeding them out, just by controlling vision, controlling map movements, making good decisions, honestly. Like, this win was closer to EDG than it was to Invictus Gaming by any means, because IG is like, get Rookie ahead, keep Rookie ahead, and just destroy the rest of the map through him as the middle point for that. Whereas like this was holistic. It was gorgeous to watch.
I agree, Rusty. Just felt like they played their style of League of Legends. They didn't have to adapt to anything. They didn't have to change anything or force anything in that game. They played League of Legends the way they wanted to against HYG. And if RG can continue doing that against the better teams as well, the better teams in the league, the teams that are higher up in the table as well, and take their game to those teams, it's going to turn out great for them.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to wrap up series number 1. But after the break, it's going to be OMG taking on Vici in a massive standings matchup. You do not want to miss it. Stay around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. And look, we just saw a little bit of a one-sided affair before this break. Of course, RNG coming out ahead of HYG in a 2-0 fashion. Surrender denying the pentakill, gentlemen. Dangerous stuff.
Yeah, that summed up the series, I guess, quite well. Near 20 minutes surrender from HYG in game number 2. They did show some resilience in game number 1, though, and they gave it to RNG.
Yeah.
Shows that RNG is not an invincible team by any means, but also shows that HYG are inconsistent. That's why they lost.
RNG still did play beautiful League of Legends in that second game. They played the map very nicely, played their own style of League of Legends, just slowly suffocated HYG to a fantastic victory.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it on the head, right, when you said that they won the map. And I think that that's really, really important moving into the playoffs because they're going to be playing against different teams. If they know that they can play against the map and win effectively, things are going to look a whole lot better. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have our next series coming up. It is, of course, OMG versus Vici. You can see the matchup on your screen. This one means so much as far as that playoff bracket is concerned. And Fish, I know that you have spent considerable time going over this one. Explain to us what needs to happen here for which team and what happens.
So, if OMG win, they have secured their spot, and Vici will no longer have a chance of getting into the final spot for playoffs. But Vici, they have the upper hand against OMG, so if the stars align for them, they're able to win this game, they'll have the head-to-head record against OMG because they previously defeated them 2-0. That means if they drop another game, I believe OMG's last game would be against EDG?
It is indeed.
Yep, so if they drop their game against EDG, that means that Vici will be tied up if they can beat HYG with OMG.
I have a feeling they may be able to beat HYG.
Which means that they would be tied in terms of points, but they would have the head-to-head record. So this is a massive game for Vici, and this is the game for OMG to win if they want to clinch the playoff spot right now.
Well, we'll see if they can do it as it's the standard OMG roster for now. Of course, Cool still there in the mid lane. And Xiang is going to be starting us off there towards the top side of the map. The man well and truly back on the Maokai.
Very much so. I think it's reflected in that just there. 4 of his last 5 games, Poppy the other. Poppy usually bad, so back to Maokai.
Yeah, most certainly is. Of course, Schwen, man on your screen. And look, those last 2 champions that he's played, Lee Sin and Gragas, definitely are his 2 champions.
Yes. His best 2 champions by a large margin. Of course, he's capable of others, but I've never seen a Lee Sin be so successful and then lose the flair and that zest on other things.
Yeah, exactly right. There, you saw Cool there as well. Man, back onto whatever the team needs there in the mid lane. The man being the captain now. And SMLZ, the one that has really stepped up after he came over from M3. And 5 there as well. Those last 2 Bard games were ludicrous. This guy looked very, very strong.
Yeah, he definitely did. The Bard is an exceptional thing here from 5, but also a very versatile and adaptable player who, with an AD carry like SMLZ, has big shoes to fill. Yeah,
and actually, as we cross over to the other side of the rift here as well, Bard is going to be a champion that we're going to be talking about a lot because, of course, Caveman plays that one to very great effect. And in their last series, we did see that he was able to unlock the team. But, of course, you can see Dandy there as well. Easy Hoon in the mid lane, sitting back looking calmly confident. Vici, it all comes down to this. See whether they'll be able to take it to OMG because this means so much for this team. Not quite as many faces on this roster either. Unfortunately, it feels like there's a full army for OMG. Not so much for Vici, but it is going to be Long Dandy, Easy Hoon, Endless, and Caveman. The standard Vici roster. Haven't seen Vasily, who is the other face that you could see there as well as Long. The man that came over from UP and has looked very, very good.
You haven't seen Vasily, by the way, because he's the face of Vici Gaming.
Exactly.
There, just not in the actual roster. The idea is quality, not quantity, Vici Gaming. Long, Dandy, all of these names that we are going through right now, exceptional players. And Vici as a whole are coming into their stride as we get later into this first split.
Yeah, we did see Dandy there as well. The man more than happy to jump on the Graves, actually putting a lot of priority on the champion over a lot of others. And we'll see whether he's going to continue to do so, as we did just see Easy Hoon there on your screen. Azir going to be a big pickup for him. And Endless and Caveman to round out this roster has been sort of noted as a little bit of a weak spot for this team, but have recently been stepping up.
Yep, it feels like Caveman's really unlocked that bottom lane, especially with those Bard pickups and being a little bit more aggressive as well in that bottom lane. And it's really been Vici all about their top side of the map getting a little bit ahead and using those resources to facilitate the bottom side of the map, make sure they stay even or get ahead themselves. I like that Caveman's been able to unlock the bottom lane a little bit and make sure that they can stay head-to-head against against a lane matchup if they need to. I'd like to see how they adapt into this going up against OMG.
Yeah, it's exactly right. But I do want to talk about the mid lane here. And Rusty, Cool versus EasyHoon. How do you see this one heading onto the Rift?
Yeah, this to me is actually a very heavy-hitting lane. EasyHoon, back to the Azir meta, makes a lot of sense that he's going to be a standout performer. And whilst the stats aren't massively different between these two, in fact, it's generally just a reflected fact of their win-loss ratio.
Yeah.
In that OMG being slightly ahead have slightly more stats padded to them. It's how important these two are to their teams.
Yeah.
Cool is not exactly the shot caller, but he's the experienced talking player of the team that gets a lot done, especially on champions like Twisted Fate, is able to be a level-headed member of the team. EasyHoon, get him on something that can engage. He will engage. And Vici, when they win games, is generally with him on a Lissandra. Azir does it as well, and it's just going in.
Yeah. And a lot of what EasyHoon can do for the team is often later on in the game as well. I mean, something that's really beautiful is when he hops on that rise and they get to that late game stage and he's just destroying everyone, and it's all about Vici managing to bridge to that point where EasyHoon can be strong. We'll see whether they can do it here against OMG, who have been known to actually punish early games quite effectively.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of champion pools that you mentioned is actually a thing in the middle lane. So Ryze, Twisted Fate, all of these champions, Lissandra even with Azir, a big example of things that will be heavily contested. And when we come into this drafting phase between both of these teams, if the focus is on mid lane, there's a chance that you're sleeping on other things because Bard, the priority that was mentioned earlier, Lung, he's a monster top laner, and if you leave him to his own devices, he's probably going to be a sleeper carry.
And that also means that Dandy might get that Graves. He's played like 18 games of Graves so far in the LPL. Or this season he's played 18 games of Graves. He might get another chance of doing that if mid lane's contested.
Well, they certainly will have a chance to do it unless OMG are going to pick it away right now. Xuen not necessarily known to head over there, and the Emperor of Shurima picked up for Cool, denied from EasyHoon. And now Vici for their first couple of picks. Of course, Lulu's available. There are a lot of champions up. Braum, Alistair, Bard. Thresh was actually taken away from 5. A lot of respect given right there. We'll see what EasyHoon's going to do, especially what they're going to lock in as their first 2 picks here on the side of Vici, just to try and hide what they want to do here in this draft. And Kalista launched through, and Endless has actually shown a lot of power on that champion. The bottom lane already locked in.
Yeah, so going for the Kalista Alistar is a way of Vici hiding their bottom lane.
Whoa. Graves is locked in.
That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, that's... We'll get back to that.
Yeah.
Going for the Kalista Alistar to me is hiding Endless and Caveman and saying that you may be a weak lane on paper, but you've got strong champions now that'll always do well in a 2v2, so it doesn't matter.
And also gives them that extra power to try and help them out in the bottom lane when EasyHoon, Dandy, and Long try to give them some assistance. They have a lot of crowd control, a lot of ways to engage once they come down to that bottom lane, and lots of damage with the Rend too.
Yeah, it's definitely true, but it is going to be the Maokai and the Graves locked in on the side of OMG. You can see EasyHoon's already locked in the Ryze. A lot of pick potential coming out, especially if they pick up the Elise right here.
Yeah, and to quickly get back to that Graves, it was only taken away from Dandy.
Flat out, yeah.
The bans are the Nidalee and Kindred, with the Graves being picked up, trying to focus him. It doesn't mean that Dandy's missing champion pool by any means.
No.
But it's their attempt to get rid of his strongest champions to bring him back to a level where Xuen is comfortable enough to fight him.
Yeah, and as well, the champions that Dandy's able to carry on as well, of course, is a jungler that does like to get a lot of the gold and do a lot of the work for the team. So remove the likes of Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves that do a lot of damage is very, very important. But bottom lane now locked in. OMG, Ezreal Braum to line this one up.
Just to touch on your point that you mentioned quickly as well, Dandy, he has the highest KD in his team, and the most percentage of the kills go on over towards him. So it's very often that you see him on those carry-style junglers. I like taking Graves away from him because that's his most played champion this split by far. But Ryze going away to EasyHoon was a little bit scary for me because it's the most banned against Vici. OMG banning out quite frequently as well, and Vici never really get this champion, so EasyHoon getting it.
Speaking of bans, Lulu, Poppy gets through.
They just last picked Poppy.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about jungle focus. We're talking about random other things. Like somehow he got his like really strong Ryze champion. They got a Kalista Alistar bottom lane. I said it as well. Don't sleep on Lung. He's got like the easiest champion to win the game with in League of Legends besides maybe Echo.
And they denied the possible Echo counterpick there as well that has been taken a lot of the time into the champion. So Long definitely having a good time. And in fact, if we look at his match history as well, has actually made it onto the Poppy quite a few times. And I have a feeling it's because a lot of this extra focus goes to Easyhoon, goes to Dandy.
Yep. It's very easy to say as well, and we touched on this earlier, is they've just got 5 very strong players that work together. Perhaps it's 3 exceptionally strong and 2 strong, but the bans, the drafting phase, you want to get rid of Easyhoon, you want to get rid of Dandy's champions. They're the 2 focal points, and you forget about Long.
Certainly do, but OMG on the flip side have actually set themselves up with pretty powerful team comp. We'll see whether they can make it work there. As Cool on the Azir, we're going to be all eyes on him as we move to this one. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the Rift for our second series. And here we are onto the Rift for our first game between Vici and OMG, as there's the Meowkai.
It's Meowkai.
Oh, wonderful. I've all of a sudden become OMG biased, I think.
Best day ever.
Are you kidding me? It's the Rise skin of dreams.
Yeah, it is. Wizard Whitebeard Rise. It's a big treat, this game, already. Not only is it massive implications in the standings, but as well, we've just got the best skins.
We are also going the Strength of the Ages Rise route.
Yeah,
I've seen it from Pawn. Makes a lot of sense. Someone who builds health makes it impossible to kill, and you get a small amount of resistances, and the health is a lot more effective. Honestly, it's just the best skin ever.
I'm going to really struggle this game, I think, guys. If I ever just burst out laughing, just know that you've got to take over, because it's just a lot to handle.
No worries, we'll do.
Thanks, boys. Thanks, boys.
Keep it in mind.
Even the saplings.
Do they sleep? Yeah, they're sleeping.
What?
Maxi.
This is so good.
Even the spectators like, this is amazing.
Yes.
No, our observer just knows. He knows. Knows what's up. SMLZ and 5, though, are going to be starting on the Krug camp here towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like we are going to have a lane swap, though, as Vici have moved towards top side. See who's going to be able to win out here as the battle has already started in the mid lane.
Both junglers will start with their top laners assisting them. So Maokai will make his way up to the top lane. Will be able to get another 3 CS for himself after taking away the small raptors with his saplings. Long's going to do his best to farm up these 3 as well. Misses every single one.
Gets the experience, though, you know.
That's what he really needs.
Q is just really quite frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, and we've got the standard lane swap where Jiyoung's going to go chill out. I don't know if I can do this.
No, neither do I.
But once again, standard swaps as supports. They get to choose how annoying they're going to be.
5 so far been pretty annoying. Just throws himself a Winter's Bite, but doesn't actually get too much done.
It does mean Cool and Easyhoon are going to be isolated in this mid lane for quite some time. We'll have to see if any of the junglers pay a sneaky visit to them during this lane swap. But for now, they're just left to try and farm it up. Rise traditionally doesn't farm too well underneath turrets. Easyhoon doing the best he can to keep up in CS. There's a big wave crashing on towards his turret.
Easyhoon, if anyone can actually farm under turret on Rise, it is going to be this man. Very comfortable on this champion. As Schwen on his red buff now. See whether he moves towards that bottom lane to try and get this push on. You can see Maokai already moving over there. The fast push is going to ensue. Long, of course, making his way up. But Dandy actually staying behind. Just going to leave this one to his bottom lane and top side.
Yep. So junglers, naturally, the adaptation that we have seen a lot at the moment is that they continue to farm their jungle. Take out those scuttle crabs around the time the turret is going to fall. Makes map movements to the dragon and stuff a little bit more efficient as well. We're going to go by seconds, and lane swaps are a game of seconds.
Xiang's going to be left down here to deal with the last few creeps as he tries to take down this turret. So is Long. Both managing the waves rather effectively.
Yep, like it so far from both of these teams. Very, very even in this lane swap, and we'll see. This is the time where the adaptations have to be made. We'll see exactly where each team is going to go. Easyhoon's taking a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, and both top laners denying as many minions as they possibly can before their respective duo lanes on the enemy teams will crash towards them aggressively. He's done well. The 6 CS difference is actually just realistically the saplings that he got at level 1 here, Xiang, and the 3 minions he managed to get. Yep. Whilst Long spent the entire time double jungling, knowing that he was going to be in a lane swap scenario. So nothing really lost.
And we are going to see the AD carries return to the opposite lanes this time. Svive trying to be a little bit annoying. Wanted to spot out Long, who does manage to complete his recoil. He's going to be up here with Tren, who's going to work on the Krugs on Vichi's side of the jungle. Easyhoon still being pushed underneath this turret by Cool, who's done a very good job of keeping him there. But, like you mentioned, Atlas, been able to keep up in CS quite nicely on Ryze.
I will say, current Ryze is making, it makes last hitting on a tower a lot easier. You just press E, and they all go to 1 hit with an auto and a tower shot.
Able to sort that one out in the earlier stages of the game. See, Cool did actually decide to go back to base, grabbed himself the makings of his Stinger and extra ring, so a lot of lane pressure available for this Azir. We'll see whether he can actually put the pressure down, but Vici continuing this fast push strategy. The extra attack speed from the W on the Elise actually helping out there as well. No Rift Herald has been taken on the side of OMG. Going to be a little bit behind as far as this shove is going to be concerned. This tower going down very, very quickly. They may get another bounce from it as well. Looks like they possibly will. Not too far behind is OMG.
Yep, both teams just going to trade turrets once again. Tren takes a little bit of damage from that, but it's not going to worry him too much. He's just working on the final way to push it in towards turret. We'll have to see what the two teams decide to go for next. It should be OMG going for the Rift Herald and Vici picking up the Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, both a little bit inefficient, but equally as inefficient, which makes it like a dead even trade because they're trying to get their top laners more gold.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a better bounce there available.
Well, this is
from
identical,
OMG.
honestly, just on the other side of the map.
Oh, no! Cool, misses the Emperor's Divide. Is Easyhoon able to get that ultimate off? Lots of damage down here as Ryze looking for the 1v1. The flash still available. He decides not to use it. Easyhoon noticing that there will be friends coming around from that Herald, but that is dominance asserted in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the Ghost burned by Easyhoon was the only summoner, which is why it was a forced flash out of Cool. Misses the aggressive engage, but could have been a different story if Easyhoon were to be hit by it. I still think that he would have probably died Cool. But we are not to know that fact.
Easyhoon just pretty scary on this Ryze.
Yeah,
Sure is.
and that's the thing, right? Like, he's just bought his tier and a mana crystal, so that damage is going to go up. The ability to kill him is going to go down because he's got Strength of the Aegis. Like, if that was a Thunderlords, goodbye, Cool.
Yeah.
Still a very efficient Keystone Master to pick up on this Ryze.
Absolutely.
Take a look. Cool's now going to head back into his lane. Picked up the Stinger for himself. He's going to get that little bit of extra attack speed to deal with these minions and hopefully poke out Easyhoon a bit more.
Yeah, exactly right. The thing that I just find so scary about Ryze is the fact that he doesn't even need to go back to base to just passively get stronger and stronger and stronger, despite levels or anything like that that are also going to be contributing. The fact that the extra mana that you build up on your tier and the Strength of the Ages now as well, making you tankier and tankier.
And Rod of Ages, when he gets that, just stacking up slowly over time.
Precisely.
He's just a quintessential scaling champion.
Not even based on those items, but Endless now going to be heading back here towards the top side of the map. See where everyone goes. Haven't seen too many scuffles. A lot of map play here from both of these teams. Apart from this mid lane kerfuffle, which didn't actually result in a kill. It's just a summoner spell. It's about all we've seen.
What type of a triangle would Ryze be?
What do you mean?
A scaling.
Oh my
he did it.
goodness. You, sir, would be an obtuse.
No, it'd be a right angle. That was great.
Well, I hopefully would be an equilateral because I like to stay as unbiased as possible. Easyhoon making his way down. Oh, Nail's cool with the Q right there. Five is paying a visit here as well. Dandy moving in, trying to find himself something, but it looks like more fast pushes are coming in as OMG. They have eyes on Easyhoon.
It's a big stack mid lane. Do sweep it out, try and spot for any wards.
It's also, and something that we have often seen when Rise was a thing in the middle lane, is his lack of ability to wave clear when pressured by multiple parties of a single team. Of course, if he has the ultimate available to him, it makes life a lot easier. But the sheer numbers could potentially zone him away, as, again, it was an aggressive idea, but it was an early map play with nothing to lose.
Yep. OMG do just manage to back away after Rises. Just shoved in for a little bit too long. Siyoung and Lung just going to be farming up in the top lane. So you finally get standard lanes, you could say. Top laners meeting each other for the first time. The AD carries and support should be meeting each other for the first time shortly. Endless will be the one that gets to this wave first and will immediately start to shove that one out.
One thing I do want to say, though, is hats off to EasyHoon for just knowing exactly when to play back. Of course, his mid lane opponent didn't actually have that flash summoner spell. He could have potentially gone aggressive, but a lot of respect given, not taking any unnecessary risks. You can see how seriously Vici are taking this game.
This is a pink ward that Vici have put down a lot of their games. Very deep. They wait for the wave to bounce back and use it for a teleport. SMLZ and 5.
But both teams have actually got that as well.
They're going to find it, go into the bush.
Sneaky.
Oh.
Yeah, and again, you can see the pink wards on the top side of the map that OMG have placed. Identical. They're ready for any teleport flanks. And to me, I'm most concerned for Vici right now because they pushed in top lane, they pushed in bottom lane. So Maokai's got a freeze.
Yep.
SMLZ currently had one. He's pushing it back, but not as aggressively as you might think. And Vici, they're wasting a lot of time getting nothing.
You can see Long actually going to move back towards the top side of the map. See whether he can actually break this.
They're dancing.
Here's a big stack middle, though. Vici actually grouping up around the Raptor camp. They cleared vision earlier. There's a flash over the wall.
Yeah, Fate's Call comes in. Massive damage as EasyHoon just picks it up. Special delivery. There's a kill on the mid laner, and that's the proactive play that they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were dancing, but they make it work for them as wave clear is attempted here from OMG, but the first blood secured.
Yeah, the setup was really nice. Had the lanes pushing into the sideways. They cleaned out that vision earlier, and they just aggressively jumped on top of Cool. Now, EasyHoon was already looking good in that lane.
Got it.
Oh, SMLZ, the true hero.
The Holy Trinity, though, in the top lane from OMG stands strong.
The audit of the pink ward. It's not going to fall anytime soon for OMG. But their mid laner certainly has, as SMLZ is going to continue this push down in the bottom lane. Getting that one pushed out as far as possible. And it's still just going to be the top laners matching each other, the bottom lanes matching each other, the mid laners just duking out wherever they can.
Yeah, and actually, it was Xiang with a big freeze for quite some time, only managing to create himself a 12 CS advantage. We'll see exactly what Lung is going to be able to do with the wave now in his hands. Endless able to pick up what SMLZ delivered in as well. So Vici, now their turn to get some farm on, and we'll see exactly what OMG can do with the added space that they've just been given.
Cool's also a very momentum-feeling guy. EasyHoon having a lead could be quite devastating for them.
He's on Rise as well. Comfortable on this champion. The lead will benefit him significantly. 15 seconds till Dragon does respawn. We saw Vici control that one during the initial lane swap, whereas Rift Herald was OMG's focus. We'll have to see if that changes between these two teams. Siyoung has been pushed out here. Long's going to head back to base as well and prep possibly for a teleport to cover that Dragon pit. But no map movement so far from either team to get towards it. So Vici is now going to set up. They cleared the vision of this river very nicely previously. They're going to try and take down this Dragon. Nobody really in range from OMG to contest that.
EasyHoon is going to pop that passive, grabs himself the extra shield. It is discovered there by SMLZ, but nothing to come from it. Rend is going to pull out those sticks, pick themselves up. That extra Dragon and the extra turret damage there as well as heroic charge onto Schwen. Long's just like, get out of my jungle, man.
Vici playing controlled and slow is the best way to describe it, but it is the Vici style.
Yep.
They bleed you out, and 2 dragons at 13 minutes is the best way to accurately represent what they are trying to do. OMG, they've been responding on the opposite side of the map, but the Rift Herald amounts to nothing if you don't actually get something from it. The Dragon's always a scaling objective.
It's been a relatively quiet game between these two teams. Like you mentioned, Rusty, just, swapping the sides of the map. Interesting enough, though, the only play that's happened for Vici is their bottom lane going into EasyHoon's lane. We don't see EasyHoon and Lung going down there anymore. They're the ones assisting their team. And in fact, they're not doing too bad in this laning phase either. It was a huge swap, so the lanes never really met each other, but they're even on CS. They've got an assist.
But the thing is, the only reason the bottom lane went mid is because they can't be bottom. Like, they're freezing the lanes, OMG. They're playing it slow, and they're forcing Vici into this slow style because they want to scale. Ezreal needs his 2 items. Azir needs his 2 items. Maokai even needs a little bit more than what he has right now if he wants to survive a Kallista's damage, and that's the target that he will be actually going for when you hit these skirmishes and team fights. Vici, they may have scaling behind a Rise, but it's not like OMG don't have it themselves. In fact, they are the ones doing this.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting. 2 item dependent AD carries here as well. And we'll see when Endless picks up that Hurricane, whether he's going to start playing more aggressively, what the moves he's going to do on this map, as he already has the Blade of the Ruined King done. And my goodness, Easyhoon, 14 minutes into this game, Rod of Ages, Mercury Treads, and the tier, plus a cheeky little Doran's Ring there as well. This guy is well and truly on his way to being a gigantic beast in the late game.
He's going to have the Aegis of the Legion from Dandy as well, giving him that extra magic resistance on top of the extra health that Rusty was already talking about. That Rise gets from not only these items, but Strength of the Ages and his Runes of Mastery Super. Look at this deep teleport into the bottom lane.
Yeah, Vici looking for it. OMG are going to answer with their own as well, as there are 4 members down here. Long still trying to make this happen.
Oh, wow.
There's a 3-man pulverize. Massive work here from Vici as they start up the fight with the kill on the jungler. 5 is going to fall down incidentally. It's a double kill already for the Kalista as SMLZ actually dashing out of the way, seeing what he can do. But there's the auto attack. Triple kill for Endless. And there's the Flash Cocoon as well, as Xiong's going to take a bit of damage. Easyhoon actually looking to try and take this one down. The double snares, and he'll be able to get it. And Vici pull the trigger.
Vici, they get the item spikes. Most importantly, what we named, the Rod of Ages and the Aegis. And they engage wholeheartedly towards this bottom lane. And they destroy OMG. No response available.
And they're still looking for more here. Skull has to try and bob and weave his way out of that mid lane. Vici looking to apply some pressures to those structures, potentially. As soon as I say that, recalls do come out, but they still pick up a nice amount of kills for themselves, and they're 2,000 gold ahead of OMG right now. So big play in the bottom lane for them. They've been using those teleports a lot this season. We thought it might be to that pink ward earlier, but in fact, it was just cleared out. They put one down later, wait for OMG to push out, and finally capitalize on that. And this could potentially be why OMG were freezing for so long, not to fall prey to that teleport gank. And it was Easyhoon out-rotating Dandy as well. Out-rotating Cool, sorry.
Cool just doesn't feel like his same self right now. Up against Easyhoon. It might be weird to say, but he feels outclassed.
Oh, what?
Never mind.
Cool is, on the other hand, just going to kill Caveman.
Oh.
So,
See ya.
See ya, Cow.
The
Back
question
to the
remains of what is Caveman doing there. But, nonetheless, OMG, they find themselves their first kill.
Yeah.
They're going to look to try and pressure some objectives here. In fact, already taking down this tower quite low. Should be able to take it down. OMG pick up a single kill in the mid lane and are able to take 2 structures for it.
Yeah, a game of inches where you can take miles.
Yeah, just a brain lapse from Vici. This Caveman didn't even use the ultimate as we have a look at this kill.
Thunderlords? No. He just
killed him.
Just got soldiered in there.
Magical soldier ranges. Just get themselves the kill. He was not in range. I know.
It's just real silly, man.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like there's like ranges, you know, like the circle around the soldiers, that you can hit this area.
Yeah.
That's what that's meant to be. Hits a little bit outside that area sometimes. Cheeky with those spears. The devil.
Mm-hmm. Well, you were talking about 2 item power spikes here. Cool has managed to find his Abyssal Scepter and Nash's Tooth. There it is, the Muramana and the Iceborne Gauntlet picked up from SMLZ as well towards the bottom side. Bit of an aggressive move there from Vici, not to find too much. Fighting over jungle. Is Cool able to clear out this mid lane. Vici, bit of a sneaky maneuver. As Dandy clears out the vision.
And OMG did pull it back with those turrets and the single kill they got, but still, Vici have a lot of standing gold, so a single team fight in their favor will create a massive gold swing for themselves, and they're looking to just try and take down these turrets on their own. Able to take down the mid lane outer turret that was already chipped down previously.
Yeah, big movement there as the Rift Herald looked at by Vici. 18.5 minutes into this game will be the last opportunity for them to take that objective as Vici, 5-man strong, move over to take down the purple-eyed fellow.
Yeah, and from this, the dragon, number 3, is up in 10 seconds for them. So you'd imagine they walk all the way back down the river to the next objective in line.
SMLZ is pushing up this bot lane rather aggressively, and Tren is close by towards that Dragon Pit. They might be able to take control of the river for now. 5 going to tag the blue buff. Tren and SMLZ will work on trying to take that one down. The rest of Vici are now collapsing on towards that area. Smite was used onto that blue buff, so 15 seconds still it's back up for Tren. So Vici do have some time to try and contest for this, but it will be OMG starting on that Dragon buff. They take it down quite fast. You have to think, Vici deciding not to contest for it.
Yeah, deciding not to team fight, I think, is the concern there. And also prioritizing that Rift Herald over going for the Dragon. There's, oh, flash.
Again.
Yeah, once again, Easyhoon is going to flash his way out of the way, but Cocoon is going to land onto Cool. 5 finds his way in. Unbreakable's there as well. The teleport actually came down from Long. Heroic charge actually onto Schwen, who takes a fair bit of damage right now. Vici still not sure whether they want to follow up on this fight. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication.
This is just trading. This entire game has been trading. You get Herald, I get Dragon. You get mid lane, wait till they recall, and I get mid lane.
Yeah.
The same thing with blue buffs just then. Honestly, the only difference is 5-1 in kills.
Yep.
When will the game open up further?
With all the trading going on, it seems like Vici are the benefactors with about 1,500 gold in their favor and still 1 turret down against OMG, so they can still potentially swing the gold even further by taking another turret for themselves. Good job.
Very
Got
nice.
5 for that.
That was satisfying.
Felt good. Again, shout out to the observers. 10 out of 10.
Take a look at the items really quickly. Easyhoon's completed his Seraph's Embrace. And the Rod of Ages has been stacking for 6 minutes now. So slowly scaling up into the scary terror that Rise could be. Danny also has the Locket of Iron Solari, giving that extra shield to his team.
You said slowly stacking up. Look, I have a feeling that he's already terrifying beast. Because that Seraph's to just be completed like that from a tier. It's a massive spike in power.
Yeah, it's a pretty big spike. On the flip side, though, SMLZ is actually a big power point for OMG as well, because the tiers are completed, and they're not just completed, they're upgraded to the respective Seraphs and Muramana.
He's looking to pick up a Blade of the Ruin King next, it seems. Got his Bork ready. Cool has his Abyssal Scepter to try and shred some of that magic resist and provide some of his own, but Long looking for a flank.
Yeah, trying to find SMLZ here as ultimate does get used, I believe, from Easyhoon. Of course, not much of a cooldown. Is OMG able to stand their ground. Long still trying to poke his head out. Adorable sapling is going to explode in his face.
It's Meowkai.
Stars everywhere.
Oh my god, I love it. As you can see, this game just feels like it's all about setup. It's all about creating the space for the fights to actually break out. Both teams seem to know the answer for each of the movements now as Vici clear out the top side, get that wave pushing towards the turret. Everyone sort of just trying to maneuver the opposition around the map into a favorable position. No one really getting any actual headway right now, apart from Vici's ability to create a couple of fights in the earlier stages.
Well, this has been alluded to in the past already, but Vici Gaming and LMG at the moment seem like they're the team that'll take the 80% wins when it comes to risks, whereas a lot of other teams will go for the 65 and try and mechanically outplay someone.
Yeah.
Vici deem it a not necessary factor.
Trying to be slow and steady.
Every move that they make needs to be right, which is why it's a forcible slow and steady. There's actually a ward to spot this.
Oh, this is a big play coming from Vici.
That is destroyed, though.
That's a lot of spears into this Baron. A teleport is going to be immediately procced coming in from OMG and actually cancelled from Seyoung.
Yeah, so Maokai is not going to make his way around. Long still has his teleport if they want to. Relatively large health bars here on the side of Vici. Is Cool going to clear out some vision?
Long's in base. He has home guard.
He's looking for it. They were using that to try and start up a team fight. As Long once again sitting on the pad.
That really shows Rusty's point about the 80% decision. Baron was down to half health with spears loaded on it. They see the teleport, they back away, not opting to take that risk. But here's a team fight.
Wow.
Yeah, gigantic knock-up actually to come in to start this fight off. True Shot Barrage actually does a lot of work as well as Endless is actually okay for now. Low health bars on the side of OMG as Easyhoon's doing so much work. Long in the backline able to do a lot as well as over the top. OMG are just falling down. Schwen is going to get caught up to by Dandy as at least the smite's there, but it's not going to be enough. And underneath the turret, OMG have to cower and wait for this Baron to potentially go down.
I don't know if the Baron will be taken. Low health bars on the side of Vici. This is a risk, but with the speed that Easyhoon does this, You can see he does it very fast.
Yep.
Extraordinarily quickly. There it is. As Cool decided not to contest and will indeed just run away. For bated breath at that stage. Just doing our very best to try and keep the suspense.
Because the Trundle actually uses his pillar there, you know?
Yeah.
And put up the traffic cone instead.
This is the team fight, though, ladies
This is
and
that
gentlemen.
massive team fight.
Yeah, EasyHoon honestly does so much work with Long. EasyHoon kills the front line, Long kills the back line. It's just clinical from Vici. Even with Endless, honestly, it's a non-factor.
Long really timed his moments for everything as well in that fight. Was able to just pace around back and forth, jump onto the right targets at the right time, and I believe Vici able to pick up the Baron as well from that.
Just when we
certainly
thought they
did.
couldn't.
And then with it just like that, they're about 4,000 gold ahead of OMG.
Emergency Trundle came in, helped him out.
Don't look at me!
Well, red buff is going to go over to Schwen. Manages to lock it down as EasyHoon trying to cut off Cool here. Long throws a buckler at his face, but a lot of wave clear available for the Azir. Despite EasyHoon's aggressive positioning, not able to get too much damage onto this turret. Almost has the Void Staff complete.
Yeah, the amount of damage that EasyHoon's doing is ridiculous and only amplified further because after that Void Staff, he can kill the front line. And he can kill the Maokai in a combo probably.
You should be able to get it with this back as well, I believe. In fact, he's opting to go pick up the blue buff first before he does just that.
May as well. Not too much to lose here. 8-1 is the kill score right now, as OMG have done a decent job answering with global objectives in order to stay close in this gold game. But despite that, Vici still holding strong, especially in any of these fights. The team's just looking well coordinated.
We have to see what avenue of attack Vici go for next. We have a 4,000 gold lead and lots of items completed on all their champions. They would look to try and push down the lane, especially with the Baron buff up. Endless is trying to push up this top lane. Lung sitting down in the bottom lane. His teleport will be back up and available shortly. So a little bit of a split push going on between Vici. In fact, EasyHoon didn't go pick up his Void Staff yet. Still has the components.
Yeah, it's just farming, man.
Waiting, taking his time. Still murders creep waves with his ultimate.
Yeah, he actually obliterates them. OMG going to find it a little bit difficult to wave clear now. Given that Baron, so Vici can kind of just run over them. It's EasyHoon. Doesn't really care for your damage.
Not at all, and Dandy is going to be in there to help out. So that turret falls down. Inner is going to fall. So Baron buff doing some work here as OMG looking to try and fend off these tanky creeps. Inner turret now going to be sieged, but SMLZ able to get a fair bit of work done. Sort this one out. Baron buff move towards the bottom side of the map here as well, as Vici covering as many fronts as possible. Just shoving these waves in. Xiang pretty tanky right now with the Sunfire Cave Spirit Visage, so able to fend off the Poppy.
I believe Baron just ran out as well for the side of Vici. Which means that they were able to pick up one turret for their trouble to take another dragon, but take another Baron, sorry, but still 6,000 gold in lead. They're still looking to pick up one more once that Baron buff has gone down. They're able to lock down SMLZ behind this turret and eventually take down the turret as well.
Cool, able to get a bit of damage down onto Dandy there, who smites away the enemy Grom. Lung. Now just the battle over the Krug, and Lung is going to win it for now.
The real battle.
Yeah.
In a situation with two top laners. The neutral is far more easily killable than that of each other. So, I reckon that was only like a 2,000 to 3,000 gold power play as well, let's be honest. Like,
Yeah, not huge.
Vici, once again, they go for the easy wins. They don't go for the difficult execution, heavy fights.
I wish I could see how much gold EasyHoon has here. He hasn't completed that Void Staff yet, and that's been since the Baron fight finished. And look at this, teleport into the bottom lane.
Yeah, Long looking for the Maokai. Oh, doesn't get the stun though, and Xiang is going to flash out of the way. They may just ignore the turret. But decide not to. The Maokai is going to be safe, so that's a big cooldown now burn. The flash gone as well as, oh, just stop it. Oh.
That's a pretty good
No,
recall.
it wasn't a Void Stuff, it was a Death Cap.
Yeah.
So, never mind.
So he was waiting for that much gold.
Yeah, that's why.
It was like a 25-50 buy.
Yeah. I'll trust you on that one as well, Rusty.
Kind of pink look.
Well, Vici now setting up for this one. The ultimate to come through here
Goodbye.
from Long. Gets rid of a couple. We'll see whether they actually go for the dive or whether they just focus the turret. Looks like it is the turret that's the focus. So they get a bit of damage. Vici just going to move away.
Endless perpetually half health as well at the moment. He's just being poked out constantly. Having a hard time keeping it up.
This is the last inner turret on the side of OMG, so Vici trying to take the easy objectives wherever they can. Baron's back up in a minute 50, Dragon a little bit longer. Have to see if they're able to successfully take down this turret. It's already at half its health. OMG are doing a decent job of wave clearing, making sure that Vici can't get anywhere close, and they don't have the waves pushing for them. In fact, top lane looks like it's going in favor of OMG. Mid lane should be a relatively easy wave for OMG to clear back out. They're still keeping up this pressure. They've sent Maokai to the mid lane. We have to see if Vici can do it with this push.
Well, like, look at the power that Rise has there, right? Like, he's commanding OMG around the battlefield. There's an opportunity definitely here for a fight, but it's so risky diving a turret with an Azir there. And once again, Vici, they're a reserved side at best.
Yeah, not worried about taking the victory fast if they can take it secured. You can see that was the Rend. Oh, not. Oh, able to pick up the red buff. Stealing it away from Xuen, who has been able to farm up very well, but hasn't exactly had too much of an impact in this game so far. And Endless now back to farming duty here in the mid lane. So more of Malmortius was the third item here for the Kalista.
Even 2 lockets completed by Vici Gaming. Not even a banner of command between them.
Oh, and it's such a fun Elise item too. I don't know, get the extra AP, feels good. Not happening.
Focusing the shields, focusing the tankiness.
Yeah, I think it's good. And I feel like as well, like if they ever get split up, Caveman does want to be with Endless at all times, just with how that W works now. We'll see whether in these split fights, both of those Legion auras are going to be working out well.
Baron's up in 8 seconds. Vici doing their best to try and clear out that pit. And is going to be able to take down his red buff as well, so that's a small power spike for a while.
In fact, just grabs another one, stacks it on top.
Easyhoon doesn't have teleport, by the way, so him being bottom lane should actually give OMG time to re-establish control of the Baron area or look for a team fight.
Well, the Hoon is going to move back towards the mid lane. Dandy clearing out around here. Lung commanding presence here as OMG do back away. Dragon going to be taken. Caveman jumps on top. Endless is here to help out. Rips out the sticks. That will be the Dragon. Number 4 now for Vici. As you're right, OMG do use that opportunity to set up some vision around this Baron pit.
This just might get immediately taken back by Vici though, so they're moving towards that mid lane. Lots of pings going out towards that bottom lane, which does have a nice wave pushing in Vici's favor. Easyhoon was able to set that up as they made their way towards the Dragon pit.
Also Long going down there to be much more of a menace with that. Try and draw some pressure, or at least Maokai towards it. I know it was a 4-man roster. Vici don't need the Poppy there at all, because that Baron can be taken in 10 seconds flat.
Well, it is getting ripped apart here. Scrying Orb is going to be used below half health right now as True Shot Barrage sails through. Block of the Iron Solari comes in, and Long in for the flank. He's looking to see what he can find. Heroic charge now against the wall, and it's a cluster of damage here from Vici. OMG still trying to make it work there as the ultimate comes down. It's now 3v5.
Cool.
As they smash on top. Cool. Actually getting some work done there as the Emperor's Divide comes through, but no one dead just yet. Xuen going to be the first to fall as Dandy locks him down. Xiang not able to do anything in that fight anymore. And Vici will move back to the Baron.
Xiang low, but he has teleport, and Xuen dead. 5 is the only concern, but OMG, they want to fight this.
Teleport from Maokai coming in towards this pit. The Baron is incredibly low. Smite comes out. The Ren will come out and pick it up. Xiang not quite out having an impact just yet. A nice pulverize coming out from Caveman as Vici are trying to sweep through OMG's lineup. SMLZ tries to run away, does get taken down. Endless picks up another kill for himself. And Vici have their eyes set on OMG's base.
Wow, Vici Gaming, they destroy OMG once again. The Baron, the undoing of this OMG roster, but also the massive focal point for Vici Gaming. Only Xiang alive, and a fair bit of time to work on the base.
And it's just been Vici so much more power in every engagement this game. The map play has been good from OMG, but they just haven't been able to throw it up with damage on this rift, like at all.
They seem very disciplined too. Vici taking inch by inch, stopping the Baron every single time. OMG trying to contest it, looking for the fight instead. That push there with Baron Just taking the turret, backing off immediately, wait for the rest of the team to group back up. And they're taking this game step by step every single time.
Welcome to Vici Gaming.
Yeah, exactly right.
You can take the players out of the Vici Gaming roster. You can't take Vici Gaming out of their players.
That's a full Void Staff completed from EasyHoon as well.
Yeah.
Is that second fight?
We are going to see this again. Caveman, honestly, is my MVP in this game so far. I don't care what anyone says. He has been engaging exceptionally well.
He's been playing out of his mind.
The Pulverizers have been game-winning.
He's the only deaths, actually, for his team as well. So sacrificial play from this cow, making sure that he's the only one falling down.
Oh, no, but he won't get MVP.
He also did just randomly die to cool.
Look at the kill participation out of that other champion. Don't give it to Alistar. Vici are looking very good, though, right now. Like, massive gold lead. They're slow. They are disciplined, as you said. And it's a very controlled way to try and close out this game. With Baron buff, you would think that Vici have the tools to do so.
They're going to try and siege on this bottom lane as well. The inner turret's taking a lot of damage. Baron up means going to slowly take this one down. And look, it's Lung against 4 right now. The rest of Vici are grouped up in the mid lane, looking to take down the inhibitor. Just like that, the relief pressure in the bottom lane allows Lung to take down that objective. Vici still taking this very slowly.
Yeah, no teleport on Lung, so he couldn't rotate just yet. And they want to pressure on 2 fronts with that Baron.
Yeah, so a bit of damage there onto the inhibitor. It will be at least able to regenerate its health a little bit. But Lung now staying towards the bottom side. The rest of Vici hanging around here in the mid lane. And the Baron Dot minions pushing forward. Cool with a lot of wave clear. Endless now just clearing out the wolves. Heading towards that top side with that stacked wave heading in. Seeing how much pressure they can put down around the map. In fact, he'll stop off for a blue buff there as well as True Shot Barrage. He's going to trim that wave momentarily. And Endless, just get out of the jungle and start pushing a minion wave, dude.
Big thing is, OMG still able to repel Vici for now. So if they can continue to do this, they can still slow down the game. But it's a 13,000 gold Vici. Eventually they should be able to break in here. They're looking to try and do just that with this push.
OMG are a poke comp that's behind, so they're still good at repelling naturally Ezreal with that build. Azir as well with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. They got slows everywhere. It's difficult to break. I mean, if you do break, you destroy them.
They certainly do. Well, Vici, 5th Dragon on their mind here as 58 seconds until that one is going to be up. Cool, clearing the top wave. So not going to be utilized there from Vici. The power plays on this Baron have not necessarily been high. They've had a monopoly and they've just been creating gold after gold, extending that lead even further as Ryze just,
That's scary.
God bless blue buff.
Looked at the blue buff and it said, okay, I know what to do.
Aww. Not again.
That's a full mortal reminder there for Endless at the same time. So decides not to finish the Mercurial Scimitar.
Yeah.
Wants to be able to get through this tree if he can.
I mean, again, like, they've got so many items. They've got all of the tools there to them. We're just waiting for Vici, in typical fashion,
to take 5th Dragon and win.
To pick their perfect moment. And it's security, you know? They need to feel safe. They don't have anybody that just wants to be over-aggressive and go in. Well, Dragon number 5 is security.
But it's a controlled and calm way to win a game of League of Legends. You cannot fault them for it. Exactly right.
Dragon does respawn. Vici going to start this one up. Long actually channeling the teleport with the home guard here, looking for the flank. There should be an immediate gauge. EasyHoon going to run immediately at the team, and he pops the ultimate.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
ultimate comes out, knocks out one of them there as the Dragon falls down. That is number 5. Fate's Call!
Caveman!
Huge in the backline as Caveman again able to create the work. Cool evaporates on Summoner's Rift right now as OMG, they're running the wrong direction. They know that this one is over. The double kill comes in from Endless. I have a feeling they should probably just head down the mid lane, but Dandy wants to find more, and the team fights out of Vici today have been out of control.
Yeah, OMG with nowhere to go. Xiang, the desperation teleport. Will barely make it, but naturally his base is the real concern right now, Vici Gaming. That's at least the inhibitor. And you would imagine when the minions appear, if they ever do, that it might be more.
I think that's at least the game for Vici.
Oh, never say that.
Yeah, this is Vici, remember.
It should be. It should be, Fish.
EasyHoon is able to clear our minion
Tanky
waves
Caveman.
extraordinarily quickly
Volt.
as, Caveman is going to move in, try and secure this one as there's Xiang getting caught out of position, but he's the tanky member. Never mind that, he's just going to die. As on the fountain now, OMG are relegated to Easyhoon just being the gatekeeper, and the Nexus is going to fall. Game number 1 goes to Vici. So controlled.
Finesse, I guess, is the best way to describe them. They are controlled. They know what it takes for them to win effectively. Why risk throwing a game when you can win safely?
And it works. Works out for Vici.
Yeah, it felt like we were watching robots win that game, you know? They just took everything. They calculated it.
There's a formula.
Yeah.
They follow the formula. Do I have Baron? Do I have Dragon 5? If no to either, do not end the game.
Yeah. Does seem to be something like that. But you have to say that this is a team that looks incredibly controlled. And not only controlled of the opponent, but also controlled of themselves. There was none of this rush of blood to the head that we have seen by some of these team members on the side of Vici. Very calculated League of Legends.
Yeah, no, Easyhoon even wasting Cool's flash earlier in the game and still not going for any engages, just sitting back.
Yeah.
And knowing that the rest of the team is doing their part.
You can see the highlights in the screen. Lung played this team fight brilliantly. Easyhoon, like you guys mentioned, in the front lines dealing damage to the tanks, but Lung kept the back line occupied for so long. Here was that second Baron fight as well.
They just got the most ridiculous team composition. It's just so powerful. And
yeah,
again, it comes to a point where, you know, we have 5 of the strongest champions in League of Legends and we can win through it, but you still need to execute, right? And when it comes to the crunch, Vici Gaming team fought in a superior manner to that of OMG, who were just left responded at every single move.
Yeah. One thing that I do want to talk about, though, is Dandy. The fact that he is on Elise this time around. It's not the Graves. It's not one of these carry-based champions that we often see him put on. A lot of that money funneled into him. But this was a Vici Gaming that knew exactly what they had to do while he was playing more of a facilitative role. And it's good to see the adaptation now being picked up from Vici.
His first game on Elise this split as well. I mean, not doubting he can't play that champion. He did a tremendous job in that game, able to facilitate the needs of Vici. And it feels like, you know, OMG tried to throw out a couple of target bans here and there, especially targeted towards the jungle, but you just can't ban out Vici Gaming. They have a lot of power picks that will eventually go through, and if you do that, you're going to leave some really strong champions in that draft too.
Well, I mean, you target ban, you leave open strong meta champions. That's the thing, right? Like, so they target banned each other, basically, and then they just got all of the strong meta champions. It's an inexcusable thing.
And on top of that, they let Ryze go through. This is a champion that's banned 70% of the time against Vici. That is definitely something, if you're going to be target banning, something you should look at. And that just went through. Easyhoon was very, very powerful in that champion.
Yeah, well, it's a very good point. We'll see whether OMG are going to be able to look at it. We are going to go to a short break, but when we get back, game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. MVP for game number 1 will be Caveman.
Yes!
Rusty, he calls it, and it happens.
Nailed
Beautiful
it.
stuff.
I would have been so sad if it didn't happen. That's all I'm saying.
I wouldn't be surprised, but
I would have been really surprised. Come on. I was like, this guy was amazing.
He sure was.
I'm surprised that he actually got the MVP. There were a lot of zero-death players on that team. In fact, every single other person was one of those. But
Yes.
Caveman started every fight exquisitely.
Yeah,
He was beautiful.
He was superb, and there's no other way to describe him. He was just superb. Without Caveman's engages, the game could have gone the other direction, for all we know. Like, Poppy, sure, Lung had a phenomenal game. We mentioned that as well. You can't sleep on the Poppy. A bit endless as well, I guess, facilitating like, as a Kalista to make it all better, right? Like, there's still like the 5-finger team that came together.
Yeah.
But Caveman was amazing.
Vinci's bottom lane in general, wow.
Massive 4-man pulverize. I don't even know how that even happened.
And Vinci's bottom lane in general this game, normally this is a team that funnels their resources to the bottom lane. This game, bottom lane was the facilitator. They were the ones that said, okay, we're going to be the resource for you three to get ahead this time around. They did it beautifully.
God.
And it was on the back of this man, Caveman, and Endless facilitating those fantastic engages as well. It was great to watch.
Watching those again, I mean, the Fates call massive knock-up into the Flash pulverized, get behind the Unbreakable, all this sort of stuff, just brilliant out of this guy. And this is a man that we've sort of complimented for his Thresh play, for his Bard play as well.
Yep.
Of course, 5 being very similar in that regard, but hasn't necessarily been one of these sort of staple AD carry players, but man, sorry, not AD carry, staple support players. But really, really beautiful this time around. We'll see whether he can continue it, because one question I want to ask is, you mentioned this before, Rusty, the fact that the team comp out of Vici was really, really good. And what does OMG do to stop that right now? Because they do change sides, possibly some extra power picks.
So the bans that they had were kind of targeted, but they were also just strong champions in general, and even cool going for the Azir. Like, it's a cool standard, right?
Yeah.
But it's to take the Azir away from Easyhoon. I feel like OMG just need to pick for themselves. Like, they don't need to focus on what Vici have. You can't take away every champion from their picks available to them. We just saw that. So just pick your own strong champions. Play to your own strengths.
We'll see whether they do. We are into champion select, though, as Vici are going to take away Thresh and Gragas one more time, as it is going to be the Lissandra hitting the bench on the side of OMG. Find the similarities between sort of 5 and Caveman, where they're strong as far as their picks are concerned. Very, very interesting. As it is looking very similar to last game, just mirrored sides. As Twisted Fate is going to hit the bench for Vici. Nidalee is going to be banned now. OMG going to send it into the hands of Vici Gaming for first pick.
Yeah, and the ban still makes sense. Like, I'm not going to say don't ban Nidalee or Kindred
Kalista?
or don't ban Lissandra away from Easyhoon, because they're just the givens, right? Like, if you change it up in any way, you're probably going to give over the other. Which, in this case, with Nidalee available, you have to remember, Azir is also the other thing, and you only get one pick. And yes, Kalista, as you have just alluded to also. Like, there's a lot of things there. Vici, they might have a preference.
This actually feels like not a great situation for Vici, because if they take one, OMG are going to take 2. So we'll have to see what they decide to pick up their first pick and what OMG respond with. Alistar is their first pick.
Yeah, so it's going to be the cow locked in. Of course, massive respect given to Caveman by their whole team, prioritizing his pickup. It was fantastic last time. I think this means that OMG have to pick up Kalista right now.
Almost feels like it's forced.
You would think so. Make a lot of sense to do so, because Xuan might go Lee Sin also with it.
Yeah.
There's just so many picks that OMG want, but you can only pick 2 at a time. It's going to be difficult for them to pick for themselves, knowing that Vici have so many great champions available for themselves to pick up, but
that's our boy. Back on the Lee Sin, Xuan.
this is what you'd like to see. OMG really actually just picking for themselves, ignoring the fact that Vici have all these tremendous picks available, but they'll probably change that. Actually, you know what? Maybe not.
If they change from Poppy Lee Sin, they're making a mistake. They're making a mistake.
Well,
nah, but
like,
Brad's good. Brad's good.
it's
Dandy
not
won't
like
play
the
it.
Lee Sin's going to be picked away from him either, so...
Don't count your chickens till they hatch, but it won't. It won't.
This gives Graves and Kalista on over to Vici, though.
The Kalista's the big deal, right? The fact that they get that bottom lane one more time, completely freeing up Dandy to be playing towards the strong side of the map because that Kalista and Alistar are so capable on their own. Real scary stuff.
I already said this though, like OMG's strategy should not be to play Vinci's game. It should be to play OMG's game. What they're doing right now is drafting Bard for their support, Lee Sin for their jungler, and SMLZ on his Jhin. This is basically OMG disregarding Vinci's win condition on the first game and saying we're just going to run over you with our best champions.
Well, I mean, that bottom lane is just looking so terrifying. Bard Jhin. Whoa.
So
Bard Jhin. It actually just sounds like we're saying Bar Jhin, and that's what they're doing. They're barging into the bottom lane and killing everyone. And that's going to be Echo locked in. So Long going to take the Poppy answer there towards the top side of the map. And EasyHoon, possible to see him on his Azir. It's going to be locked in. Once again, Vici with a terrifying draft.
Yeah. Seems like Vici right now, they have a draft that is just terrifying in general. Really, really strong meta picks coming from them. And EasyHoon, of course, on Azir, Dandy on Graves, Caveman on that Alistar had a fantastic performance.
Well,
OMG on the other side. It's like terrifying for a whole nother reason. These are the champions OMG want to play.
The scary thing is, like, Vici's comp is good in the meta.
Oh my god.
But it's also Vici. So, like, I'm looking at EasyHoon playing Azir. It's not just Azir, and it's not just EasyHoon. Like, it's both.
Yep.
It's the exact same thing on OMG.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. The fact that Cool now locks in the Ahri, this is his pick from, like, the last 3 years. If there is ever a cool champion, it is Ahri right now. I've got Fish looking at his notes next to me. They're not going to be on there because this guy is the most legacy Ahri player that you will ever see.
He's got one. And it
Don't
was a
look-
good one.
Don't look at it, mate. There is no need.
It was a W, I believe, next to it. He was a very good Ahri player into a very good Legacy Azir player. Right, we've got a match on our hands here.
But this is exciting. It's like finally both these teams to sit down like, you know what? We're going to play our own game once again. I want to see who comes out on top this time. See if OMG can get that freight train going once more.
Vici just defined as meta. Like, it doesn't matter what the meta is. Vici is meta. OMG right
the
now,
hipster that could.
I'm coming at ya. You know, like, mid lane, I'm coming at ya.
Damn
That's
right.
it. Bard's coming for ya. Lee Sin, he wants ya.
Certainly is. Well, let's get onto the Rift to check out this game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're onto the Rift for game number 2 between Vici and OMG. Potentially our final match of the night if Vici managed to close this one out. But they're up against an OMG lineup brimming with comfortability. Comfortability? Is that a word?
Comfortability?
I'm going to lock it in. Let's just say it is. I think everyone understood what I was saying. Nah, comfortability. I wanted extra syllables, okay? We needed to drive the point home.
Rusty is on fire today.
Comfortability-ness.
Comfortableness.
Even better.
Yeah, ness.
Yeah.
More
Maybe.
suffixes, more impactful, right? That's how that's working.
Yeah.
That's
You could get some like prefixes in there. Over comfortability, ness.
Caveman, by the way, not going for Windspeaker's blessing on his Alistar. Doesn't want the Aegis
No.
that is given from that. Instead, wants to bond with his person who bonds with him.
Yep.
Lots of bonding.
Oh,
bondingness.
there is a word that we could have used there. I'm really glad that we didn't. As OMG towards the top side of the map, Rusty just got it. Done so. Vici are waiting here towards their blue side of the jungle. I'm going to be helping out here at the beginning, but it looks like standard lanes are going to ensue. And I have a feeling this actually helps out OMG a lot here in the early stage because they really want to be putting pressure down.
Yeah, it does. The Alistar Kalista as a bottom lane, most importantly, is good, but you need that level 2. So smartly of them, they will get the Krugs. But a Bard beats an Alistar at level 1. That just goes without saying. A Jhin does well into Kalista as well. That is the other thing. So this bottom lane matchup is actually just great on a 1v1 basis. which means you'll see the way they position themselves in the lane is actually to force 1v1 skirmishes.
On top of that, they've got Tren on Lee Sin. He most definitely could pay a visit down into that bottom lane and help out with the aggressive efforts he wants to. It's Claw and Easy Hoon are going to be in the mid lane, just farming it out, hitting level 2.
Well, speaking of hitting level 2, hasn't happened yet for Caveman, and OMG putting the pressure on here towards the bottom side of the map. 5, positioning himself fantastically here on this Bard. It has been a champion that he's found a great amount of success on, and one that we were expecting him to be a little bit more contested here in this series because of Caveman's experience as well. But if last game was anything to go on, the Cow is definitely good enough as long as forced to flash. Xiang with a lot of power.
How'd you get yourself into that position, Long? That's a very curious thing. Of course, that'll force an early teleport, and with 7 CS, probably only going to get a pink ward from it. He needs to stay.
He's chugging potions.
He's got his pots. You need to work towards a Dark Seal. That's your recall timer. And the flash won't matter too much, but he's pretty much done.
Xiang playing this lane nicely now. He knows that he has the advantage. Just burnt the flash, just staying right behind the minions too.
Oh, Schwen is going to grab himself a Sentinel and a Rift Scuttler, but gives away his position there. Easy Hoon will know exactly where that Lee Sin is. Cool, taking a bit of harassment here from the Azir so far, and Easy Hoon, if there's ever a champion that he's known for, I mean, the Rise definitely one of them, but Azir, this is the Easy Hoon champion, and we'll see how he goes this game. Long does indeed teleport back up. Dark Seal in hand, and we'll see whether this helps him out.
We really want to see if Xiang decides to stay now or match his teleport. Seems like he wants to just stay, shove this one out.
Yeah, so the way that it usually works if you're looking to recall is you just fight him. And whilst he may have the advantage in items and sustain right now, he doesn't have the teleport, so...
Dandy though. Well,
yes, that is dandy.
Dandy indeed exists on Summoner's Rift at the moment.
thought he was going to move top lane, was just taking down the Scuttle Crab instead.
Oh, dun dun dun.
Not sure what they're both doing. Dandy's like, Dandy's sitting in a bush, he's like, I'll find out what he's doing. And Schwen's like, I have no idea what I'm doing. And they just watched each other. Oh, that's wonderful.
Adorable.
It is Xiang that finally does go back to base, was able to force a potion out of Longzo's small victory. Picks up Ruby Crystal and boots for himself, heading back into this lane.
You say small victory, I say one lane.
Yeah. He's got it, and he got the flash early on as well.
If Lung's farming with Q, he's not having a great time.
Does still have the CS advantage, though, at the moment. Has been able to at least utilize that Q very effectively in order to kill minions. As Vici getting shoved in over and over again. SMLZ creating some control here on the bottom side of the map. As Lung probably wants to proc that passive, but can't quite get on top of the Poppy.
So the funny thing about Corrupting Potion is it actually gives both of these guys their Grasp of the Undying proc, because it lasts long enough that you get all 4 ticks up. And you just hit them once and get it, which is why Xiang's trade patterns, if he's ever getting hit, run away and then just hit him with your buckler and get a Grasp proc. So the trades are null and void.
Oh, no worries there, as Buckler once again going to be picked up here by Xiang, and Long once again struggling in this lane.
He might be dead.
Possibly. There's the flash forward. The Q goes off at first blood. Picked up 1v1 by Xiang in the top lane. Massive play from the OMG top laner.
And that's the ideal start for OMG coming into this second game. Poppy of all champions getting a first blood. Not a great situation for a Vici fan.
We'll have to see if they can continue their aggressive lanes. It's cool. He's able to shove Easy Hoon into his turret. Easy Hoon still ahead in CS. This bottom lane has been a struggle at best for Vici, as they are 10 CS behind SMLZ and 5, who are continuing to apply pressure in this bottom lane. Tren making his way down. Doesn't move in towards the second brush that is water, but Dandy is here as well. Both the junglers waiting to see if anything does happen. And Caveman flashes in.
Yeah, gets the pulverize there at the same time as there's the flash out. They see Schwen, and they move out of the way.
Here's
and Dandy's
Graves.
going to make his way in.
He's going to try and get some damage onto 5, who just flashes, pops the journey. And we'll be able to take a very long trip out of there.
Yeah, wow. So the dust settles, and Vici Gaming, they lose a flash and an exhaust on their Alistar, but they force a heal and flash out of OMG's bottom lane. And both teams not really knowing that the opposite jungler was there, as they were both used as countermeasures to not die. Dandy is stalking Schwen, and Schwen is stalking Dandy.
Cool. Cool making his way up towards the top lane. Once again, the OMG member decides, okay, I'm just going to go back now.
Not having a great time mid. 10 CS down. 7 minutes. Kind of not okay.
Has hit level 6 though, so Spirit Rush will be there if he wants to go for anything. The makings of the Abyssal Scepter already available though for Easyhoon. This guy very strong, very capable of going toe-to-toe with his lane opponent at the same time.
Long's teleport will be back up shortly, so Vici could make a map play if they want to. Usually they would funnel that towards the bottom lane. Easyhoon doesn't have his teleport this game, instead running heal on that Azir, so can't match the teleport pressure. Cool also has Ignite, so mid lane is not going to be jumping around anywhere. It's Dandy walking around the river, making his way top lane again. His lane is currently pushed out quite far.
Yeah, wanting level 6 as well as Xuen, whilst Dandy had it. You can also safely assume that top lane being the losing lane is where Lee Sin would want to go. So places a ward to prevent that from happening. Of course, Xuen's caught up.
Gives the blue buff one over to Cool. That should help him out slightly in this mid lane. I believe Azir was able to pick his up earlier. As Vici, Endless, and Caveman still trying to farm as close to their turret as possible to deny some of the pressure SMLZ and 5 are putting on them.
As far as how everything has gone here so far in the early game, it's only 400 gold the lead for OMG. After
And that's the difference top lane.
Yeah, that's the first blood gold actually
Yep.
represented right now. A little bit extra probably for Xiang, as he does have a decent CS advantage at the same time, as Xuen is going to find a pink. Dandy going to make his way in. Slows him down with the red buff, but protects the pink ward. That's the main thing.
OMG putting a little bit of pressure in towards Vici's bottom side of the jungle. Cool makes his way in now. We'll be able to take down this pink ward. The rest of the OMG lineup now making their way towards Dragon. It seems like they want to try and start this one off for themselves. Are spotted out by the Ghost. Get the Scuttle Crab for himself. Going to be able to work on this Dragon.
And they have well and truly established vision around the Dragon area. It is unreasonable to consider that Vici would try and contest this one.
Teleports are back up as well. So Xiang teleporting down should have a bigger impact than Long at this stage in the game after the solo kill he got up in the top lane.
Most definitely Lung. Now able to shove that wave in to the Poppy, but able to get a free back in there is very important here for the OMG top laner. Didn't miss too much as it only just crashed towards the turret. SMLZ makes his way back in, has himself a BF sword up against the Berserker's Greaves and the recurve bow that Endless picked up. Cool. Wanders over the pink ward Dandy had placed earlier on. We'll be able to clear that one out. So Rift Herald is still up, but with the amount of extra power that OMG has towards the top side of the map.
Poor Dandy.
Oh, that is so sad.
I can't fight a pink ward.
Did, however, buy some space for Lung, which is good. Clawing back that CS by just a little bit is cool. Here in the mid lane, not doing too badly. Catching back up here on the farm, actually creating only about a 3 CS difference.
Yeah, actually doing well, cool, but Easyhoon also has a whole lot of money in his back pocket.
Oh, yeah.
You're aiming at like a 75 CS mark is when you'll see most mid laners get their Abyssal Scepter. Instead, he's going to be greedy and probably go for a Stinger or components of it with it. Because why not, honestly?
Not entirely sure, but Xiang is actually going to get stunned here towards the top side. Lung, decent trade. Poppy, well and truly unfazed. As Easyhoon doesn't go back, dodges the Orb of Deception, and everything will be fine. As Dandy waiting here towards the bottom side. Lots of tea down here.
Cocoa.
Coco.
I prefer tea. Just think tea break sounds
You don't
better.
put marshmallows in tea, do you?
Depends.
What?
You know, if you're a crazy person.
Hey, well, you're the one that said tea. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I also have been openly a crazy person a lot of this time. As Long actually goes back onto Xiang here towards the top side of the map. Probably doesn't want to. Does have teleport. Does also, not have his ultimate. That one was used in a previous skirmish, so won't be able to do the cheeky ult back to lane.
He's going to stay in lane once again. Long fancies his chances this time.
And this is like the ideal situation for Xuen, above all else. Vici's top laner and mid laner have not been able to recall. That is keeping control of them in their lane, but Xuen, he just can't get anything done. It's too risky to dive Easy Hoon because he's full health and he does have the resistances at the very least.
On top of that, OMG's bottom lane being very controlling of Endless and Caveman. About 20 CS up there. As long will be able to use that teleport to get back to the top lane. Xiang still has his available.
Deal,
sure is. Xiang still has his available and is still winning trades against Long. Even without going back to base first. He's going to look for another engage,
He's assumed he's recall, but he's trying to stop him now.
Yeah, well, it is not going to happen. Parallel Convergence comes in here as Long picks himself up a shield. Schwen's making his way down, though. Exactly right. The ultimate available here from the Echo. The kickback comes in. Uses the ult, but he holds onto it. Schwen's Lee Sin so good, and Xiang picks up his second kill.
2 kills in this game and 2 kills for Xiang. Schwen does just play Long. Entirely plays him. The flash was available and didn't use it.
Dandy is now going to meet Chen inside his own jungle. Not going to try and steal that blue buff away, but the Graves is waiting just behind Fog of War. Able to take that one back for himself. Chen still sneakily waiting to see if he can get a steal. Bottom lane, though, still not going in Vichi's favor. SMLZ and 5 have a firm grip of this lane.
Yeah, it's not something that gets better during laning phase this early, with the first buys being damage for a Jhin. That actually just amplifies their strength in laning. Yeah, even going mobility boots, though. Vici don't want to win that lane. They want to roam. They want to rotate.
I almost have a feeling like this is actually best case scenario here for Vici being only about 10 odd CS behind.
That's a lot of respect coming out of Endless, staying in between his 2 turrets.
Recall. He's going to have so much money.
Stay and be greedy.
That's a full Morellonomicon and a blasting one for Cool on his way back. We'll see what Easy Hoon manages to pick up.
2,700
Abyssal
gold.
Scepter, a Stinger, and upgraded boots. Come on. No, I have no idea.
Or does he just build like Nash's tooth?
Abyssal Scepter, Stinger, boots, not upgraded.
Yeah, you can't upgrade, he doesn't have enough.
2 out of 3, not bad.
Got himself an extra book, though, so feeling pretty good is Easy Hoon as he makes his way back to the lane. Difference of about 1 CS there, so Cool will have to see what he can do in the mid-game on this. Ahri, of course, has a lot of extra power now as Long. Interesting dash move, you're exactly right. Gets a lot of movement speed, though, as he can't dash anymore. Steadfast Presence is going to come in as now Parallel Convergence going to be used. Long wants to grab himself the shield, but Xiang just so aggressive. Sunfire Cave's completed, and they're just battling.
Long just keeps wanting to fight Xiang.
Does anyone else feel like he's about to dive him? I feel like he's about to dive him.
There's another dash coming in. Long trying to stay alive. Does have his ultimate available. The ultimate's going to come out of Xiang. He's going to pop his own ultimate, trying to stay alive. Grassing and Dying dealing a decent amount of damage to this Echo. As Chen's going to find Dandy. Ultimate comes out. Outplayed! But it's still going to be a kill going on to... No, it's not! Chen gets out of there!
So beautiful from OMG.
Schwen's a monster.
What a beast!
Like, every time he plays Lee Sin, we watch him win a game. We're like, why is he not playing Lee Sin more? This is the perfect example. Like, they play each other. Dandy actually flashes to dodge what he assumed was the Q, but the resilience was there as, you know, other things happened whilst we watched a girl with chips in her mouth cry hysterically and clap over the play.
The kill wasn't even the best part. Chen's great escape there was...
Yeah, he flashed the body slam and then Ward hopped out. It was great.
So good.
He's a pretty impressive Lee Sin player.
Can tell.
Kind of would be really cool if he could do the same on other champions. Nah, not about that.
We lose our stat.
Well, it's definitely doing well so far. Xiang still able to do a bunch of work up here towards the top side. Long just adamant that he just wants to keep fighting as much as possible, and OMG will take their second dragon as the gold lead has actually extended to beyond 3,000 approximately.
I just don't see the value in banning Thresh 2 games in a row when he's got his Lee Sin available. Everyone does this, and they always ban it afterwards.
Yeah.
Of course, OMG still need to win the game, but, you know, that's 2 steps in the right direction.
Easy Hoon. Just farming out this mid lane. As Long once again has been jumped on by Xiang. This has been a recurring trend of this top lane. A 30 CS disadvantage for Long. Xiang doing a lot of work up here. There's one gank being used by Lee Sin to get up there, but most of it was started by Xiang alone. That tremendous early solo kill. Able to keep Echo down for some time, as he's going to use his ultimate to get back to lane.
It does look quite nicely, so that's absolutely fine.
Guess who's here?
Hello.
Yeah, Schwen coming back for more as Five's
Five.
here at the same time. They know what's up. As Xiang gets smashed back, Xiang delivered another kill.
Special delivery.
3-0 Poppy, and Poppy has been a big deal in this series so far.
Yeah. OMG, they get themselves that next kill in the top lane. And it's just going to continue to happen. Lung using his ultimate. Just not necessary. Vici as well. They can't respond. The OMG, they're accelerating the map themselves through map movement now. Bottom lane's top.
Shutting down Lung just shuts down one more avenue for Vici to help out Endless and Caveman. Traditionally, we see a lot of them pull resources down into bottom lane, but Lung hasn't been able to use that teleport to help bot lane at all or set up anything after being locked down by Xiang alone. OMG capitalized on that nicely by sending even more members up into the top lane to make sure that he stays down.
Well, SMLZ is going to continue pushing here towards the top side of the map.
Herald.
Yeah, Schwen's there. Herald, of course, kicking in. These minions doing a bunch of work. Inner turret now in so much trouble. It will fall down as parallel convergence. Unfortunately, not going to stop anyone from doing anything. Lots of structural advantage here from OMG as far as that global gold. And it's about a 5,000 gold lead. Oh, 4.2. But very strong is this OMG squad.
It's still a huge series for Vici too. And 1-0 up, one more game away for trying to pull playoffs back in their favor, forcing OMG to try and take down EDG later in the week. And OMG definitely putting up a good fight. They want to try and secure their playoff position. And this game will do just that. Split off does go over towards Dandy. Here comes a curtsy call though.
Yeah, Easy Hoon is just going to tank up one of the shots. Just uses Z, gets out of the way. Nice Tempered Fate, but is going to be dodged from Caveman. Decent Charm comes in as well.
Wow.
Unbreakable Will is there as Xiang starting this fight off. Caveman just gets killed in his ultimate. As now Easy Hoon with a lot of damage on the backside, but that's going to be the pick. It goes over to OMG.
Yeah, they actually just wait for the ultimate to expire before Xiang flashes over. The pick that they've got here on the side of OMG is ridiculous, as they are just speeding this game up to their pace. OMG, they picked their champions, they're diving.
Yeah, Xiang actually flashing forward, but Easy Hoon gets out of the way. Q lands onto Dandy as they're trying to defend this turret. And Cool tanks up a shot. They can't find too much more as Vici hold on.
Long did teleport in, got locked down by a charm immediately from Cool. His first cross-map teleport of the game. Not going to do anything at all. Baron's going to be up in 25 seconds. Dragon, I believe, just got taken away by OMG. 2 Dragons to none, 3 turrets to 1, and they're 4,000 gold, and hence Vici with 5 kills to none as well. So OMG heavily in control of this second game.
All Vici have is a tower. They have one of them. That's it.
And that was the tower they traded in the bottom lane for the 2 up in the top lane. So there's 5 jumping onto Long.
Yeah, Long in so much trouble. Parallel convergence is there. May stun up the butt. Actually doesn't as he gets trapped. But OMG not going to chase. Just going to let the Echo run away as Endless and Caveman were moving their way up. Vici trying to answer. Dandy as well. Going to grab himself a Gromp, and we'll see whether Vici can make a proactive move because it's been all about OMG dictating the pace for this game.
And you have to worry for when Vici ever falls behind because of how slow they like to play the game.
Yeah.
They just turtle it out. They try their absolute best to turtle it out. And sometimes the best isn't enough. A Poppy that's 3-0-1 makes life hard at best for them to do anything. Lucien 1-0-3 as well. We're just looking at Easy Hoon now. He's scaling. This is his time to shine.
It's actually interesting as well. Picked up the blasting one, so wants power right now if he can use it. It's Dandy coming around the side is Xiang. They're dealing with him, but this tower under fire, and it will get taken down. And OMG unrelenting in this pressure as Long able to get in there. Parallel convergence goes down. Xiang is forced to back off.
It's 2 components behind Poppy. Missing the Sheen, missing the Spectre's Carl as well. He's got a lot to work on to try and get back into this game. 40 CS and 3 kills behind his opponent.
Yeah, to me the big deal is actually that there is an Aegis completed for 5, and there is a crystalline, whatever you call.
A silly thing.
Yeah, the orange
The Bracer?
component thing. Yeah, bracer. Doesn't look like a bracer, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Has been picked up by Caveman, is the point that I was getting to. That's actually a big team power Spike, because the resistances that you're missing now on the side of Vici could be dangerous.
Exactly right. OMG moving through, clearing out vision here on the bottom side of the map. Continuing that oppressive nature that they have managed to build up. Of course, still 0-0-0 for both Endless and EasyHoon. Yet to really find an impact in this game at all. It's 5,000 gold is what this lead has ballooned out to. Third Dragon of the game going over to OMG, unanswered by Vici. And I don't know where the fire went from this Vici Gaming squad. No longer here. Hysteric's Gauge was actually out in number 2 there for Schwen, so a lot of strength here in the Lee Sin at the same time.
Yeah, it just means he's going to be harder to kill as well in general. Everyone on OMG is honestly going to be quite slippery or difficult to kill in general. The target is SMLZ. I need to kill him immediately.
They have the members to try and stick on him, but not necessarily the items yet. Long still needs a couple more for him to
Well, even like
stay close.
not going Rylai's. They're just going damage now because they have to.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part. This blasting one that was forced out of EasyHoon, slowing down that build path so much. Despite having the CS advantage, he really needs to help them out of this hole that they've gotten themselves into. Static Shiv now done here for SMLZ, so 2-item spike available for the Jhin. And because he went for the Infinity Edge first, I mean, that's a lot of extra damage.
Vici really need to slow down this game and try and find a way to pull back 5,000 gold. Very difficult task indeed. Especially when OMG are just slowly crippling the side of Vici by taking away every single jungle camp, making sure the lanes are pushed in at all times, with unfavorable matchups in that lane too. Vici trying to make a push towards this mid lane turret. The rest of OMG slowly collapsing. There's the ultimate.
Yeah, Tempered Fate not going to find anyone here as Vici are moving out of the way. Endless wanders himself over a trap. As the captive audience not actually going to get any damage down, but they see exactly where he is. OMG just corralling this Vici squad.
Yeah, they're just working them around now, OMG. They've got the threat on the Baron area at 24 minutes, and Vici's response, instead of deep diving to place wards, just to walk mid.
Oh, Xiang seeing whether he can get anything done here onto Long. Moves out of the way of heroic charge range.
Long's not interested. Xiang's not interested. Just wants to farm. Only will fight Long if he forces him to, which he did just then. Tells Long, this is why you're not meant to do that.
Yeah, well, if you're going to dash on me, like,
if you wanted to fight, let's go.
OMG actually standing on a ward there, so EasyHoon not going to move forward, but looks like the Baron's actually going to be started.
No wards for the side.
Vici have actually been very much aware with that, so the Scrying Orb will spot them, and they've seen how much health it's on. They know it's being taken down quickly. We've even seen Cool.
Yeah, there it is, Cool. He might be caught out of position. The exhaust goes down, but they want to stop the Baron. Fate's Call comes in. This Baron
2K.
still being attacked by OMG as Vici are going to be able to enter the pit. It is going to be Schwen locking it down as everyone gets out using the magical journey, and they say, thanks. No worries.
They all just take the journey. OMG are using the Vici effect on Vici right now.
It was a crucial ult from Xiang as well, able to knock Dandy out of that fight. Couldn't go to try and contest that steal with his smite. OMG make the right play.
And Vici just never ready. Just never really able to set themselves up. Poppy is such an overwhelming feature in that respect. Cool, even though he was caught out of position, not going to die. And now, last chance type of draw for Vici Gaming. They need to win the next fight. Thank you, 5, he says.
What?
Yeah, he got red buff.
He just grabbed himself a red buff. Sorry,
he took a magical journey to auto-attack a red buff and steal it. Because that's what you do as Bard. Whether you know it or not, that's what everyone does as Bard.
That's the thing.
You take everything.
Because you deserve it. And Xiang's going to get
Long,
aggressed
what
on
are you
here once
doing?
again by Long. Uses the ult, gets out of the way. Cool. Not going to be able to secure the kill. But that was needless.
Yeah. It was ult for ult, though, in the end. There's another one.
Yeah, Empress Divide going to be used onto Schwen to stop the aggression there. Side of EasyHoon.
It's now 2 ultimates burnt.
What are you doing, Long?
Stop fighting him. Cool was here.
There's another one. Nobody wants ulties.
Oh, he's just jumping on top.
What are
Catches
you
him.
doing?
Oh my goodness, so much damage there, but Long not going to get found for the last portion. SMLZ holding onto the curtain call there.
Wow.
It's Easyhoon kicked out. Massive damage. 5 picks up the kill. Thank you for the red buff. And my god, Schwen is so good on Lee Sin.
It's disgusting. He is just like the best Lee Sin right now. It should be banned from him. OMG with this Baron buff. They're now threatening the inhibitors. Vici have no response.
No, this inhibitor turret, not long for the world. Tempest Fate isn't going to find anyone, but the inhibitor, regardless, is going to fall down.
Is Long going to go in?
Yeah,
well,
probably.
it's Long. It's just what he does, right?
Faulty, yes.
Buckler is going to do the last portion of damage to that inhibitor as OMG putting the pressure well and truly on now. And 11,000 gold is what this game has ballooned to. Very different from game number 1. OMG looking like they have completely refound their vigor.
OMG looking to try and take another objective down in the bottom lane. Trying to take down this inner turret, which they will take down with ease. And they're snowballing their gold lead to 12, no, close to 3,000 gold ahead of Vici.
3,000 gold ahead? I think that's more.
13,000,
Yeah.
oh, goodness. It's
Little
not
bit
even that,
more
it's
than
actually 12.
Yeah. Well,
Can't do math or say words.
rapid
They're
fire
ahead.
cannon's actually being completed here by SMLZ as well. Does that combo still work? I thought the biggest one now is the only one that works.
It works, but not together. So they work one at a time now.
Oh, okay, cute.
Yeah, which is, it's silly. It was the take away from the burst combo when you had both.
Yeah, exactly.
Like double crit. Now it just crits twice in a row.
Oh, 4th dragon
I think
now
it does
being attempted by OMG.
first,
Shift first.
I think.
You'd hope that it was rapid fire cannon first.
Do you still get the extra range in the first attack?
I have no idea. You
Weird.
know how often we've seen a rapid fire static shift together since the changes?
Never.
Never. You know why? Because it's not good.
He's still building it.
All right, Phantom Dancer, hello.
He's got another crit cloak as well.
Yeah, nah.
Don't worry about it. guys.
Check in on the
Excellent
next
crits.
installment of Is This Game Going by the time he finishes that one.
Yeah. Cool, going to grab himself a red buff though. Xion going to head back to base. OMG just going to shove out this mid wave and see whether they can put the pressure on elsewhere. Super Creeps, of course, doing a bunch of work to keep Vici busy. 6,000 gold Baron power play there for OMG.
And, like, Schwen is what Vici are missing, right? In the
Yeah.
way that he just engaged. Like, he just picked his moment as Lee Sin and just kicked Easyhoon into the team and said, here we go, take the base.
Yep,
Vici
let's
just
go.
don't have that at the moment, and Dandy he's very reserved, and it's calculated, but it's reserved. So,
It feels like Vici were relying on their bottom lane for that to throw Endless and throw Caveman into a fight.
that was a really good scrying orb.
Yeah.
They can't. Being so far down top side of the map, Vici just can't put up a fight against OMG, and slowly this game is going even further out of their reach to pull back.
They have to put up a fight now, though. If they lose anything further, if they lose any more of their own base, it could be disaster. Could be the game.
They might just try to stall.
Once again.
Vici still just trying to find pockets of Fog of War to hide it and catch OMG by surprise. OMG are the very patient team now. They're the ones taking it slow and steady, but at a much aggressive pace. A much more aggressive pace, I should say.
Yes, very well.
Yep. That being said, I have a feeling that they could probably be a little bit more aggressive, as they do have a gigantic lead.
It's a similar thing to last time. Like, if an Azir's on the map, you can't really walk into the Azir. You need to kill him.
Yep.
And so Schwen obviously doing that earlier. Sets them up for it. And they can start taking the base with him down, but if he's up, easier said than done. They need to actually pick him.
That's
Oh,
another
Sun
turret. Oh, Sun turret. Oops.
Is going to go down. And Schwen going to have to face off against Long. Man, happy to fight anyone at any stage.
He's an engage.
Wow.
Yeah, Fate's Call actually going to grab Cool out of the Spirit Rush. Gets exhausted as well as the Curtain Call comes in. SMLZ, lots of damage there onto Easyhoon as Caveman soaks up one. So Cool. Going to be A-OK after using that ultimate.
Yeah.
And the flash. Vici can't get the pick.
Caveman and Endless, they rallied themselves together and found an engage, but Poppy, once again, makes your life impossible. They give Cool the outlet that was needed, which was the time to use his R key. And you can never really find an Ari once that has been pressed. Unless they want you to. You know, in which case you probably will find him 3 times.
He did. With that, though, Vici do delay the game a little bit more. They don't get anything back out of it. Just slow down OMG ever so slightly. There's only so many times they can do that without getting anything from it that it's going to work.
But
Baron's
the thing
back
is,
up.
exactly, the Baron's up. The inhibitor is all Vici are waiting for. Like, the sooner that can be up, the better. As you heard that sound in your ears.
Yep, there it is.
It means the inhibitor's coming back up.
Soon, yes.
Schwen actually landed the Q onto Endless. Thought he might have gone in there as Deadly Flourish going to come through for some poke.
Oh,
Another Q onto Easy Hoon? Not even sure how that works. As Cool is so strong. He just finished his Void Staff as well, so Magical Journey's being taken here by OMG. They want the fight. They want Vici to try and contest, and if not,
It's
they'll
on.
just grab themselves a Baron. Vici now moving in, all is 5. We'll see. This could be the moment.
get him 5.
Yeah, Schwen waiting in here. Parallel convergence from Long. That's a big CC on cooldown now.
Wow,
as the
again.
ultimate smashes away so many people.
Endless
Caveman
is
right in
stuck.
amongst it. Gets a decent knock-up as Cool. Not going to be able to do too much as the Ari already taken down. Vici with some momentum in this team fight as Xiong right towards the back. The ultimate going to be used by Long to get himself out of there, but no one on OMG is dying.
Long.
Magical Journey, Long
Long.
just going to die.
Easy
SMLZ
Hoon.
picks up Easy Hoon. Massive damage in the back line. And Xiong, is he going to escape? I believe he might.
Oh,
Takes
Curtain
down
Call.
Cool as well, and that curtain goal's gigantic. OMG answer back.
This
Endless.
is interesting.
He's trying to chase out Sion. There's the Magical Journey from 5. He's trying to kite this one, but SMLZ just shoots him twice! And he gets the ace! Vici put up such a good fight, but OMG finished strong.
Easy Hoon, he found his moment in the spotlight, but it wasn't enough because the team just cannot back his damage just yet. And OMG, they get the Baron, and they get an ace.
There should be the base as well.
It should be the game if they just push one of the lanes and
And that's another team fight. Sion knocking the one target he has to away, which is Dandy.
end the game.
No, they don't want to. They want this to go a bit longer.
No, the people are respawning again. 34 minutes in. Their timers are long, but with the amount of time they spent kiting, people were able to respawn. Vici, they get one last shot. But with Baron still up, it's pretty difficult.
Yep, SMLZ. Lots of damage
And
right
Dragon
now.
5 in 15 seconds.
Yeah,
Well,
no. This is a Vici game, remember?
17,000 gold.
It's a
Ooh.
bit of a lead. They got a bit of a lead.
Is it another Infinity Edge or is it an Essence Reaver? Damn.
Finesse Trevor as Caveman has to use the ultimate very early here in this engagement. Cool, just trying to threaten with the charm. Doesn't find Easy Hoon. Slight window for Vici. This Fate's Call just going to
Hello?
be used. Nothing
Teleport.
really going to come out. Tempered Fate is going to come in. Teleport is available. As Endless, not going to take too much damage there. Caveman still alive now as Cool takes him down. Lots of damage from Easy Hoon, but he's been charmed. Possibly going to get destroyed right now as well as OMG
Whoa.
finish what they started at the Baron. 4 dead.
SMLZ hits like a truck. What are you
Yeah.
doing there, Long?
And Cool Even Living just sums it up perfectly. They don't need the 5th dragon. They can just end this game at 35 minutes. And that's going to put us to 3 games.
Yeah, OMG are going to answer back in game number 2. Momentum now in their favor moving into the final game as the Nexus is going to fall. Welcome back, OMG, and really good to see them on their comfort picks because the Ari was beautiful, but Schwen, my God, that Lee Sin play, unbelievable from that man.
Take your bets on who MVP is going to be. We all want Schwen, but you know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
Xiang existed.
He did?
Look, just give it to him, right? That's how that works.
I think so. I don't know, man. It's really hard.
But that was, like, honestly, that was just, like, OMG doing exactly what Vici did to them in the first game.
Yeah.
Like, we've just had a converse performance from both of these teams, respectively. And coming to the third game, both teams have now worked out what the winning factor was. A lot of curious things need to be addressed, but first things first, this kind of happened.
Yeah.
Long,
The old solo kill in the top lane.
Long played that game like the mad scientist, the one that would keep trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Didn't turn out too well. So this outplay was beautiful. That wasn't even the highlight. This was.
I actually
Yeah.
think it was the highlight.
Yeah, no, it was.
I disagree.
There's just 2 of them there, okay? So, you know, even the Scuttle Crab, by the way, I think got knocked for 6 from
Yeah.
the Poppy ultimate there.
Gigantic. But look,
Where is he?
And
Are you both just looking to see when the Scuttlecracker
Yeah.
is back?
Most important thing, right? Like the great escape from Xuan, you know? More like got to kill in a 1v1 outplay. But hey.
oh, it was pretty damn beautiful though.
Yeah,
to
that
watch,
was good.
honestly. Xuan, wonderful play out of the Lee Sin. And we'll see whether that one's going to get banned away in game number 2 because now so much momentum for OMG. This could mean a lot for them heading into the next game. But side switch, is this going to be the big factor here?
I mean, I could say it a million times. Why didn't they not ban Lee Sin is my only question. They banned Thresh. Is Thresh actually worth it? Like, his Bard was great.
Yeah, it's a really good point. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to bring us to game number 3. When we get back, we're going to see whether Vici are going to be able to topple OMG or whether they're going to be able to continue the trend of putting them to sleep. We'll see after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. MVP for game number 2 will definitely be Xuan. The guy was unbelievable, of course. Honorable mention to Xiang as well, solo killing Long there on the top side of the map and making himself a basically untouchable Poppy for the entirety of that game.
The amusing thing is that he only did 12.8% of his team's damage, and I'm very curious as to seeing where the rest of that actually was.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a stab at top lane, but all Xuan needed to do was press his R key effectively, and boy did he actually do that. And this is the first of many such situations. Dandy actually outplays himself, to be fair.
Yeah, but still kept his head in the game, did Xuan?
Whoa, hello.
There is the look.
That was
the
a
look of a
close-up.
killer. As we'll see whether he actually does get back on the Lee Sin, because we could just have the game revert back to what was the old tactic, whereas you always ban Lee Sin, and then Xuan doesn't do a whole lot.
I feel like every 2 weeks or so, someone's like, "Oh, let's not ban Lee Sin today and just see how it goes." You know, and it never works. He always wins, so let's ban it again every time afterwards. It's probably going to be such a game.
Yeah. I'd have a feeling that that would definitely be a good idea. And as far as bans that they would probably lose in order to do that, I'm looking at the Thresh, because I have a feeling 5 still very strong on the rest of the champions in his repertoire.
Yep. Thresh is the #1 standout as a swappable ban or interchangeable ban. The Twisted Fate as well as a targeted ban.
Yeah.
Poppy is just a very strong champion generally, so if you're not going to first pick it, I would look at taking that one away.
Well, we'll see exactly what they do, of course. In the first game, the Poppy got through until the very last round of picks, was relatively overlooked on both sides of the map. A little bit more focus given to that Maokai there in the hands of Xiang. So maybe that is the real catalyst here for the victories for both of these teams, because we've looked at it, and I mean, it's a Poppy win on both sides.
I mean, even the Alistar being first picked by Vici was a question, an eyebrow raised essentially, like, so many other options available to them. The Poppy that they could have first picked, they chose not to do so. The Azir as well, which, you know, they still got, but wasn't priority option.
Just feels like with all these target bans coming from these two teams, a lot of very strong meta champions are left over. Even Alistar, very strong meta champion, but just not one that we see first picked as often anymore.
Yeah, it's a very good point, but we are into champion select here as OMG are going to lock in the Alistar as their first pickup. As far as the bans, Lissandra, Kindred, and Poppy for OMG as Thresh Gragas Twist of Fate, once again, from Vici. Not afraid of the Lee Sin.
I still like the Thresh ban coming out just because it is 5's most played champion. He is very, very strong on it. But Rusty has mentioned as well, he does play other fantastic supports.
Come on, Dandy, do it. Pick the Lee Sin.
Pick the Lee Sin away from Trent.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty deep.
Alistar has been prioritized by these two teams twice now as their first pick.
Yeah, and the question's not even about champion pool. 5 just wants to take it away from Caveman. He's been the standout performer probably of Vici so far in this series.
To be fair to 5 as well, very strong on this Alistar. He's had some great games on it. A lot of his highlights coming from his Alistar plays too.
Well, by the looks of things, Vici continuing on the endless Kalista hype train. See how that works out. And the Maokai picked up into the top lane.
2 solid first picks coming in from Vici. Silver's still left open. They went for Jhin last game.
No Azir to be looked at, though. And the Rise is left up here for Vici, so I could imagine that EasyHoon's like, well, happy to play either.
I think EasyHoon's actually saying, like, we don't have to early pick Rise, because if they go Azir, I can go Rise, and he won't go Rise. So, like, we don't need to be Azir. If they do it, we have to counter.
Yeah.
Nautilus. It's a champion and is slowly losing some popularity, but still gets played time to time.
Yeah, Hyper tanks there towards the top side of the map as Sivir being now considered for OMG.
Yeah, Nautilus actually being locked in because Maokai was already taken. Both of the champions known as the counter to Kalista, because it's the guaranteed engage. It trips her step up, ruins that groove that a lot of Kalistas need. As no surprises.
No surprises again, as EasyHoon's going to hop back onto the Rise. Man, there is comfort across the rift right now. As that is, of course,
Oh, I wrote down Sivir. They better lock it in.
Hopefully. But I'm pretty happy to see the Lee Sin one more time here for OMG. Is now Braum considered for Vici. Definitely a powerful lane if they manage to get the Kalista Braum happening. But Dandy.
Dogs is great.
Oh.
Yep. This would be his 20th game on Graves.
If they're throwing the gauntlet right now, of course, OMG was the team that started it with the Maokai support. Vici flexing the Maokai, possibly go towards like an Echo in the top lane, something crazy. Well, not something crazy, but you know, something else other than Maokai. Because Echo is not crazy in the top lane.
To be fair, Echo does do very well against Northwoods up top. Would be interesting to see if they do flex that Maokai eventually. Is OMG going to look to go for their last two pickups? Should be an AD carry and a mid laner.
Does look like it already, is SMLZ considering the Sivir.
And how often do you see a support last picked as well on the side of Vici? That's the curious thing.
Yeah.
And I think because they're red side, perhaps it is a flex with Maokai in the support role.
Still very possible for Vici to pick up Bard as their final pick.
Yeah, exactly. It's more so to see what the bottom lane's going to be from OMG to force them to show their hand.
Yep.
Now they know it's an Alistar Sivir. They could go anywhere they would like in response. I would wager Bard is the way to go. Disengage of some kind, always
Braum?
handy.
I think Braum would be very nice here.
You can spell shield the door. I mean, that's a thing.
I still think Bard's better.
Yeah, I think so too.
Bard's also quite good in a Sivir because the auto attack's slow. If she spell shields that, there's a stun afterwards.
We'll have to see what Vici decide as their last pick. But OMG has completed their lineup, picking up Sivir and Ahri, so Cool's still going to be playing that champion in the mid lane.
Yeah, not a lot of change here at all, honestly, apart from the Bard being switched out to the Alistar and Nautilus in the top lane instead of that Poppy.
Still feels like OMG is sticking to their guns, playing their comfort picks. As it is the Braum that gets locked in for Vici as their final pickup. So going to be tagged up with Kalista in the bottom lane.
Yep, definitely a lot of merit to the Braum, of course, putting a big door up and protecting his team from most of Ahri's damage, can block the Sivir as well.
Yep.
And actually just deny a lot of things, and actually quite good at stopping a Lee Sin from going in with the combo, because the second he follows his Q up, just press your ult.
I like Vici's team comp, a lot of power in their team fights. The tanky top laner to reduce damage, the trifecta of jungle, mid lane, and AD carry dealing a lot of damage, and Braum just to round it all up nicely with some more protection and added crowd control.
Yep, bit of a massage there for Long on the top side of the map. You could see from the coach as he moved on out. Long having a bit of a rough game last time around. We'll see whether he can get his head back in it for this one, because this is do or die here for Vici. They have to win this game. See whether they can, because Easy Hoon, he's on the rise. Endless managed to pick up the Kalista, third game running. Coaches are going to shake hands. It all came down to this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get on Summoner's Rift. And here we are, we're onto the Rift for our final game of the night. OMG versus Vici. It's all tied up, one apiece. We'll see which one of the comfort picks is going to come out on top, of course. Looking at the Rise, looking at the Kalista on the side of Vici, whereas we're looking at the Lee Sin, the Ahri from OMG.
Yeah, lots of, I guess, stylistic differences now evidenced from champions that these teams play, but the way that they've been winning their games, very much identical in that respect.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the Keystone Masteries, once again, no huge surprises from these two teams. Pot of Stone over Windspeaker's blessing from 5, so opting to be a little bit more impactful in the laning phase, protecting SMLZ slightly more.
Back at it again with the Maokai.
Oh, love it.
Such a good skip.
Other side of the Rift here as well, Long showing us that he can also be adorable.
Siyoung and Chen being a little bit boring.
Boring wins games sometimes, okay?
I mean, that's a Warden Nautilus. I mean,
They're actually the
kinda cool.
better skins, probably, of both champions.
yeah, Classic and Wardens.
Yeah.
I think so. Lots of respect to the Classic Lee Sin skin. I think you play like...
You notice the Muay Thai Lee
Yeah.
Sin, only certain people play it. And
Yeah,
those
because-
certain people play nothing else because they can only play it.
Yeah. Changes it up a lot. Spawn's one of those, I believe.
He is. I believe Spooks also just
Yeah.
quietly. Yeah. Not many players in the LPL, I don't think, if at all, would play Muay Thai Lee Sin.
Not many players playing Lee Sin right now.
Definitely a whole lot of legacy Lee Sin players, but
Yes.
you're exactly right.
He's
No one really other than Schwen.
he's one of those champions who just fades in and out of metas occasionally. And some people just
There's
play him
always
all
the
the
one
time.
Lee
Yep.
Sin main, yeah.
There's always that one guy that's like, I'm going to play him
Looking
anyway.
at you, Dardoch.
Well, we are onto the laning phase. No lane swaps coming up for game number 3. And Vici will actually hit level 2 first here against 5-man SMLZ. Already put a little bit of damage down onto this Alistar.
Yeah, door goes in.
And looking to try and make his mark in that mid lane.
It's the scariest thing when the Rise presses Ghost, because like, I have no way out of this.
What do I do?
I'm just in trouble. Well done from Dandy, though, getting the red buff first and recognizing a place that he can get a kill.
Very true. Easyhoon, unfortunately, unable to purchase the tier on his first back. Grabs himself the Sapphire Crystal and a Fairy Charm. Also gets himself the pink ward, which would be so impressive if he could afford it, you know? If he didn't get the pink ward, but then decided to get it.
Perfect.
Honorable stuff there from Easyhoon. As long down pretty low, doing fine here in this lane. Just the big old tanks, button heads.
Yeah, this is actually just like super mega tanks this time around.
Oh, not again.
Oh,
No way. Actually,
dear.
Easyhoon has flash. It is possible.
Oh yeah, it's definitely possible. But look at the way that he's poised himself. Like he's trying to freeze the wave. So if Cool tried to break it, he would have found himself in trouble.
He
Here we
might be
go.
in trouble still as Dandy's going to flash over the wall. They find
Oh
Cool. They're going
my.
to tag him and lock him down. This is one way to attack OMG, and that is to attack Cool. 2 kills already in this mid lane. Only 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah. Wow. Cool's got himself a one-way ticket to hell and back in this game.
Doesn't look like he's coming back anytime soon, as we saw Dandy and Caveman try to convince him.
He's deep on that highway.
Great song, though.
Yeah, damn right.
Schwen's trying. He's going to try and get something back, right? But it's a Maokai, so this is a difficult thing to achieve.
Also,
but
why
he's
would you
in.
want to kill him? Uses the flash immediately. OMG still trying to follow up.
Are you saying you would never gank a Maokai?
Damn right I wouldn't.
But that's a flash in comparison to what is 2 kills under Cool.
Yep.
Half the CS of a Rise at level 5. And he's level 3. 4.
This is a Rise being played by Easyhoon as well.
Indeed.
Great start for Vici. With those ganks mid lane, we're only 5 minutes into the game. They have a 1,000 gold lead for themselves.
And the fact, like, we're standard lanes and Caveman casually walks mid lane as well. And it's like he actually fell for it.
Yeah.
Like, this is disastrous so far for OMG.
And he was waiting there for so long, and
Yeah.
Endless is still even on farm.
They would have assumed he recalled, perhaps. Which is a fair assumption when he's gone for that long. But, nope. Coming mid lane.
Dandy now going to make his way towards the top lane. Long has pushed this one out aggressive, so
You shall not freeze.
might just be to try and stop that freezer, stop a potential gank. We'll walk out there, put a few shotgun pellets into the minion wave, and help Long out with this push.
I really like this as well out of Vici and what they've done with their lanes, considering the fact that they've gone to solo lanes. It's the fact that they've got the easiest setup CC for a Graves ever. In the Twisted Advance, Arcane Smash combo, plus that Rune Prison as well out of Easyhoon. It's like you just walk at him, and then Graves has the follow-up damage to secure the
Well,
kills.
it's kind of like the necessity of picking Graves in general. If your team
Well, yeah.
composition wants to be able to effectively skirmish in any respect, you can't just have damage, right? Like Nidalee is another example where you want to have some kind of crowd control in solo lanes.
Yep.
And it's almost perfect with Callista and Rise bringing some CC but a lot of damage, and then Caveman and Long bringing a lot of crowd control and a lot of damage reduction. Vici's team composition synergizes really well in this game. They've already off to a good start. We'll have to see if they can continue snowballing this small lead. Look at this. They're just going to run it Cool once again.
Oh
There's
my
the
God.
flash. Rune Prison comes in, and Cool is dead. He's, again, Jesus.
And for what it's worth, Easyhoon is mechanically playing these fights amazing. Like he is getting full combos off at max range
Yeah.
and still being able to hit him under the turret with auto attacks. Like this is nothing short of a dumpstering right now on Cool.
And not a lot that Cool can do about it.
No,
either.
nothing that Cool can do about this. Like, it has been established by Vici. Control is theirs, and they can kill him whenever they wish.
Vici really trying to derail the freight train of OMG. As 5 gets a nice engage onto Endless. The door has been put up by Caveman to block out some of the ricochets coming off.
Schwen as well. Up here, trying to give his blue buff over to Cool. Not sure whether that's a great idea. Feel like that'd go straight to Easy Hoon.
If I was
Look
the
at the
jungle, I would have
respect
just
for it.
taken it.
Like, he just stood there and didn't even start it. He was, like, baiting it with a ward. Like, that's how much respect they're giving to Vici right now.
Yeah. Well, Cool does at least get it. He's down a whole lot of CS. There's a blasting one picked up as well from Easy Hoon.
This is tricky.
Wow.
Yeah, Vici starting this one up as the exhaust is down just to slow 5 up. Arcane Smash actually not going to find anything as there's the headbutt pulverized.
Teleport.
Delivered the Maokai underneath the tree as the teleport is coming in. Xiang wants to try and secure this one as Lung in trouble. Few more auto attacks are needed as Fate's called. Double knockup. Schwen has found his way in as there's Xiang picking up the kill with the ultimate. But now the rest of Vici has collapsed. Schwen tries to find it. But the dash over the wall will get Vici out. Dandy will be safe. And OMG, they get a kill. Answering back.
The turnaround from OMG was great. The teleport from Xiang in particular as a counter teleport. Exactly what they were looking for. No real way to get the kill any further in there. And I'm very perplexed as to why they did that. The teleport should not have been completed.
Vici have often tried to get their bottom half going when they send resources down there. That seemed a little bit too forced. And once it went south, they just tried to salvage that situation. They tried to throw Caveman back into the fight to keep them locked down a little bit longer. Just ended up in another kill going on in favor of OMG.
He actually just got thrown in to try and keep everyone else alive.
Yep.
Like, they had already realized that it was gone. And he just threw himself in and said, I will like save you all, stand behind me.
And that was with the death charge already used onto Lung, so they would have known he's going down. He is dead. Well, luckily, they're still able to get away with Endless and Dandy. But still, OMG pulling back the game slightly. Still about 1,000 gold behind Vici, but really all this power is in the mid lane. Look at the CS advantage that Easy Hoon has.
Yeah, so huge on the rise. But going back to the top lane, once again, Xiang in a fantastic position. And we'll see whether this is actually going to create enough pressure to alleviate some of what Cool is dealing with. Well, once again, actually not going to find the knock-up on the Arcane Smash. Schwen's going to take down this Rift Scuttler. Defend the pink ward there as well.
Yeah, and closing the CS difference in top lane is nice. Yes, it's great.
Sorry.
Sorry, Rusty.
Can't handle it.
Just took me a second to realize what you were looking at. I heard it. I couldn't see it.
2-on-2.
Yeah, counter gang coming in here from Dandy. He's looking for it. Smoke screen goes down as Xiang uses his anchor, gets himself to relative safety. Schwen waiting for his opportunity to come back in. No OMG give up. Not going to go for the 2v2.
Yeah, they don't actually commit. Dandy, a very scary jungle man right now in comparison. Finished his warriors, upgraded jungle item compared to nothing
Yeah, just
from
the trackers.
Schwen. So they can't directly 2v2. The other two people are just tanks with crowd control. Like Xiang and Lung can match each other.
They're going again. Xiang going to take a lot of damage from Lung and Danny. He has to pop the death charge to keep himself alive. Anchors his way to safety. At just about half health, that calls Chen back up into this top lane to keep him alive.
And Schwen still hasn't recalled, so the strength still lies with Vici Gaming. Xiang low mana, no ultimate to speak of, no flash either.
Well, they're still looking for the dive here as Twisted Advance is available. Sapling spots out the Lee Sin.
Get him. It runs aggressively, it's good.
Yeah, it does.
I like it.
It's such a cute little thing.
It's like normal saplings are just a bit sadistic.
They're like,
you know,
ah!
Yeah, they're just kamikaze trees.
This thing's like a quiet teddy bear. It's great.
Yep. Hug me.
Now that is sadistic.
And then it explodes.
Oh, it doesn't say hug me. That is a bit weird.
It should probably say hug me. Yeah.
I don't. Should it?
Not entirely sure. As long as actually looking for a gank here, the Maokai attack. The minions are going to die. They do have to actually tank this one up as Dandy right underneath. In goes Easy Hoon. He's going to be able to finish this one off.
Run,
and
Lung.
somehow they dodge the turret aggro. Lung survives with very low health. As Schwen actually looking for it here. Doesn't manage to thread the queue. There it is. Picks it up onto the tree. OMG answering quite nicely as there's the headbutt pulverize onto the Callista. Massive boomerang damage comes through, but nice door is going to block a bit of it. The dance is on now as Endless is trying to run away. Oh, the heal. The flash comes in as well as now Braum tries to answer. Tanks up a turret shot. Does SMLZ, but still able to keep on the pressure. Vici's bottom lane forced back.
Now they win a 2v2 bottom lane here, OMG, but not with a lot to speak of just yet. They'll pressure that turret out. And thankfully for OMG, Schwen in the top lane gives them this trade as Vici Gaming, they've got one strategy right now. And it's easy, Hoon.
Feed the Hoon.
The amount of damage that he's doing is absurd. As you're right, the turret aggro juggle was great. It gets lazy and tries to recall there. Schwen just comes in, flash kick.
Yeah.
Huge props to Seong as well with his dying breath throughout that anchor to keep him locked down for a little bit longer. OMG trying to claw back this game, and they have actually. The gold is even between these two teams once again. Just about 300 in favor of Vici.
We're quite simply looking at a strong mid laner against OMG as a team.
Yep.
Cool is the, I guess, sacrificial mid laner so far. Simply a commodity of trade for OMG.
Still looking for that. How have I forgotten? Merlinomicon. In order to get himself back into this lane. A little bit of a power spike there. Yep, just...
Nah, you're right.
I'm a bit boggled by
all
this Easy Hoon. Plus, there's a Maokai on the map, so I just sort of lose my mind. Just momentarily. Easy Hoon popping that passive, and we'll see what he can do to try and get his team ahead. Almost has that Rod of Ages here, 13 minutes into the game.
Alistair sounds funny.
What is he saying?
I don't know.
Oh, it's amazing.
Maybe you're saying mess with the bull.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
the horns.
Yeah, possibly. We just go through the quotes, right? Can't milk those.
Nah, it still sounds like the longer sentence. I don't know if he has one that's longer than that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, door going to be thrown out. 5. Not going to find it there as cool. Was spotted by the ward.
Also sounds very civil compared to
Yeah.
our Alistars.
Feels a bit louder with Tony, but I cannot make a word of it.
Mess with the bull. Yes, he doesn't sound like that at all.
But you could see OMG understood. Easy Hoon and Dandy were making their way through. Lots of pings here in the mid lane as Cool throws out an Orb of Deception. Caveman's made his way over, and we'll see whether Schwen actually makes the aggressive play. Heads over the top. He's going to help clear out this minion wave, so defends the turret, and that's about it.
Yeah, nothing doing here in this middle lane, but a lot of ambitious movements to try and get something happening. As, of course, mid laners, they have blue buffs. Now is a fantastic time to strike.
Cool is 2 levels behind Easy Hoon right now. Look at this. He's going aggressive. Tran is right here as well, trying to stop this gang.
I don't know if he's
Don't
even
give
cares.
him
Yeah,
so kills.
don't go in on that.
Dandy was waiting there as well for the counter gang. Looked very tasty.
I can tell you how many cares Easy Hoon gives right now. It's a number below 1.
Yeah.
0.5?
That's not an...
It's a whole number.
Ah, okay.
Well, Long still actually capable here towards the top side of the map. Has actually clawed things back about 5 CS as Schwen spotted by that ward as he's sneaking into this brush.
Easy Hoons, though. He's looking threatening.
Yeah.
Top lane. Dandy.
Oh, Xiong could be in trouble. Anchor not going to get him quite far enough as the Titans Rust there. Flashes out of the way. Easy Hoon going to be A-okay. It's Cool. Waiting for the charm. Lands it onto Dandy there. Takes half of his health bar
Dandy's like,
already.
"All right."
Dandy just says, I'll take you. Don't even worry about it. Flashes aggressive. Misses all of his buttons. And that is going to be all she wrote. But bottom outer turret falls here in favor of OMG. They'll take the gold lead.
Yeah, they're making map movements and trying to get global gold, whereas once again, Easy Hoon is the only recipient of said gold besides Dandy on the side of Vici Gaming, and they don't get what they're looking for. They will break the top turret sooner or later, but they would rather zone away Xiang for a bit.
To be fair, it's a good place to funnel all your gold in for Vici's lineup. There's a lot of utility coming out from Maokai, a lot of utility from the bottom lane of Vici as well. Will still be rather relevant as this game goes on.
Very true. Oh,
It's
nice
going to
anchor.
get anchored as the Rift Herald does go on in favor of Vici. Picked up by Easy Hoon.
It feels like they're just ganking top lane because Xiang's somehow beating Lung as 2 tanks.
Yeah.
Like somehow he's finding a way to out-tank the tank.
Well, Easy Hoon yet to go back and pick up that Rod of Ages, which has probably been available for quite some time. Cool. Shoving in this wave up. Now, Rift Herald here with Easy Hoon will help him out. Hex Drinker done for Dandy as well as that Warrior Enchant as OMG switch up the lanes. Looking to try and shove this one up as well, and we'll see whether they can get that one sorted out. Caveman here at the ready, waiting to sort this one out.
That was actually well done from Vici to respond this time around, obviously not looking for their lane swap scenario, whilst OMG were, again, hitting a point in their game where they felt like accelerating it a little bit further, opening the map up and taking some turrets.
Good timing from ONG as well after they took Dragon and after Rift Herald fell from Vici, so no no large jungle monsters in the river to be contested for now. Only turrets to be taken down.
Very true. Well, Vici getting aggressed on. Half the health of this turret already taken down from the Nautilus. OMG backing away. Easyhoon takes out this pink ward. His position on the map being given away. OMG will see whether they can capitalize on that one. It's cool. Is just going to continue shoving.
Oh,
There's the
wow.
flash forward, going for the 1v1 as there's the tree. Twisted Advance comes in. And despite 3 dang flashes
And a flash.
and an actual flash, he can't get away. That's ridiculous.
0, 4, and 0 right now is Cool's scoreline in comparison to the 3-0 and 1 Easyhoon, who just flashed on top of him to get a kill. And Vici, once again, the general in this game is Easyhoon. And his officers ganking his lane left, right, and center.
Commanding his
Successful 4
minions.
times.
He's turned up the heat in this mid lane. Gonna have to see if he can translate that into anything for Vici as this game goes on.
He's just taken everything.
Give it to me.
Xiang pokes his head in Easyhoon says, oh, another kill?
You don't want this.
Yeah, no.
You want to get out of
What do
here.
you think your options?
So that was actually the Rod of Ages with a needlessly large rod also picked up for reference. Before he went in on Cool.
Slowly stacking. So you've got that one around 17 minutes into this game. A little bit slower than last time he played Rise, but still quite an effective Rod of Ages being picked up.
Rod of Ages is an efficient item before stacking as well. So that's the thing, right? Like, people get it late. Fair enough.
Still gets better.
On the assumption that the game goes for another 20 minutes, which we're Vici gaming.
Oh my god, okay, so Easyhoon's now finished his Seraph's Embrace here at the same time. So pre-20-minute Seraph's Embrace, Rod of Ages.
Don't do it, Caveman.
Oh, pops down the ward. Yeah, has the door available though as Dandy's going to make his way in.
How scary Dandy is to these guys. Every time he appears somewhere, they're just like, no, we can't go on that, even though Caveman was like a 1v3 scenario.
Yeah.
Caveman does well to not use anything either. Like,
He just
no
puts
flash,
up the door.
no exhaust, no ultimate use, just puts up his E.
Stand behind the ROM.
Well, they would happily do that. There's Easyhoon continuing to wander around. We'll see whether he can actually get some pressure on this turret. We'll move into another lane and actually kill someone. As Long just picking up the minion wave that's coming in. There's a headbutt. Pulverizes Endless. More
Dandy.
aggression. Dandy still here as the ultimate has to be popped out of SMLZ. Uses the flash. Creates some distance as 5. Does have the unbreakable will, but how unbreakable is it? As there are so many spears in his back. Endless picks it up. And Vici, an aggressive play on the top side.
Very aggressive, and once again, Dandy just hanging around and starts to pay off. 20 minutes in this game. Unrealistic to say that the Baron would be looked at. But don't count it out just yet. Of course, Easyhoon on this rise. One of the few champions with Cassiopeia that destroys it.
Oh, yeah.
Vici slowly funneling resources into lanes other than mid lane. Tran looking very aggressive to try and save this top lane outer turret. Couple more auto attacks would be all it takes to take that down.
Yeah, Stiff Breeze, I believe, would be the counter to that turret.
What is a wave?
What?
Easyhoon doesn't care about them.
Oh,
right.
minion wave.
Got it.
Okay.
You went a little bit further than we were expecting.
Yeah, I was going to say, what kind of wave were you referring to there? I actually had no idea what you meant.
Yeah, contextually remiss sentence.
Now you know how I feel.
As Easyhoon is going to take his blue buff on his own, doesn't need any help anymore.
And about 6 members of Vici are on their way top lane, if those pings hadn't made
Teleport.
it clear.
Yeah, teleport is going to come in. As SMLZ still playing aggressive. Schwen's here.
Endless.
Nice flash there out of Endless, and no Q to follow up there from Schwen. As now Long in the backline. Dandy as well getting sandwiched. A massive cluster of OMG members, and they will take down Caveman. Now the rest of them, massive AoE out of Dandy as he takes down SMLZ, and that's a lot of the damage now gone.
Is
Schwen
Easyhoon
possibly going to fall, but Easyhoon running forward. Not able to get there as Cool. He takes the inside track, and OMG managed to make it out, but they lose their AD carry.
Yeah, they do make it out, but at what cost? Because this turret is inevitably going to go down. If they leave it, they have to stay and defend. And thankfully for OMG, if they don't die here to Easyhoon, they've done well to quell the threat, but he's aggressive.
He's looking for it. They take the
Passive is
turret
going to go
down.
off. Really dangerous stuff now as Xiang looks like he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Oh, uses the anchor, but is going to die in the end. And 5 now as well. Uses the ult. Charm lands there from Cool as he's trying to kite back. Orb Deception's good. 5 is going to survive, but it's another pick and a turret.
Yeah, so they get that turret, they get the pick. OMG probably not wanting to actually defend it, do throw themselves towards it to try and dissuade VG Gaming, but not to be.
That first fight
As
almost...
guess what? It's that time.
Oh, God.
The first fight almost looked disastrous for Vici, with Endless getting taken out of the fight nicely. He did the right thing
Look
of
at this.
backing away, but this Baron,
Feels
it
like
is
a
gone.
35-minute Baron, not a 22-minute Baron.
OMG can't even respond to it. No vision on the area. They probably know it's getting taken down, and all the spears being chucked into it are going to get ripped out and take down the big purple worm.
I actually don't even know if OMG knew that
Yeah.
it was being taken, because that was just a team fight where they got a top lane turret. People were missing a fair chunk of health. They just want to recall. Nope. Like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and it's one of those times where you're like, all right, so they took the Rift Herald. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That ain't a Rift Herald sound. That's a Baron sound.
Is that time already, guys?
Exactly. Well, looks like this outer turret in the mid lane is going to go down. Massive minion wave full of Baroned up creeps there. As Endless, you could see, actually gets that extra bit of attack speed. 6.6, pretty handy for the old Callisto.
Yeah, it's Vici time. And the power plays ready to go. One turret's already down.
Slowly looking devastating for OMG because the gold is funneled into the right hands of the side of Vici. Dandy has it, EasyUn has it, Endless has some. And the other two were just facilitating these fights with crowd control and damage reduction. They're not too worried about it. EasyUn already popping the ultimate, looking aggressive
Shren.
against Tren.
Yeah, Shren gets caught out of position. Big knock up there is Endless as well. He's going to get taken up. As Long actually knocked out of this fight. Dandy is going to clean up Schwen there in the back line, but there are low health bars. Never mind as Dandy comes in with the damage. Vici, the rest of the members just say, all right, we'll distract Dandy. You do the work.
Yeah, they get 2 kills. EasyHoon and the rest of Vici Gaming are quite low, though. Their side lane control isn't just quite there.
Oh, my God.
5.
EasyHoon. Looking for it. Gets the ultimate.
Yeah, once again, the damage that they've got is absurd. Long does well to live with no health. I actually think he got headbutt to safety by 5. Might have flashed, but Endless, like, this is a position where Endless you would just assume is dead.
Yeah.
But the target selection of Schwen, I believe, which is what that kick was,
The kick onto Long.
was aiming for multiple targets that just didn't quite hit that mark. And it's a rare miss from a very skilled Lee Sin player.
Safe to say unlucky as well because Long lived with about 10 health after that kick. So a little bit more damage would have been all it takes to take down that top lane. No, it still would have gone in Vici's favor. All he did was throw a sapling after.
Yeah, he was trying to kick him into other people.
Yep.
Like, best case scenario, when you kick a tank into the rest of the team and do, like, X amount of his health as damage.
Worst case scenario would have been pick up the kill. He didn't get either.
Caveman actually taking up 3 people. As the turret falls down.
This puts Vici in a very nice spot now. 7,000 gold up, taking down all the outer turrets so far. Only inner turrets left for OMG. The Locket of Iron Solar already completed for Caveman as well, providing a lot of resistances to the rest of VT. Once again, just facilitating crowd control and extra damage reduction.
VG also haven't extended their pink wards and their vision control to be deeper into OMG's map, and that's where they're really running into issues right now. They don't have item slots for pink wards, 2 Dorans for Long. You'd want to sell one of those.
It almost feels like they're just resetting now with Baron buff gone. Taking it slow and steady.
It's still a small detail, but at this time in the game, there's no point having this many small, like, early game items when you could have a pink ward and extend a lead.
Get rid of it.
Honestly, get rid of one of them.
Well, you can see EasyHoon was able to pick one up. Void Staff completed as well for the Rise, so not going for the Rod of Ages this time around. Of course, was highly dominant and was just sort of hanging around in his lane last time for an incredibly long amount of time. So you are going to have a swift pause. See, sharing your screen right now. The man with the Nautilus. We'll see whether OMG can claw their way back in because 7,000 gold was the lead for Vici. We shall see. As guys, Vici, this is do or die. They're in a fantastic position. As far as how this game is going, how it's projected, is the comp out of OMG a little bit too early game focused? Is there a way back in for this side? Or is it that one kick from Schwen that could make this one work in the late game?
That's the beautiful thing about Lee Sin. One kick is all it could potentially be for OMG to get back into the game, but they're still up against a large obstacle of this massive gold leader Vici who have dominance over the map right now. They need to find that opportunity, and they have to execute it flawlessly as well.
Ari's meant to be like the bridging champion to the team, though. That's the thing. So Siva's good with like 2 or 3 items. Siva's always going to be good late game as well because of how you can hit the entire team whilst just hitting the front line. Like naturally, that's your job, right? Ari's meant to be getting into the back line, doing that extra relevant damage. A 0-4 Ari, probably not going to be able to do all of that. So the saving grace is that they can still scale. And whilst they may get outscaled to an extent because it's a Rise Cop, once they hit a point in the game where one Lee Sin kick can win them the game because Ari does enough damage, then yes. I think that's entirely true. One kick from Schwen can save them.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually get themselves into a position to do that because Vici have been controlling the map very well. Of course, as far as moving into the enemy jungle is something that you actually just recently brought up, Rusty, is the fact that they can't move their pink ward line further. The vision wasn't necessarily available there. What does Vici do now to try and accelerate this lead? Is it all about choking out that jungle and getting those swift rotational plays?
Well, it's about having control, at least, of the map, right? So that you can move further into the enemy jungle and make aggressive plays, something that Vici does not do. And to me, this just comes down to how they set the map up effectively, is because they do it well, but they do it in a neutral area. So they like draw a line in the sand in like the middle of the map and say, this is ours. Anything that like you try and advance into, we will fight you.
Yep.
But there's no point in us going any further, right? But the thing with that is if you recall, you get pink wards, put them a little bit deeper and try and catch people out of position with picks, you can win the game. Look at what Schwen did in the second game. He just Lee Sin kicked Easy Hoon because they had control of the enemy jungle. They need to actually start doing this.
To Vici's credit, drawing the line in the sand has given them the creeping gold advantage where they take it slow and steady and they take slow objectives, make sure they take their time with everything. But at the same time, although it's effective for them to do that very slow and steady, by not pushing that vision further and accelerating the game a little bit more and trying to pick off people inside the opposition jungle, it means that there's always a chance that OMG could use one opportunity to try and claw back the game time and time again. Just creates more avenues for OMG to try and get back into it. So it works effectively, but it also gives an avenue of attack for OMG.
Well, we'll see whether they can utilize it as we are back onto Summoner's Rift. Endless and Caveman shoving in towards the bottom side. Of course, one thing that OMG do have going for them is these 2 dragons that they've picked up to the 0 of Vici. Could be a thing. Of course, Vici do like to fight with 5 if they can.
Oh, that's going to be difficult.
Well, it certainly will. It'll take us some time.
30 more minutes.
Yeah. So we are going to have another slight pause. We always pop back out to Xiang as well.
Yeah.
Not sure whether he's the one with the problem.
What have you done?
At the moment. Not entirely sure who's struggling at the moment, but hopefully we will have it sorted out.
Well, Xiang looks fine.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I can say about that. As does most of Vici, so I'd imagine the problem doesn't lie there.
Yeah, you can see Easy Hoon on your screen right now looking cool, calm, and collected as he is a gigantic rise today. We'll see exactly whether he's going to be able to continue that form. So as far as the rest of this is concerned, OMG, they lose this game. What does it mean? Playoffs-wise, take us through, Fish.
Means they have to beat EDG. So it's still in their hands to make it to playoffs, but they must beat EDG. That means that if Vici can take down HYG, they would have the head-to-head advantage against OMG and would be tied on points if they lose to EDG. So it's still important for them this game, and it's especially important for Vici to try and come back into playoff contention.
Yeah, and is it actually really important that this is a sort of a 3-game series as well? The fact that we got to the 1-1, now it'll be the deciding game. There'll be at least one extra game. Will that extra game actually mean anything here?
So it still means that head-to-head, if Vici are able to pick up the win, they're 4-1 effectively.
Yeah.
So they still have the large head-to-head win. If it comes down to them being tied on points, they would still have that advantage. So the 3 games not necessarily important, but it means that going to the 3rd game, OMG have a chance to get back into it. They still have time. They're still a lot down. But if they can win this game, playoffs have been locked for Group B.
Yeah. Well, we'll see exactly what this is going to mean as we move in. So as far as this game, settling back down, what has sort of been remiss since game number 1 is on the side of Vici Gaming? Because I'm sort of looking at Caveman, hasn't necessarily been as much of a prominent factor for this Vici squad as he was in game number 1 on that Alistair. He's been face-checking a little bit, maybe getting caught out of position. Wasn't dying because, of course, he's very tanky. But could this be a problem here for Vici moving in?
I just think a lot of the focus this time around from Vici Gaming was more around the middle lane and actually ganking it to get them ahead, right? So Braum whilst he doesn't have a massive impact like he did on game 1 as Alistar in his lane, he's roamed mid lane, got EasyHoon a kill, or rather they got a kill onto Cool without EasyHoon's assistance because, you know, Cool, bit out of position, bit under-leveled. These things happen. The thing is, like, it's not his job this time around to be the aggressor, to be anything other than the engager or the peeler for his team. So he is doing his job. And whilst it's not above and beyond to be an MVP like he was in game 1, it's still his job. EasyHoon is the one who needs to do everything right now.
And I think we'll see more of that coming into the later parts of this game too, because of the way the gold has been funneled at the side of VG. It's all on EasyHoon, Danny, and a little bit onto Endless as well, which means that Caveman, he's going to get thrown into the team fights, just has to do his job, nothing too flashy like he did in game 1. And on the top lane, all we have to see Lung do is the same thing. Jump into team fights, protect people with his AoE damage reduction, make sure he can crowd control as many people as possible, and make sure Dandy and EasyHoon and a little bit of Endless can get that damage down.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can actually manage to do that. You mentioned Dandy there as well. I mean, Dandy's been picking up a little bit more of the gold this game at the same time. What is sort of the difference between Dandy in this game as opposed to game number 2, where that Graves just wasn't quite working out for Vici?
He's got lanes that aren't outright losing, right? Like, the easiest thing as a jungler is to have winning lanes. And whilst the Maokai Nautilus lane hasn't been going too well, he's still diffusing the lane. Like, it's still just a Maokai Nautilus. Poppy runs away with the lane and then runs away with the map as such from that. So he's got more opportunity to work elsewhere. He's actually got successful early ganks off. Bit cheesy, you know, but quite effective. I will say level 2 ganks with red buff. Something you don't often see in competitive play. But once again, Dandy, when he gets the ball rolling, he snowballs well, like real well.
Exactly that. Vici very often like to funnel a lot of resources bottom lane. This time they tried to force something, it didn't work, and they never went back there again. So by doing just that, he's been able to use his time wisely elsewhere, helping out top lane. Like Rusty mentioned, a lot of early ganks in the mid lane, making sure that the gold is funneled effectively onto the right members of Vici, and him himself picking up some that so he could be that huge damage threat later on in the game. So I think that he's going to be a big impact based on what he's done early on in the game as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really important. But we are back onto the Rift one more time, heading back in towards the bottom side as things have resumed. Hopefully everything is going to be okay for now as OMG defending this inner turret. 7,000 gold is the lead here for Vici. And Cool trying to find some relevance this game. 5.3k, not bad for a 22-minute Baron.
Yeah, actually very good and massive as far as Vici's standard as well. Accelerating the map that much could do wonders for them as once again the pressure resumes.
Siyoung was up in the top lane. SMLZ flashes.
Has to get out of the way of EasyHoon.
Even spell shielded the trap and still flashed. And that is the utmost respect given.
Vici have a lot of pressure in the mid lane and bottom lane here. Siyoung did do a good job of shoving out the mini wave up at the top lane, relieving some of that pressure. Lung could always just head up there, use his teleport to join a team fight if he must. But Vici taking it very slow and steady, opting to siege out this bottom lane. EasyHoon popping his ultimate every single time it's available. OMG, once again, doing a good job of just repelling the attack coming out from Vici the same way they did in game 1. Didn't work out too well for them then. Hopefully they can do the same this time.
The thing is, like, Ryzer's ultimate is available every 18 odd seconds at the moment. Which, you know.
And he also looks menacing just when that passive pops as well. So the passive pops, you're like, oh god, it's on. We've got to get out of here. As long as battling some Krugs here towards the top side of the map, clearing out that lane. Well, it's true, right?
It is. I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the Maokai.
Oh, right. Good.
It's not you, Atlas. Yeah, it's Maokai.
I was very perplexed. I'm like, have I said something silly again? Not happening this time as SMLZ delivered some extra gold. Does have his 3 items that he needs to be effective, especially in these AoE team fights.
What have you done?
Yeah, someone actually struggling here just a little bit.
Stop it, Siyoung.
Back to Siyoung.
It always seems to be his fault.
This is, look, it's such a delicate time in the game to be having any type of pause also.
Yeah.
The balance is definitely tipped. We've seen a very clear-cut advantage gained by one team at a certain point in the game, and it was just one fight in the top lane, right? Like, they had advantage, but that was when they got the team ahead. From that point, we've actually just run into a slow change of pace, and that change of pace could actually cause some problems.
Yeah, it could actually benefit OMG quite a lot as well, because they get to now reset. Momentum could actually find its footing in another direction, and we just mentioned this Sivir. I mean, didn't notice that SMLZ had that Infinity Edge built up. That is so much extra damage here And are we sort of looking at this Sivir to try and carry OMG over the line at this stage of the game?
Yeah, well, it has to. Like, no one else on that team can carry right now. Ari's so far behind. It's an unrealistic expectation to say that, you know what, cool, we need you to carry. He's actually just sitting with Maokai. Like, they've actually sent Easy Hoon to the bottom lane and Maokai to deal with Cool because that's just how easy it is to do right now.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get 4v4s.
And it's just not necessarily working out for OMG as far as that lane makeup is concerned. But what do they do? How do they force this? Do they actually have to force the 4v4 in the bottom side of the map as far as that defense is concerned? Do they wait for an over-aggressive play? Yeah, OMG.
They just need to let it happen.
Oh,
like, they just need to watch, you know, like react every single time to Vici. Just be there on time. That's the only thing that they need to do. Don't let things fall for free. Stop things from falling. Wait till you get your big items, because yes, Infinity Edge is big, but right now he just dies in 2 hits. Like, there is no situation where his 2 offensive items will save him from Easy Hoon. It's to find a way to get past that stage and have a front line in his team.
Sadly for OMG, they have to react to everything that Vici throw at them, and because of that, Vici is slowly going to just keep this gold lead going up, and OMG have to sit there and watch and take it and make sure they play calm, collected, make sure they understand that they're going to be far behind, they're going to continue falling far behind, and hopefully wait for that one misplay or that one opportunity for Trent to jump in and get a kickoff and send somebody back into the rest of the team. Because if you look at the lineup, there's still 3 champions, and only 3 champions to the side of Vici that deal damage. It's going to be the Graves, the Ryze, and the Kalista. If they can get one of these out of the fight before it starts, that's a huge threat gone and a lot of gold dissipating from the rest of the team. But they have to find that opportunity, and it's not going to be easy for them. They have to be very patient about it.
A near impossible thing to do when it comes to Ryze as well. You have to remember, strength of the ages Ryze.
Yep.
Like, good luck is all I'm saying. Like, if there's a cannon minion in that fight, he gets like all of his health, like 18% of his health back or something from a cannon minion in a fight. Like, I wish you all the luck in the world, OMG, but that's unrealistic, right? And he's also the only magic damage dealer out of those 3 that you mentioned. He's also the hardest to kill. So do you stack armor and try and kill him? Or do you stack magic resistance and just sack the fact that you're going to die to him and try and kill the other 2, which is twice the amount of people that are hard to kill? Like,
and yeah, you look at the other 2 people, there's Dandy. He's on Graves. True Grit and a lot of defensive slash armor penetration items are going to help him out staying alive for so long. And it's Endless on Kalista, who's just going to bounce around everywhere and try and bob and weave out of team fights. The 3 carries on the side of Vici are tremendously hard to kill, and that's without the fact that there's a Maokai and a Braum to keep them alive even more.
Yeah.
It's just very difficult for OMG, and it's just a perfect team comp, I believe, for Vici to slowly suffocate teams out of their victory.
Yeah, I feel like the drafting phase definitely did work out very well here for Vici as far as that is concerned. I mean, the comfort picks that OMG decided to go for not working out in the early game. And I mean, that was sort of where Vici decided, okay, we're not going to let this snowball happen on us. We're going to make sure that Easy Hoon is going to be A-okay, get him ahead early, move on from there. The question I have is Vici's playstyle, the fact that they do like to extend a game to approximately 5 dragons, 15 barons as often as they possibly can, never take any unnecessary risks. Is this an opportunity? Is this possibly the weakness that OMG can try to exploit? Because they know this game is going to go slow. And I mean, despite the pauses, it's still going to go slow.
Vici haven't got a dragon yet.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, they've got like at least 30 minutes left in this game.
56 minutes into the game, they'll have 5.
We're in for a long haul.
Yeah, damn right.
There's number 1.
Oh, there's like shades of Rusty in there.
Nailed
that was
it.
Fantastic.
So 30 minutes, so 59 minutes, Vici will have dragon number 5.
Yep, there we are. Good. So there's the timer that we're looking at. Hopefully not, ladies and gentlemen, as Easy Hoon cleaning out things here in the mid lane. But that's 6% stats at 30 minutes into the game. That is a big deal for this team right now.
Yep.
Sure is.
That's massive. Vici Gaming, they are in the driver's seat, to say the least. And the onus is on them to actually do as I said and advance vision before I cry.
Now would be the perfect time to do so as well, because Baron is going to be up and available. They advance their vision now, deny the vision away from OMG.
No, there's no point now, though, because the river's, like, it's covered.
We don't need to... We did it. We waited
long
enough.
There's like 7-minute periods in between where I want them to advance their vision, but not when there's a Baron and you want to be, like, in the pit free. Like,
I told you, Coach, Doran's ring paid off. We waited.
Yeah, well,
We're scaling.
He does have a pink ward. Yeah, no, you're all good. But Ward is going to discover at least the start of this Baron. It's going down incredibly low. Scrying Orb is going to be used. Yeah, exactly. OMG for the last-ditch fight. Schwen holding position, and
Wow.
Vici actually going to get out of there. The fight has been started as the Maokai jumps in. Massive knock-up comes down from the Alistair as there's the flash over. Easyhoon with massive AoE damage in the back line.
And then look at trying to clean this one up as Endless has already taken down 5. They're flashing onto the rest.
Whoa.
A double kill for the Callisto. It's a massive ultimate. Comes out from Graves. The only man left standing is Cool. And in typical Vici fashion, after taking down 4 people, they turn their eyes towards Baron.
Yeah, they go for this Baron buff, and once again, a massacre out of a team fight right there. OMG, no response available. They are stuck just dealing with the aggression that Vici plays. Lung's engage was just straight into the back line. That's the Baron. It's the gold lead stretched to 10,000, and surely it's a way to get towards the final push.
That was ridiculous. Despite the fact that 5 got like the biggest headbutt pole here.
It's disengaged though, like
Wee!
Cool just gives him SMLZ and damage reduction effectively. Like 5 against the world and Lung against the world. It's not going to matter when you're 5 and you've used your combo, right? Like Easyhoon and everybody from Vici just disregarded 5 as a player on the map right now. And Dandy just goes massive there.
Just insane, and it's how Vici just worked together to pick that one up as well. Dandy, all the AoE damage, and then Endless just good positioning in the backside. Easyhoon's got a Guardian Angel now. I just don't see him dying for the rest of the game. This is just so frightening.
They try to keep him out of that fight for so long.
That's absurd.
Headbutt backwards just flashed over the wall. Riptide was popped onto him. He was still in amongst it.
Guardian's Angel and you get 30% of your health back now.
Yeah.
He has a lot of health.
He's also going to get the resistance from the Locker, the Iron Sorali, and the Shield as well. That is a very beefy Rise.
It certainly is. Endless does have his fully completed Last Whisper. Lord Dominic sending his regards to the old Callista here towards the bottom side of the map as Vici pushing down on this inner turret one more time.
And slow and steady wins the race here, Atlas, as Lung's their win condition, but OMG are in.
Yeah, they've started the fight. Big knockoff as Caveman acts easier and delivered to the backline. Still able to get the work done, but there's Guardian Angel. That's going to do it. The double kill comes in as the Rend is popped. And that Guardian Angel just paid for itself.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Vici Gaming, they're looking aggressive because meanwhile, in that top lane, a non-factor in the fight.
Meow, 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 meow.
Apparently meowing his way through turrets.
Damn right he is.
I didn't know he made that sound. He does now.
He does. I gotta try and put it in there. I was sure you guys couldn't quite hear the game sounds.
He's
Help me
meowing out of the base right now.
You know what? That was the opportunity OMG were looking for. Take down the Easyhoon before the fight. Can turn tides, but Guardian's Angel is just going to be enough for him to get back into it. They're turning eyes towards the Nexus here, Atlas. They're looking for that final push.
Yeah, Caveman actually going to tank up a charm as first Nexus turret is going to fall down. Flashes are going to be used here as OMG desperately trying to hold on, but this Nexus is the focus. Headbutt Pulve onto Easyhoon, but Vici Gaming, all they can see is the Nexus. It's going to explode. Hey, guys.
Yeah, wow, impressive performance.
Yeah.
So
Really,
far
really
from
nicely
Vici Gaming. They keep themselves in that playoff run. And they take it to OMG. They bounce back as well from defeat, which is impressive.
Yeah, exactly right. So Vici now with only one more match to come. It is going to be against HYG as well. So theoretically, a game that they should be able to win.
Yep.
Looking good for getting a spot in that playoff. Of course, it is going to be about Invictus Gaming, OMG as well if they do manage to take down EDG. Nothing set in stone just yet. But Vici, this is what they needed to do, and they've crossed the first and biggest hurdle as they come out of the regular season.
Saving grace from OMG is that it's still in their hands to make playoffs.
Yeah.
The problem is they're playing against EDG, who look phenomenal in the LPL right now. The next 3 days are going to be do or die for Vici, IG, and OMG.
Yeah, most certainly is. And look, all of these teams have been up and down in their performances, but I'm looking at Invictus Gaming. This is a team that has looked very, very strong over the last couple of weeks, I'll have to say. As far as that inconsistency, they had a little bit of a dip in the sign graph, but I feel like we're definitely coming back up the other side, and I feel like it's exactly the right time to be on the rise here as well in the LPL because...
Yeah, well, speaking about on the rise.
Yeah, easy here. Didn't do too badly that game.
Yeah, no, Vici Gaming.
That was like a segue I didn't want to take, but it sort of happened.
The Vici Gaming as a whole, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
That's what I mean when I say on the rise. Not just Easyhoon, coming into playoffs. As mentioned, they've actually taken a lot of games from all of the top teams, RNG included, on the side of Vici Gaming. So again, very impressive performance in this particular set. Games 1 and 3, they looked great. Games 2, they got Vici Gaming back at them from OMG, but yeah, no, very impressive.
Yeah, OMG still showing signs of life there as well. I mean, Xuan losing a game on his Lee Sin, not exactly something that you'd expect, but it was Vici having that game plan, making sure that they knew the Rise was going to be the answer to winning the game. It most certainly was. Get him ahead early and allow Easyhoon to carry you through. And it's really great that Vici have sort of found this identity and made it work now towards the later half of the season, because Vici is a team that has made good playoff runs.
I'm still very surprised that this Rise got through even, because this is a champion that OMG banned 20% of their games anyway. And it's a champion that's banned 70% of the time against Vici. Got through game 1. Game 2 is banned out. Got through game 3. I mean, you talked a lot about Trent getting his Lee Sin, but you have to look at the flip side as well. Easyhoon getting his Rise, not something you really want to happen for Vici as well.
I will actually challenge that stat a little bit as well, because it's inflated from the start of the split.
Yeah, a little bit like that, but we are going to have a look at the standings. Group B, RNG still towards the top. They've got that extra game to play. Edward Gaming as well, hot on their heels. We'll see whether RNG are going to be able to drop one, because EDG still do have that one game remaining. They could potentially have a tie for those two, as tomorrow it is going to be WE versus Snake and M3 versus LGD. Two massive matches, and I have to say, WE versus Snake, this is all about that second or third position, which is the last thing remaining to be decided there in Group A. This is so important for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this is our match of the week.
It's
ridiculously important for a last week game to dictate second seed. We've mentioned it, we've alluded to it roughly, the way that the playoffs actually work. It's important to be second, not third, because you don't just play against each other in a regular format. You actually get an extra bye and miss out on an entire round by finishing second, so super crucial.
Yeah, and if you are third, of course, you do get that one extra game buffer in the sort of weighted best of 5 series that you do play against the 4th place member of the opposing group. It's a really sort of interesting setup. We will actually take you through exactly how these playoffs are going to work. But let's go back to the game, because we've got an MVP to deliver. And I have a feeling... What? Okay, so that's going to be Dandy.
Yeah.
He's definitely the man who did it. I thought it was going to be Easyhoon.
No way. Easyhoon was nothing without Dandy in that game.
He started this.
Absolutely.
He started
Thank
that
goodness
mess in
I'm
the
not
middle.
delivering these MVPs. That's all I'm saying.
Like a child talking to his father. He started it. And we're finishing it. Dandy was ridiculously good. I'm going to say very impressive, great performance. And even in team fights, like we saw it. It was just highlight after highlight. This guy, like, so impressive.
Yeah. Facilitated sort of what was going to be the pillar that they stood around in the Easyhoon, and made sure that he could do everything he wanted, created the space. I do completely understand. So look, I may have thought that it might have been Easyhoon, but I just forgot where all of his power comes from. And Dandy, just a phenomenal player. So does manage to pick up a victory on his graves. Unfortunately, game number 2. Hurt his stats there just a little bit, which is slightly unfortunate, but really, really nicely played. And look, we'll just have to see what Vici can do as they move into the rest of the week, because, man, only got one more pretty easy game.
To be fair, I was rather impressed by Vici's bottom lane in game 1 and 3, because this is a team where we always see a lot of resources funneled there, and I'm sounding like a broken record now, but that was 2 games where that not necessarily happened. Game 1, they were the ones facilitating fights. They were the ones creating opportunities for the top side of the map. Game 3, there was a failed attempt to help them in the bottom lane, and they still came out ahead. They were still able to do their jobs in team fights and still able to help Vici come to a victory. So Vici evolving a little bit, and it looks great.
And I mean, to me, that's the evolution that they should be having. Like,
Yes.
I just see no situation where Caveman and Endless should be getting more resources than Easyhoon or Lung.
Yep.
Because Lung is honestly the most slept on top laner in the LPL, and Easyhoon's a freak.
Yep.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were putting a band-aid over a problem. Now they're actually working towards fixing it, which looks good.
Yeah, it most certainly is. We'll see what is going to happen when he doesn't get his Callista. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching tonight. That is going to wrap it up for day number 1 of week 10. But we are back for 3 more days. So on behalf of myself, of course, the whole production team, and my casting friends here, Fish and Rusty, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week.